What's going on,
Oh,
everybody? It is good to see you all. Thank you for joining us this weekend. It is a busy weekend for a lot of people.
it is.
Yeah.
You know, we have definitely had quite the week here. It's the Mythic meetup this weekend for all of our friends out on the West Coast. And we've already lost Alan. We're just 2 minutes into being live and we've lost Alan. He's already dropped out. So we've had the Mythic meetup on the West Coast. There was also the Lehigh Valley Toy Show that happened today as well, that several of our good friends are at. So if you notice, the Clubhouse crew is running a little bit light tonight from the usual insane amount of people that we normally have on jumping in right at the start. So definitely going to be a fun show tonight, though. I mean, yes, you guys may have seen it's called Announcements and Real Talk. And you know what? I just want to kind of clear up some of that real talk situation here. So last week, our good friend Just Jeff, he jumped on and he had some stuff on his chest he wanted to get off. And you know what? That's absolutely fine. Yeah, it can get real dark because we do talk about some real stuff and sometimes it gets a little heavy. I know I've personally talked about some stuff that have probably wanted to make people turn off the channel and not watch. You know what though? For somebody to be brave enough to come on and share that with us, that's kind of a big deal to me because not a lot of people would want to do that. But Jeff felt comfortable enough that he was around people that were going to take what he said and really express that. So anybody who reached out and was telling me that, hey man, the show got real dark. Yeah, it gets real dark sometimes. We've seen that on shows like Thursday with a Friend, and back when our good friend Aaron was doing his toy therapy. Punk has even said the first 2 weeks of doing Thursday with a Friend, or well, not really the first couple of weeks, but the first two times that it went real dark, it was like me and Ed back to back. And you know what? That's just kind of how it goes sometimes, man. But we've sometimes we just got that stuff that we got to get off our chest, and it's good to be able to share that and get that off your chest. It's not always so great to keep that, despite how we were all raised. A lot of times it's really good to kind of just share that stuff and get it out there, and I mean, if you don't want to share it with us here, that's absolutely fine. If you don't feel this is the audience for it, that's fine. Hey, look, guess what? If you're watching and you don't want to hear that kind of stuff, there's this cool thing you could do. You could check out and come back later and see if the tone has lightened up a little bit. But we're all here to have fun, and yeah, sometimes we're going to talk about some very, very real shit, and that's okay. That is totally okay. This is a welcome space for it. I'm not going to stop anybody that has something like that they want to get off their chest. I'm certainly not going to make them feel like they're not valued or they don't deserve to be heard, because they do. And I really appreciate what Jeff did. I thought it was a very brave thing.
It took a lot of
And
courage.
I appreciate him a whole lot for doing that. And look who actually managed to make it tonight. Rick, how you doing? I know you have had a very busy day and day.
I did, and I'm sorry to interrupt. You were like literally in the middle of a thought.
That is all quite well. Because I was basically just saying what, a lot of people are asking about what's the real talk about? What's the real talk about? The real talk is people got very real shit going on in their lives, and sometimes they want to be able to go ahead and talk about it. And that's okay. You can talk about that kind of stuff here. That's fine. That's fine. Because you know what? As dark as it gets, we're going to buff it all out with some toy talk and everything else. So, that's what we're here for, right? Right?
Agreed.
Let's buff it out.
Let's buff it out. Buff it all out. Buff it all over the place. Buff it all over the walls. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, the exclusive. What is this? The exclusive West Coast Mythic Meetup shirt here? Look at that.
Oh, look at how arrogant
That from-
California is, thinking they're the only state on the West Coast.
Is that the Retro Rags that did that one, or is that a personal shirt that was made up?
This is it was printed by a local person there. So they've done them in the past, and this is actually
It's very cool.
speaking of arrogant, this is a one-off. Folks had like custom stuff on their back, like Nate. What did Nate say? Like different people had different stuff who were like part of the event or had their things on. I opted for something just the standard one, but also it's I customized mine, so I'm the only one that got a crew neck sweater because
Oh wow. Well, you're a teacher, right? That just kind of fits in.
yeah, and it's kind of my uniform, not just for work, but like I'm telling everybody, like, dude, it's cold. I never get to wear just a t-shirt, so this way I can actually wear it.
That's great.
Cold in California.
Hey man, it's
Yeah.
heated up
Oh
there.
no, it's 71 degrees.
It was
That's me catching
48
More
and
like-
rain here today.
more
I'm
like-
outside in a t-shirt. It's like
I was
it's
gonna
good.
say more like 54, 52, like sometimes in the morning,
Okay,
especially. But whatever. I'm also old, so leave me alone. My blood's thinning.
I'm old.
Right.
Listen to this guy.
He's talking about some real shit. We can't make fun of him. God.
Okay. Speaking of some real shit, as it says, it literally is going to be a quick high-end buy. Oh, I'm putting the wrong way. Why can't I put? What the hell? There it is.
Are you flipped?
It's a
Okay.
it's a quick. I'm flip. Yeah, that's racist, dude. But it's a quick.
My bad.
If you
Man.
didn't know, I'm Filipino, and flip is a term. Anyways, a quick high-end.
We're getting real talk right off the
Flex my
bat.
white
now, man.
bandana here a little bit harder to
Yeah.
show my paleness.
If somebody calls me a wop, I'm going crazy.
Feel free to come back later.
I've been hanging out with Iz and Nate, and we were kind of joking around stuff like that. But anyway, quick high and buy because, and it's tied to real talk. I saw a Cobb as I was clicking on the link. Full disclosure, I'll tell you his secret business, but not really. He put in our chat, "Hey guys, I'll catch up later because I'm in the theater to go watch Thunderbolts." And so I rushed home so that I can keep up my tradition of me and the kids going to watch the MCU movies and Star Wars movies on the first weekend.
Nice.
So we're about to take off to do that. But I will say, I just wanted a quick report, Clubhouse related. The show was great. The Mythic Meetup was fantastic, and it totally worked.
You actually met
uh,
Joe this time there, right? Like you saw each other.
I met Joe the second I heard his voice behind me. I was like, Joe. He was talking to Brian from Carver Customs, but I heard that low, gorgeous bass. Dude has like a
Right.
radio voice,
Yes.
built-in compression. But then the connection, real talk. If you haven't watched Thunderbolts, and I'm about to see it for the second time, I'll tell the Clubhouse connection there for a second. But it's actually it's very much tied to sort of like some. Well, I don't know if you meant mental health per se, but like because you kind of implied the talk about.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
no,
like
mental health.
it's all about that and trauma in a good way. I mean, I'm sure some people
Right.
will probably feel like it's heavy-handed, but I think when you've got a team filled with, ex-assassins with childhood trauma and, failed Captain Americas that were a part of, and like Bucky, who's Bucky and like has a lot to work through. Like they've all got their stuff, and it makes perfect sense why they kind of wove this story about mental health. And I'm making this connection because you're kind of implying the Clubhouse. We're going to talk about Buff It Out with some toy talk. At the
Right.
end of the day, and I don't mean to spoil it, but like, come on. I'll just say that them coming together helps all of them. So I think that's very much in the vein of the Clubhouse, man. And like,
Yeah.
so I wanted to offer that. And remember last time when I came home with a Procrustes? Wasn't
Right.
planning on coming home with a Procrustes.
Right. You just randomly came home with one. Yeah.
Today I came
Hold
home
on.
with a Battle Ram.
Wait, what scale is this? Class? That's got to be
Ooh.
classic scale,
It's
right?
classic.
Classics.
Oh,
No stickers.
oh.
No stickers on this bad boy. These
Oh,
gorgeous
man.
reliefs. This gorgeous,
Hands
in my
down.
opinion. In my
Mm,
The
opinion,
best.
this is the smoking gun that they were making Motu based on some Jack Kirby New Gods concepts that failed. Working missile complete. I didn't
love
want it to launch at the camera and lose it, but
Right.
and then Nate Barch got to, like, he saw me getting this, and then he just started to unleash a litany of history about the making of this thing, and I was just like, what world do I live in right
And
now?
you didn't record it so you could share it with us?
No, I wasn't
All that
expecting. He just starts.
knowledge?
He's like, oh, that's a Joe Amaro, and when they were designing this, and he came up with the he wanted to do like a hot rod style, the big wheels, and he just kept going on. And the original was carved out of wood, and
Yep.
I was like, oh, yeah,
Like you
Say-
can't
say
do
more.
anything but stop and listen, right? Like that's
All right.
really what it is.
yeah, it's
Dude,
cool.
that is gorgeous. Hands down. Like
Yeah,
to
it's
me, that
amazing.
is like one of the flagship vehicles of Masters of the Universe.
I can't believe we haven't gotten origins yet.
Right.
Well,
70.
that's because hey, you got that for 70?
Yeah.
That's a steal.
That's just, yeah.
Yeah,
For
Especially since it
plastics,
has
that is
the
a
missile.
steal.
it's in
right?
good shape. It's in pretty good shape.
I'm assuming no
Um,
box, but who cares?
No, some heating I probably have to do to kind of straighten up these exhausts and stuff. but
Okay, yeah.
Anyway,
Dude, that is gorgeous.
It is.
So
today was a good day.
I love you go to the Mythic meetups and then you come home with Motu stuff, right? But hey, you know what?
But Motu Classics,
But it's that
you
vehicle,
know,
though. I
tied
mean,
into the Horsemen.
Four
so-
Horsemen, yeah, it was cool.
yep.
And I do gotta get going, but I just wanted to say hi and miss you guys and say that I wanted to report, especially this part, the most important part. I am gonna watch Thunderbolts for the second time for what it's worth. I think it's worth it. But also it's because guess who I got to watch it with yesterday?
Who was that?
Our boy
Yo.
Thanos.
Oh, awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, so Thanos and I got to hang out, and it was dope. It was cool hanging out with
That is
him,
great.
and we helped set up last night, and he was there today, and it was cool. It was just awesome to. So yeah, friendships, community, toys, super important.
Totally hoping one of these days I get to meet the man in the flesh myself. Because
Yeah.
you know, I love seeing you guys each and every week, but it's even more fun when we all actually get to hang around in person. Even though I try to have us all hang around in person, do an in-person clubhouse in the middle of Legion's Con, and can't find anybody, everybody disappeared.
And shout out to Joe if he's listening on the drive home. Stay awake, be careful on the pass, and yeah, all those things. It was awesome seeing Joe. I'm trying to think who else has been on the clubhouse. Matt, Collectible Fun, who was on this, was there too.
Yeah, nice.
Shout out to him. Yeah, I hope he's okay because I think he's driving home and I think he left like at 4. No, earlier than 4. He left pretty early, like 2 something, 3 maybe, to get from Southern California up here. And I don't know if he's driving back,
Right.
but
Trying to drive.
if you're
back the
listening,
same night. Yeah,
be safe, buddy.
that's intense.
But mission accomplished, and that was kind of all. Sorry, I came in and
Great.
said hi and bye.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
All
And
right.
guys,
Enjoy the
if you
flick of
missed
the
it
fan,
earlier, on Brick Something's channel, he did a great interview. Well,
Oh.
not just him, but there was a great interview with Eric Treadaway on Brick's channel earlier today. I got to tune in for a bit while I was out and about, and I plan on catching the rest on the replay. But that was definitely really, really cool.
Was the sound okay? I kind of tried to listen in, but I didn't sound check it. Like,
For the most part, with
Okay.
kind of like a ragtag setup of what you're trying to do, is
yeah,
about as good as could be expected, really.
Okay.
Oh,
only
but
because in the actual event, so Owen would ask questions using this mic. The room couldn't hear what Owen was asking, and then we projected Eric's answers. So I'm hoping that you got both sides in the stream. So
we did manage to hear, or at least I heard. So I don't know who else was hearing earlier, but also Rick Jones saying, Brick, thank you for the nice gift.
no, that dude was dope too. Got to meet him in the flesh. I sold him my cup from my all in because I was really in it for this and of course this. So he helped me offset the cost of
Nice.
that. And what he's talking about the gift is I had this set of prints by I forget his name. There was an artist from Pixar who grew up in a Hindu household, and he's done a couple of books about the Hindu gods. And I a long time ago bought this folio of a bunch of prints, and I know that
Right.
he loves this figure, and he's like, I'm all about it. He like knows so much about the Hindu gods. I was like, this has to go to a good home. So he got him. That's what he got.
That is awesome. That is really cool. Yeah, I got my all in this week, and I was drinking out of the coffee cup for a couple days. I got my pin over here, and I'm going to open up the God
Today.
It's going to happen tonight.
Ah,
and we're going to
have
work
fun.
together and figure out all the jewelry.
Mhm, mhm.
Actually, it's really cool. Got some pics sent over by in the Let's Go Off World group chat. Got some pics from the amazing Purple Gang. As a matter of fact, speaking of them, it is Van's birthday today, so a very special happy birthday to Van, because he is enjoying himself a good time over there on his live stream tonight. He's having a birthday celebration.
All right, I gotta go. Happy birthday,
Take care,
Van!
Bray.
Shout out to everybody at the Mythic Meetup who made it awesome today, and it's good to see everybody. Sorry to say hi and bye, but hi
It's
and
all
bye.
good, brother. Have a good
All
night.
good, Brick. Just glad you
Bye,
could join us
guys.
even for a minute. See ya.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah. Night.
All right, guys. Well, we've had some of that real talk, and we'll bring it back up again a little bit here. Let's go ahead. Let's start running through the chat before it gets too far out of control. As we know, we had Alan joining us earlier here. He's having some internet issues. He did put that down in the chat a little bit. Brother, we're good to have you here, whether you're on screen with us or whether you're just hanging out in the chat. We got Stanley Eberhardt here, said splitting time between NHL Game 7 and 3 POA's tariff stream. Ooh, that's got to be a lot of fun.
Go ask. No.
There you go. There you go. That's the important part. Todd C saying time for that real talk. It is, and we'll be having more real talk as we go. We got Menhoza here with us. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Frankie Rivera hanging out saying sup everyone, and I'm digging the profile pic with the cone around Lionel. That's fucking hysterical.
What's up, Frankie?
We got Steve here with us. What is up, Steve? If anybody wants to shoot him a link, he's always welcome to join us. We got Brendan Higgins hanging out with us tonight saying, what's going on, guys? Happy Saturday. What's up, Brendan? We got The Collector joining us. Evening, fellow toy peeps. Good to see you. Plastic Skulls in the house saying, hey, Oz, and everyone else. What is up, brother? Robert's Infinite Realm saying, hey, yo, going to bed, but good show. Thank you, brother. Jeff, we were already talking about you a little earlier tonight, my man. Good to see you here. Thank you for hanging out with us and joining in. Fat Red Foo saying hi, Brick, bye, Brick, and giving the horns. We got Blake right of Toy Collector Magazine hanging out with us. Blake, go check your inbox. If you got time and you feel like jumping on, feel free to come hang out with us for a while and let us know what you're working on. We got Andrew from Gatey's Toys saying, funnily enough, was just at Kevin Toying Around's Toy Con this afternoon. That is awesome. As we already pulled him up, Rick Jones is here with us. We got Jay Astro. We got the man Schmerber himself here joining us. Let me know if you want the link, brother, and you want to jump in. And, of course, the amazing Rowdy Riles joining us saying, hey, y'all, what is going on, Riley? Good to see you. And, again, if you aren't subscribed to any of these fantastic channels as I pull them up, this is another thing I like. People who've got their channels, right? Like, they can do this anytime they want. They come hang out at the clubhouse on a Saturday night. Oh, and we've also got Dead Man himself saying, what up? What is going on, my brother? Good to have you here.
There's one above Dead Man.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got to have Nolan here. Otherwise, we're not ToyTube official, and that would just be a crime. That would be an absolute crime if we were not ToyTube official tonight.
Nolan.
So we appreciate that. But it is good to see everybody. So, yeah, as we were saying, like sometimes, there's some real talk that happens on these shows. And you know what? It's okay for that. That's kind of what we're here for. It's a little group therapy, little toy therapy, and some definite retail therapy, which is probably not the best solution to any of our problems. But it sure does make you feel good in the moment. And sometimes you just need that little kick of that serotonin. All right. So, as I was saying, we'll be opening up Ganesh tonight. And that's going to tie into some of our announcements. As we all know, I like to keep up on a lot of what the Four Horsemen are doing and what they're up to. And just either today or yesterday, they announced that they will be doing their in-stock sale coming up next weekend. There he is. Blake, what is up, brother? Good to see you.
Hey, what's happening?
Been a minute, my brother. How are you? Can you hear us okay? Are we coming through?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. How about yourselves?
Good. Cannot complain. We got that backing on Moon Man Zero, by the way. For those who know.
Yeah, that worked out.
I was getting worried for a little bit. There was a lot going on at the time.
Yeah, it was a little dicey, but we made it happen somehow.
Yeah, definitely came through. And, thank you for, coming onto the channel and talking about that here with us previously, because it's always cool when stuff like that, this is not typically what Clubhouse is. We just hang out and open up toys. But when we can actually get some news and drop some news kind of like that on people, like that's always a really fun thing. So I'm always glad that we can do that and kind of spread the word. And because it's unconventional, I'm hoping that it helps any of you guys out in the long run, where it's getting some exposure on you guys where they might not see you on some of the other channels. So
yeah, I mean, it took some, like I said, it took some fancy footwork. I had to when I was at Toylanta, I had to buy a dragon from the Horseman in order to get everybody there to back Moon Man Zero. So somehow I ended up on the short end of that, but I'll have a dragon in about 18 months. So there you go.
Same, brother. I'm in the same boat. Thankfully, I was able to get the dragon as well. Didn't think that was going to happen, but thank you, Steve, once again. You were the man that helped make that happen for me, as my original plans went to shit on that one. So that was just a really cool, amazing event, period, seeing that thing go out and get back. So, all right, let's see here. Already, we got Jeff tuning in saying, "Hey, Blake, I have a question. Would you be cool with doing an article about Retro Freaks 2, a movie by YouTubers for toy tubers, horror comedy?"
I would have to go back and watch Retro Freaks 1 because I would be totally lost.
I'm telling you right now, they're not going to be mad about it. They are not going to be mad about it whatsoever. You should definitely go back and see it.
I know a handful of guys that are a part of that crew because they're Texas based, and so am I. So it's
Jeff is in that crew.
Yeah, so
Jeff is in that crew. So
I haven't seen the first one, but I do know they just did the screening of the premiere of the second one. So I hope that went well.
It looked like it was a lot of fun from the pictures I saw.
Yeah,
man, this is massive. There's so much stuff in this freaking box. Holy crap. And now I'm out of spaces for figure obscura boxes, so that's going to be another challenge because I don't get rid of the figure obscura boxes. All right. So Riley is saying y'all should talk about Super 7 charging tariff costs on an in-stock, ready-to-ship stuff like 3POA did. Well, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Super 7 in a lot of ways on stuff, and honestly, charging additional tariff fees for something that's already in stock in here in the US seems
That's
like a real dick thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what more I can say about that. Like, I get on upcoming stuff that's coming in that hasn't made it into the country yet. You kind of want to put that out there, get ahead of it, be like, look, we know we're going to have to charge more for this because we know we're going to have to pay more to get it in the country. I get that. I understand that. Having to pay extra for something that's already in stock in country, that just seems like another really, really stupid fucking idea. But
yeah.
Well, isn't that, I mean, and I'm not defending them, but isn't that kind of similar to like the gas prices going up on barrels of gas they've already bought? When you when you go pay for gas, they've already bought that gas, but yet the price fluctuates every day.
yeah.
Okay.
I think it's different with the gas prices only because of the fact that that's just the way it's been and the way it's always going to be. Because the gas goes through so fast, right? The Super 7 toys that they're getting price increases on might be sitting in their store for the last year or warehouse for the last year. I mean, it's a different. It's
Like I said, I wasn't defending them or anything.
Oh, I know that. I know that.
For
For sure.
example.
Yeah. And trying to curb the hurt later by ripping people off now. Well, that's never a really good idea. But
like I said, I wasn't trying to defend them. It's just that's the first thing that came to mind to me.
Right. Amazon was planning on including tariff costs in their price breakdown, but then they got pressured out of it. I think we all heard about that this week, where they came out and they said they were going to put that little separate piece of information, like how much of the cost was going to be due to the tariff. And then, 3 hours later, they were backing off on that, thing. And Dead Man saying it best. Oil is a crooked business.
Yeah.
Sure the hell is. And
Don't forget, gentlemen, if it wasn't for the oil business, you wouldn't have your little plastic figurines to play with.
It's true story there. True story there.
But yeah, the tariff thing is, a lot of people are freaking out about it, and rightfully so, because 20% is one thing, 145% is something else. Hopefully, this gets worked out in a expeditious amount of time, and a lot of companies aren't overly effective. If this lingers through like the summer, then we have a problem. Because a lot of people are basically holding shipments over in China. They don't want to bring them over and have to have them subject to the tariffs, but they're having to pay storage costs over there now, which is, I don't really have my finger on the pulse of what storage prices are in China, but I can imagine that
I know what storage prices are here in the U.S. and they ain't cheap here, so I can't imagine it'd be much cheaper.
Knowing you're doing it to duck the tariffs, then
at the risk of jumping in on this when I'm not an expert, I know that the tariffs are on the price that they're paying. A lot of people think that the tariffs are on the retail price. So if Nike's importing shoes and Nike's only paying $10, the tariff is on that $10. So Nike's selling those shoes for $100. So the tariffs are bad and high. They're certainly higher than they were before, but it's still on their wholesale cost. It's not on the retail cost, which is what I see being advertised quite a bit. And that doesn't justify the markups that I'm seeing on some things due to tariffs.
Correct.
Well, also what ends up happening too is, again, it's not just so much on that, it's also on everything that's involved with making these products, because you have products that are assembled here in the US through our own distribution, but where do a lot of those materials for that come from? Like packaging supplies, store, all that kind of stuff. A lot of that comes from overseas, and then that gets added into that cost as well, because this piece of plastic, this toy, is only one part of this whole thing, right? Like this end product, this is only one part of the whole thing. So if there's additional cost all the way around on everything, then naturally, yes, of course, the cost of something is going to go up.
The problem is once prices go up, they very rarely ever come down.
That's the problem.
We're not going to see that drop, right?
Once these tariffs go away and resume a bit of normalcy, the people who have already raised their prices probably aren't going to retreat them with any kind of expedience. Some people, may have looked at this as an opportunity to raise prices anyway, something they were planning on doing.
Yep.
But now can kind of, soft volley the tariff thing, back on our side of the court or whatever, and say, "Oh, it's because of these tariffs." Well, it may be, maybe not.
Because
the company I worked for, we used it as a way to expedite the price increase, because a lot of the distribution channel that we use requires 30 to 60 days notice, and we were going to do a price increase anyway. And with the tariff, we just used that as a reason to implement the price increase immediately. And
Right. So I mean, I was actually sweating it for a while because I had to get with my printer and make sure where they get their paper from.
Right.
Because,
where did all those supplies come from?
Yeah. So if the paper came from China, then I was probably going to be slapped with added cost in printing the magazine. But so far that hasn't been a issue. And hopefully it won't be going forward. But I'm also trying to produce a graphic novel. Again, where does that printing take place? Well, the people I'm getting quotes from, most of that comes from China. Although, as I understand it right now, comics and graphic novels are exempt currently. But again, there's the question of what about the pieces? What about the paper? What about the ink? What about that sort of thing? So, it's something that you just have to watch and stay on top of. Because, I mean, this is literally changing by the day.
Daily, hourly in some cases.
Yeah. So, it'll definitely be something to watch over time. But like I said, I'm hopeful that the whole thing gets worked out and these go away before any massive amount of damage is caused to the industry as a whole.
Right. That's the big hope. And then we got some of the smaller companies. Some smaller companies have already kind of decided to put things on hold.
Right.
Because they wouldn't feel right charging the price they would have to charge to necessarily, continue to put out the product that they're putting out. We saw that with Toy Otter. He'd much rather, instead of charging people $40 for his figures, decided we're just going to stop for now, and hopefully we can resume things in the future. And then we've still got our friends, like Steve with Delta 17, who he's going to try to eat the cost for a bit to keep the cost down. And that sucks, but we appreciate that because we do appreciate the toys, and they're at a good price, At least I feel they're for a good price.
And a lot of public companies that have gone and already raised prices. I mean, they're doing that. I mean, they have their own motives, but you also have to remember that they have, baked in margins and, and most of them probably are fairly robust. But when your shareholders start seeing that, your margins are sliding, then you start getting questions, and it's just the way business works, unfortunately. It can affect things negatively for them. But I mean, we saw a $50 Marvel Legend before these tariffs ever hit. So
right, yeah, and okay, so sure, I got the all in, so it was like $90, $70 for this guy, right? Like the pretty much going price for this guy straight out of the box, $70 with everything that comes in this, the sculpting, the paint app, the detail. It's damn worth $70. Do I necessarily feel $50 is the right price for a mass retail figure that doesn't have as much? I can't say. First off, I don't have the figure. Clearly, I'm going to get that figure because I want it for my son, not even for myself. But typically, once we see it cross a certain threshold, we're never going to see it go down. And that's just kind of the world we live in. We just got to hope that we can get some wages. Some of our wages will rise up and eventually, go that way. Now, this is one of the stupidest things here. If Xbox games are going up to $80, first of all, video games they were locked into a weird loophole for a lot of years where they couldn't actually charge you more than $60 for a game. Like for the longest time, they were like $40, and then they got up to like $60, and they were locked into this weird loophole where they could not raise the price of it. Mind you, that's not to say they didn't release games that were over $60. They certainly did, but it was normally like a collector's edition or a collection of games that might be for a higher price point. But if they're straight up going to $80 and all the consoles going up, well, I mean, that just kind of figures right there. But the games is the dumbest part. Because I said for years, You know, they charge $60 for Madden in a physical form, and they charge $60 for Madden in a digital form, and you don't have any of the production costs that you have of the physical copy of the game. You ain't got to buy the cover art. You ain't got to buy the case. You ain't got to buy the disc. You don't have to manufacture any of that. And they're still charging you $60. I said a long time ago, they could easily charge $60 one year. And typically what it is each year, one year they update the graphics. The following year, they would update the gameplay. That was pretty much how the trend went. And with doing that, all they really needed to do the next year was charge like a $20 update for all the new rosters and everything else. And to be honest, it would cut down on their cost a lot. They'd still make a ton more money, I think. Because there are people that wouldn't buy the new games just because they didn't want to pay the price.
But that's also no different than buying a movie or a DVD versus buying it on Amazon or one of those services versus going to Walmart and buying the DVD. Like, when you buy the digital one, you're not paying for the disc or the artwork or the this or the that or whatever, but you still got to pay the same price. Same thing with the CD or whatever. You know, you still got to pay the same price. They're not good. They do that so that you, if they
music's a bit different. Music is a bit different because you know what? You can go on to like iTunes or you can go on to like
you can get a subscription, and so you don't have to.
Well, you don't even have to get a subscription. You can buy individual song for $2 to $3. You don't have to buy a full album.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not going to go out and buy an individual chapter of a movie.
No.
For like $1-3. Like I ain't going to do that.
I was just using the example that, like, you know, if you buy an album or buy a movie, we'll just go with movies, that, like, you know, if it's $18 on when it first comes out, it's $18 on Amazon too, or on Apple too, or wherever else you might buy a movie. They do that so that you don't. They do it with comics too. Like, if you get a digital comic, it's still the same price as the physical one. They do that because then you're not. If it was the digital was cheaper, everyone would just get the digital, and then you wouldn't sell the physical copies at all. So that's, I think, why they do it. I'm not saying that it's right, but I think that's why they do it, or at least that's the way I understood it.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is we're talking about prices tend to go up and stay up. The only real thing that will make them come down is a combination of like these tariffs going away and us stopping buying their product. They'll feel that on a mass level.
Right.
If we consume less, then they will be forced to lower their prices to get people to consume more. Now, does that happen? And how does and what's the breaking point? Everyone has different breaking points, so that's kind of hard to measure.
Right. I mean, for me, for the most part, I've stopped buying mostly mass retail toys in general. I've stuck pretty close to the indies on most things now. I still pick up the occasional Motu or the Ollie's clearance aisles. You know, if there's something that strikes my fancy. They got a whole nother build an artifact wave from Indiana Jones that I'm like, ooh, yeah, you know what? Let me build that artifact that I might go in on. But I pretty much stopped buying anything at retail for the most part. I've been sticking mostly with 4 Horsemen, and then of course some Delta 17. You know, where I'm not feeling the punch of that cost as much yet. How are you doing tonight, Dead Man? It's good to see you, brother.
I'm doing all right. I heard you guys talking about tariffs, and I was gonna say it's affecting everything. I was gonna come in and talk about paper costs, but I'm sure I probably missed Blake talk about that.
Blake said he's lucky and his paper don't cost shit more extra.
Well, where do you get your paper?
Not yet anyway.
Well, maybe we should talk off camera. I recently just started a magazine called Legions Magazine. It's a Toy Mercs sort of like toy photography sort of magazine. And our first issue ended up doubling in price when we went to print it. So, I mean, not for any. We didn't pass that on to anybody. Because we had taken pre-orders for it and everything, but we also
Did you
weren't going to
print?
charge.
Did you print it in China?
No, we printed it here in the U.S. But,
Yeah. You guys will definitely have to talk more offline about who you go through and where it comes from. Kind of get that deal sorted out.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be great. Anyway, we can talk about anything else. I'm here.
I'm talking about how badass this Ganesha looks. I haven't even got half the stuff out yet. Oh my god, there's just so much stuff that comes into this package to put it together. Sometimes I really wish the Horsemen would come with like freaking instruction sheets telling me where this goes and that goes. Because they got so much stuff. Like I got a guide for like most of the bangles and stuff like that go on them, but there's other pieces in here where I'm just kind of like looking at it like, well, where the f is that gonna go? But this, in all seriousness, is a work of freaking art. Just an absolute amazing toy. Like, and I can't wait to see like some more of the customs that come out of people doing this, because it is an articulated trunk, so this thing moves around. It's got a little bendy give to it too, which is nice. I mean, you know, there's a reason these guys get my money over stuff like, you know, that other companies don't, and a big part of it is just what they're giving me versus what I get from other companies, and it's like, yeah, this is why I'm buying their stuff. With that being said, I feel like I need to go mobile for a bit, so I'll be back in just a moment.
Alrighty.
I'll leave studio from this. That way I'm not taking up a spot in case somebody else wants to jump in.
Okay.
Kenzo, what you snacking on?
Cheesecake. Yeah, buddy.
Did you make it?
Hell no, I got it at the grocery store. It's that bullshit. It's that cheap stuff. We're not cheap. Nothing's cheap, but you know.
The less gourmet option.
Right. The kind that's over there by the bread, you know.
The mass retail stuff.
I know it's not an indie line or anything. I'll stick to my mass-produced crap that I really like, I guess.
Right. Well, like,
Because I really like this one, man.
I do understand like what Oz is saying and like what everyone's saying about like, oh well, you know, Blake you even said it. Like if we stop buying the stuff, you know, they'll lower the prices. Well, they'll stop making it first. They'll stop making a certain if we stop buying Motu figures, they'll stop making Motu figures and they'll try to release something else.
I won't stop. Precious, my precious. Precious. I don't know.
I think that the big companies like Hasbro and Mattel would be more. They would be the ones that would stop making a line if it wasn't selling, as opposed to lowering their prices.
Agreed.
Yep.
The companies don't have that option.
See, luxury. Well, at least, you know, and that's the cool thing is if anything slows down or anything gets delayed, and I know it's not, you know, it's not officially licensed anything, but it's always nice to be able to make your own stuff to fix up the stuff that, you know, and change it into something else. That way you don't get that. You can still scratch the itch because you get a new figure, but it's because you're making it, you know?
Right.
Ain't that right there, Corey from Make Shape Create?
Actually, let me
Actually,
segue. It was a good segue.
I don't know if you guys saw, but this came out today. My first Masterverse custom.
Where was it available, sir, if it came out today? Because I was looking for it. I didn't see it anywhere.
It was on YouTube.
I can't buy anything from YouTube, sir.
Well, you can.
No, looks good, dude. Looks good.
Yeah, I love them.
What is it?
This is my character that I created. When I started customizing, it was my second custom. I wanted to reuse all my extra parts from making a battle armor Faker. And so I made a Skeletor version of Faker, and I call him Phony.
With a PH.
Yes, PHONEOONY. Yeah, I've made him a couple times since then. I've done a battle armor one, I've done an animated one, but for my first Masterverse one, I thought it was fitting to do him. And I just gotten the Zodak, and so I used the Zodak body to do it, along with the new Masterverse Skeletor head and the 40th anniversary armor and weapons of He-Man. And yeah, people seem to be liking it, so it was fun to make, though.
Very cool.
Now to make
It is very cool.
Pretty dope.
What's up, K-Roll?
A K-Roll in the house. Big sis, what's going on?
Hold on,
Yeah,
let me blow you up.
Kenny's been messing around with all the cool new Masterverse wave that came out. Now, Kenny, do me a favor. Do you got the new Adventure Skeletor around with your weird Boojaboo head or whatever?
Not in my work area. That's upstairs in the toy room.
Yeah, I was gonna say, put that helmet on the new Adventures one. I want to see that helmet on there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
I think it would look good on that.
I mean, you'd have to redo the whole head. You can't take the helmet off. You can only take the mask. You can only take the shield off. The helmet doesn't come off the head.
Oh, okay. So you got to swap out the whole head.
But this one is perfect for a swap because the colors and everything match great. Obviously, that head is a little hard to come by, but it is a good swap.
Right.
Everybody's looking for that one.
I bet you can
Might
get
be
that
one.
tried.
Might be one for you to try to scan and print.
Yeah,
That's good.
I couldn't do the articulated part of the jaw, but yeah, especially the helmet would be a good one. So I was busy, man. Shit, man. I wanted to stay out of my toy room the whole day today, and yet because after I got done with all those, I'm like, all right, because I had done 4 reviews. I did the 3 cartoon collections and then the Hordak, and then I did the 3 Masterverse, and I was like, okay, I got to get out of this room. So I brought my laptop down here to my work area so I could at least get some painting done, you know.
Right.
I have a commission I'm working on right now, and I've been meaning to work on it all day. And I'm like, you know what? Clubhouse is when I'm going to work on that because that's the perfect time to work on it, because then this is where I am. I'm right here. I'm not doing something else.
Yeah.
Perfect time to do it. So I'm going to wait till then. And that's when I got shelves put up and toys displayed and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
There you go.
just need to prioritize and find the right time to do stuff.
I think there's a twofold reason why getting work done and being down here during the clubhouse is good for me personally. One is because obviously you're getting work done, but the second thing is I talk so damn much. It's nice to do something like this to keep me distracted so I don't step on toes and talk too much, and I can actually listen and enjoy it.
There you go.
Because I yap way too much.
Me too.
I
to stay
didn't
busy
realize
while
that, Kenny. I hadn't noticed.
I think it's that Wisconsin blood in you.
I guess. Considering I was born in Yuma, Arizona, the far opposite end of the
Hello,
So,
Adrio.
We got Adryu83 in the house saying, hello, all. This week made me feel old. He turned 42 this past week, and his oldest turns 14 tomorrow. Happy birthday, brother. Happy
Jeez.
birthday.
Birthday.
Always like to shout out.
Chick, man.
Last month, so you're not old. I'm older than you are.
There you go. Then we
Yeah,
got
most of us are.
Woody 222 in the house saying, what's up, everyone? You know what? Because Woody's here, I'm going to go ahead and try to do this with the outside phone, but nah, it didn't come out right. Wasn't
What
a
up,
good
Woody?
wet fart.
There you go.
Yep. We know how Woody
People
likes
in
to
their
gas.
40s talking about how they feel old. Shit. I mean,
I don't even remember
Now,
42.
Ed's old as hell. Oh, wait.
I got
What?
10 years on that motherfucker, and my kid's twice his age and more.
Woo.
Hey, man, you know what, though? You know what? he's feeling this old for the first time because these are new things that just hit him.
Hey, stay
So-
off Ed's lawn. Get off Ed's lawn.
That's right.
Oh.
Get off my lawn.
Yeah, 42 is a big one when you turn 42. I barely remember that, but it was bigger. It was big. 45 was bad too. So let him feel old. 14-year-old son. Yikes.
That's
That's
what I used to
34.
say about birthdays was I would drink myself into oblivion, and then if I couldn't remember the birthday, that meant it didn't happen,
Doesn't count.
right?
Hey, you know how many
Like that-
times
that was-
you used that excuse? Like,
So
oh,
I was like
remember doing that.
13.
It didn't happen.
Or, yeah, basically, I'd be about the equivalent of a 13-year-old that's balding, getting gray beard going.
I just for the
Mentally,
longest time, I
know
just
that
kept
age.
turning 25. I turned 25 until I was about 43.
Nice.
That's why I
I just
tell
figured
everybody whenever I find out it's their birthday, I always say, and they're turning 21 this year, the Forever 21 Club. I try not to get close to 27 because we all know what the Forever 27 Club does, and none of us
You just,
want to be a part of
like-
that.
Don't go any longer.
Yeah, pretty much, especially if you're a celebrity.
You
Not
don't see
that-
28. Yeah.
Any of us are here going to be registered as celebrities, but I don't know, maybe. And we got Asia in the house saying, howdy, y'all. What's going on, Asia? Thank you for watching us tonight and joining in. Friggin' loved it. There you go. 40 kicked my ass, but it's been easier since then. Well, I think what it is like you kind of give a fuck, and then you hit 40, and then you don't give a fuck anymore. And yeah, everything's just easier when you don't give a fuck. Because to be honest, I've been at a certain level of give a fuck for quite a while right now since my rebirth day. And there's certain things where I just don't give a fuck anymore.
It's a lot. It's very peaceful when you are less concerned with what people think about you, which I know is an odd thing to say from someone who is on YouTube and likes getting views and likes and stuff like that. But like, I'm not
In the real world, you don't care. How's that?
exactly. Thank you.
I as a
coworkers and
teenager, I got a shirt that you guys know how I am about certain quotes because I quote Blake quite a lot on here. But I will always say that I had a shirt when I was like 15 years old that says, I feel much better now that I've lost all hope. And people used to say that was like the most negative thing ever. And I'm like, no, but when you think about it, there is a certain level of, I don't, now I've kind of revised it because I think hope is probably one of the most beautiful things ever. But the reality of it is when you just stop stressing about all this shit that's beyond your control, and only there's one thing you can control in this world, and that's you. And that's it. Once you take all that other stuff out of the equation, suddenly things just start feeling a little bit easier.
It does. And also, like, I tell Jess all the time, she'll start stressing about something. I'm like, why are you stressing? Did it help? Do you feel better? Then don't
You
do
tell
it.
your wife that? What the
I do.
hell?
Oh, I do. I'm brutally honest.
What is
with my
wrong
wife.
with you? No, joking.
No, I am brutally honest with my wife. I don't coddle her or any of that. I don't want her to do that to me. I treat
That
people
worry
the way
suffer
I want to be
twice.
treated. I'm very loving and very understanding, but at the same time,
I don't believe
Hey,
you.
congratulations for staying married after saying that. That's cool.
I
Jess
don't
is
believe
an
that you're a
absolute
loving type of guy,
saint.
Corey. Jesus Christ, woman, quit stressing out about that shit. What's the matter with you?
Did you die? Did you die? No? Okay.
I mean, to be fair, she said that to me.
Yeah, but they're allowed to say that to you.
Well, and I don't know who quoted it or if it was if this was one of those where you guys will be like, "Come on, Lanzati, that was like, duh, that's a big quote." But there was one thing I was driving around when I was working the perimeter in the car at the prison, on the graveyard shift, and they get on there and the guy says, it breaks it down to as far as being happy, and when you realize not to sweat the small things, he goes, but ultimately you're not going to be truly happy until you realize 99% of it is small things. They're all pretty much small things, unless it is something. Obviously, there's a little 1%, but otherwise, once you realize everything is pretty much small things, you'll be fine. But
Yeah, it's not very
I like
often that, like something big and massive happens. Like when something big and massive happens, like I think everyone's kind of on the same page. Someone dies, it sucks, it's unfortunate, but there's certain things you have to do. Like that's not what people are stressing about. People are stressing about how do I pay this bill next week? How do I get that toy I wanted to get? How do I,
My hair is gray. No.
right, stuff like that. Why? Like
I live by the 72-hour rule. I ask myself, is this going to bother me in 72 hours? Probably not. So who gives a fuck?
That is a great. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. I might use that.
Yeah, with my own ADHD, is this shit gonna bother me in 5 minutes? Nope, because I'm gonna watch 15 reels about
Am I
other
going to
shit in
remember
that
this
amount
in
of
5
time.
minutes?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I was upset. What was I thinking about? Shit.
Well,
Am I going to care after hitting the bull?
the
Okay.
older I get, that like when something's bothering you, like if you you try to solve the problem right now when you have to solve the problem, and it's not going to be a good result. Like sleep on it, come back to it tomorrow with a little bit of clarity and a little less stress, and it'll probably all I have to do is this. Problem solved.
well, that's like what I'm saying. Like the only thing you control is yourself,
Yep.
what you do about it, or how you react to the situation. That's all you can control. So you're gonna get yourself all worked up, stressed out about something that you really can't do anything about right now? No.
The Serenity prayer works well. Yeah.
Agree.
Speaking of which, I definitely need a shot. Thanks for
There
reminding
you
me,
go.
Kenzo.
Even though I mean, you can call it a prayer, whatever. It's the Serenity quote, right?
Yes,
Control what you can. Try not to control what you don't, and know the difference. The wisdom to know the difference.
that was pretty close.
So there you go.
Almost there. It was almost there.
I have
Woody's
no
right
wisdom,
here
though.
with Bud.
I think he
What-
got scores of it.
Yeah, Woody's right there with Bud. He said weed has a chemical called fuck it all, and it's all good. Have you taken your fuck it all today?
Bud, have
I
you?
have.
Taking it right now.
I've taken it twice so far today.
I went over to a buddy of mine's house Thursday night. I'd taken off of work yesterday, so I, didn't have to worry about work yesterday. Didn't actually. Then Let's Go Off World got canceled last night because none of the hosts, none of the people that run the channel could actually show up for the show. So we just took the night off. And so I just spent an extra night over there. And man, I got to tell you, he asked me, he goes, "Did you want to hit?" And I'm like, you know what? No, because honestly, I'm baked enough just sitting here. I started getting cotton mouth and drinking. Like I started getting sipped from water. Mind you, we had windows open too. But between him and his roommate, there was just so much fucking smoke going on, man. It was great.
Sounds like my kind of Friday.
No, it was definitely one of those kind of Fridays. Like I needed that. Played some video games, watched some TV shows, caught up on Andor, the latest episodes that dropped. Freaking finished watching the latest episode of Last of Us Season 2. All caught up on that now.
I can't watch it. I can't.
Oh man, it's such a good fucking show, and it makes me want to go back and get the game again. I remember when the first game was coming out, and like everybody was talking about it, and I was talking about it before a lot of people were. And then as more and more things dropped about it as time went on, I was like, yeah, this is going to be a really outstanding game. It's like such a real way to think of zombified monsters coming at us. Like
It's the only one that's actually scary because it could happen.
Right? Like it could happen. Not
Like,
exactly the way the show goes, but it could happen.
Yeah, we do got the fungus that takes over like ants and bugs.
Yep.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing with that. With The Last of Us, it's like it went from ants to humans and didn't evolve to hit any animal in between. That's a little bit unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch.
I would imagine there is some evolutionary steps between that need to be hit, but hey, it's all good. And yep, Riley's got it right. Smoke weed every day. We definitely promote that.
Mhm.
Nothing better than a fishbowl in a house, right? Exactly.
I'm not lying. I'm packing one right now.
I'm all good with that,
All
bud.
this talk. I'm like, ooh.
And we've got the Who Lessum Warlock in the house. We were just saying at the beginning of the show, big happy birthday to Van. And, you guys over there at Purple Gang having a hell of a birthday celebration. We got Terrence's next toy in the house now, sharing that Purple Haze love going on. That's what we're going to start calling that, Purple Haze love.
Did anybody participate in Free Comic Book Day today?
You know what's funny? No. For the
I didn't
first
either.
time in a couple of years, I did not actually go out and hit any comic book shops today. I said, you know what? I'm just not having it this week.
It has been so many. It's probably been a couple years since I've actually stepped foot in a comic book store. Not for any reason other than I just don't buy as much as I used to. I was that guy who bought, 10 books a week every week and wouldn't even leave the parking lot before I had read them all. And was there every week and just stopped. Slowly, but just stopped. And then now I'll read a couple online. But even those, it's not like I have to get every single issue. I don't know. I don't know if I grew out of it or what, but
The only one that bummed me out today was because I had forgotten about it. Marvel has been doing the Conan comics, right? Like they've been regularly putting out Savage Sword of Conan again.
oh, wow, I didn't know.
And I actually, there was going to be a free comic book day issue of Conan that I wanted to pick up. And I completely freaking forgot about it until after I was already home. And it's funny too, because we passed by a new comic book shop that was opening in the area. They were having their grand opening on free comic book day, which kind of a smart deal, I guess. Hey, with a grand opening, we're handing out a bunch of free comic books that were going to be free no matter where you went. But hey, come check out our new store while you're here. So now I kind of regret that I didn't go do that. Now that I think about it, damn.
They'll probably still be there tomorrow. I'm sure they. Usually, there's a couple still left over that they'll give you. They'll have them on the counter or whatever. They're just not as many.
Well, for me, the issue is that I have plans for tomorrow, which I was going to talk about a little bit later, but I might as well talk about now. So tomorrow, there's going to be a special live stream of Ostradamus toys. It's not going to be the usual clubhouse setting, but it's May the 4th. It's Star Wars. Big day for Star Wars. I'm going to be going over to my friend Brianna and Ted's house, and we are going to do an unboxing of the Razor Crest. Had to catch myself. Almost said I was going to do the Ghost again. But Ted's had the Razor Crest at HasLab. It's been sitting boxed up for a couple of years, and it was like 2 years ago we were going to do it, and then plans fell through. And we didn't talk about it again up until more recently, like back in January, we talked about it. And we kind of set a tentative date. It was like, hey, you know what? May the 4th is a Sunday. I'm off that day. They're off that day. I could just roll over and we can kind of do this thing. I got to figure out what kind of janky setup I'm going to do because I've never taken my setup on the road before to actually actually set it up. I've taken it to go on the road before, but I've never actually set it up. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it'll be sometime tomorrow afternoon. I know they're planning on picking me up at around noon. So maybe depending on when we can get everything set up once I get over there, maybe 1, 2 p.m., which I know I might be stepping on some other people's toes, but this is the time that they have to do it, and it's already 2 years late. So kind of figure got to do it when I can.
There's enough room on YouTube no matter what. So
yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Even if I don't have a whole lot of people that tune in live while we're doing it, you know what? There's always the replay action.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Speaking of Star Wars Day, Punk and Allison have their Star Wars May the 4th be with you celebration started.
Yes, they do.
Good
So
figure reviews for that.
I was gonna say, yeah, we should actually, it's been getting announced on their streams, and Punk hasn't been here as of late to be able to talk about what he's got going on his channel because he's a big shot now. He's all over YouTube every day of the week. So, but yes, Punk and Allison, they are organizing May the Power of the Force again. They this year are doing basically Phantom Menace figures. From the sounds of it, of everything. I was going to say Riley's was out today. I decided not to do this one this year because I did try to do it last year and messed up. So, I never actually got it produced. Still got all the figures in the box. That might still be a video I do later. It'll just be all the bounty hunters coming out. Maybe I'll do it later this month after I figure out how to do a janky setup for the Razor Crest tomorrow. Who knows? But, yeah, so this year I decided I wasn't going to do one, but I highly recommend. It's a real fun event. It brings the community together because, everybody from all over ToyTube just running a quick little video about this figure that's like 20 years old. You run it like a straight up review. There's not going to be any impressive new articulation or anything groundbreaking when we get these. But at the time, these toys had quite a bit more articulation than what we had just gotten years previous with some of the new stuff. And they had weird stuff too. You were getting accessory packs, all kinds of crazy stuff. They had a little creatures pack thing that I bought. I remember because this would have been the year that my house had burned down in 99. And then all the, Phantom Menace stuff was coming out that the very next summer or whatever. So I didn't have any toys anymore. And one of the first things that my mom tried to do for me was she helped me empty out my bank account, my little kid's bank account that only had $120 in it. Went out to a thrift store, bought a whole bunch of new clothes because I didn't have any anymore. And then I took the rest of the money and spent it all on new Star Wars toys. And I remember I was I got Darth Maul, I got Qui-Gon Jinn, I got Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then the rest of it. And I was just like, the fuck is this Senator bullshit? Why is he coming with this? Well, what the hell is this dumb toy over here? And it's coming with this because it just seemed like everybody before was coming with guns, lightsabers, and all this stuff. And then my new toys, only 3 of them actually had weapons. Everything else was just. I do remember I bought every single battle droid because there were different variations of them. And I remember going through and finding all the different kinds of battle droids and getting all of them. That was kind of cool.
Episode 1 is a wonderful lesson in trade wars. If anybody is confused about what's going on right now in the United States, just go watch the beginning of episode 1.
Yeah, there you go.
So what you're saying, Blake, is we got to wait for a 12-year-old kid to come and save us all? Is that what you're
Pretty
saying?
much. Pretty much.
I believe it.
Sometimes that's what it takes, guys. Sometimes that's what it takes.
Or a 12-year-old on autopilot will just come by and blow up your ship.
Gonna blow up some shit out in the Pacific Ocean, and then everybody's gonna be like, "Oh shit!" That's what it's gonna be. With all the talk about 100 men versus a gorilla. Have you guys been seeing that trending now? The 100 men versus the gorilla.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it. Don't care.
Well,
I'll put $1,000 on the gorilla.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yep.
Hey, man. Hey, all I'm going to say is people are, saying, oh, no, a gorilla would definitely slaughter 100 people. And it's I guess, yeah, a gorilla could slaughter 100 people. But you know what? I seem to remember a couple years back, a 4-year-old took out a gorilla. Thank you, Bud. Bud got it.
I got
Rest
it.
in peace, Harambe. There we go. We need a 7-foot-tall Jamaican frogman. Hey, you know what? I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibilities.
Didn't Mezco just sell us one of those? No,
Yep,
he wasn't
there
Jamaican.
it
was
is.
he?
Wasn't
There
7
it
foot
is.
tall, but
Yeah.
I mean, to scale wise, maybe. I don't know. At this point, I think even a 5 foot tall frogman could save us. Just be like, hey, look, we got frog people now. Shit. Think we got bigger things to worry about.
Did anybody go in on the crab they tried to sell yesterday or today or
No.
whatever that was?
Crab Louie?
No.
no.
You know what the funny part about that is too is like they announced and they launched the crab dude yesterday, and I'm like looking at it, and who's I can't think of this. Somebody who's watching in the chat will probably be able to tell me, but whoever, there's a customizer that does crabs with like mythic legions, and
Yeah.
they look so freaking good that even though that was Mezco, it just did not look as good.
Mhm.
But it was like, wow, okay.
Well, didn't he actually like scan an actual crab and then 3D print it and make it into?
Pretty much, yeah. It got like
Yeah.
actual blue crabs.
I like a lot of the Mezco Rumble Society figures. Some of them, though, like Crab Louie and the Frog, just don't fit into anything else that I could possibly need. So
I could fit that frog into some shit.
Yeah,
but
I don't collect that line at all,
yeah.
but I bought that frog.
did you? Yeah.
Yeah,
there we
that
go.
That frog looked cool. I just thought he was a little more than he needed to be as far
yeah,
as
he was too expensive.
Yeah, he was
but-
definitely too expensive for sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of Mythic Customs, I don't know who it is, but someone has been doing like different sized frog head and like torsos.
So
really good.
Brendan said his CB make is the one that does the crabs, and yes, his table's loaded with those, and they look cool. It makes all the animal bodies. So he's probably also the one doing the frogs too. I can't keep up. There's just so many amazing customizers in the within the Cabal and throughout the Mythic Legions community. And then it's like sometimes it's like they're not even the ones that made the part. They just bought it and they painted it a certain way and put it with a figure. And it's like, oh my God, yes, they are so good.
I've got that McFarlane crab somewhere. The one they did for part of the astrology series, the Cancer.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
He was pretty neat. I should have thought about it. I could have bought Crab Louie and made that guy like his pet. Gave him a chain or something.
That would have been cool.
He's all screwed up looking.
That would have been really, really cool.
Yeah.
You know,
All
the
right, now I got to go get on the wait
frog
list.
is cool.
Yep.
Unfortunately, back to the wait
You know,
list
if
for
you waitlisting on Mezco isn't that bad. If you waitlist early enough, a lot of the times when they ship, they'll
Yeah.
get
a lot of the waitlist people there. But you have to be on the list early because it matters when you get on the list.
Yep.
Yeah. I listed for because I missed Theodore Sodcutter, the first one, which I thought was a really cool figure, and I waitlisted that, and I got it pretty quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not the waitlisting on Mezco isn't the end. Usually can make it.
Yeah, as long as you get on there, like Deadman said, within the first couple of days of it actually launching, you're usually pretty much guaranteed to get it too.
Yeah, Sodcutter came with my favorite accessory of all time. That little lantern is the coolest thing ever. And I know one of these days that light's gonna burn out, and I'm gonna cry like a little girl.
Yeah, it is cool.
Well,
I love
just
that
talk
figure.
to Carver Customs. Carver Customs hook you up with all your lights.
I have that Indiana Jones major tote with the light up arc, and I'm constantly checking to make sure I shut the damn light off because you put the lid on, you
don't want
can't
the
tell if the
battery
light's
dying
on.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, as cool as Sodcutter was, I was disappointed with the next guy. I forget his name. It's just a Jason knockoff. Guy's wearing a sack or whatever that they launched a month ago.
Oh, the one
month and a
that
half ago.
what the hell is his name? Shit.
I don't remember, but
can't remember
I was
now.
like, "Is it really? Is that the thing?"
The guy
I
that
was-
runs around on the in the gangrene. What the hell is his name? I'm gonna look it up now because it's gonna drive me crazy.
You mean this guy?
Is that him?
Yep, that's
Yeah,
him.
that might be him. That just looks like a Jason knockoff to me.
Well, maybe, except he's got a bunch of eyes going on. Like he's
Oh,
got
does he?
3 in that one, and then he's got a bunch going on the back of his head. Or on
Oh,
the
I
side
didn't
of
see
his head.
that. That's
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he's-
was really,
He
really
eats
neat.
his victims, right? I mean, that's the whole point of him, right? He's cannibal.
I think so. I don't know. I didn't read the comic yet.
Oh,
It did come with a comic, and I just haven't read it yet. I think this is a great figure. He came with a lot of really cool accessories too.
Yeah, Mezco Ted's not to disappoint, and especially like as good as they do on the licensed properties, it does seem like they try to put that extra care into their own IPs, like the Rumble Society stuff. Like they really, really do make it amazing. Well, right
Alistair
now,
Gangrene, that was his name.
Yeah, Alistair
Right.
Gangrene.
there you go. Yeah.
so
I
we got the collecting bros in the house saying, "Hey, friends, what announcements did I miss?" So far, the only thing we kind of managed to hint on is it was the so next week, starting next week on the 8th, in stock sale from the Four Horsemen, which that's always a cool time because you get, they're hey, Joe made it back.
Howdy, fellas.
Good to see you. Fresh off of the Mythic meetup today out there on the West Coast.
Heck yeah, that was a real good time.
Yeah. Brick jumped in for a little bit early on tonight and was telling us about all the amazingness. So
Yeah,
glad
it
that
was-
you made it home and you were able to join us too. I wasn't
Yeah,
expecting that.
absolutely. I didn't want to miss out for sure. I probably won't stay on too long because I'm exhausted, but I didn't want to miss another chance to hang out with you guys. So
Well, especially since we missed out on our Friday night hangout.
that one was partially my fault also, but
Ah,
my stepdaughter had her first formal dance, so
mm,
yeah, I couldn't be like, nah, I got a show about toys I got to do,
hey, I had thought about it. I'd actually thought about it, and I was thinking I'll do a Friday night live stream on the Clubhouse channel, and I'll have like a little cardboard sign, kind of like Ryan Dole used to do for Toy Geeks, where he'd do or Toy Anxiety, where he'd run the bootleg version. I was gonna do like a bootleg Let's Go Off World, but I decided, what, I'll just enjoy the night off and clam bake in, my buddy's house all night. That's what I did.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. We rarely miss an off world, so I don't think it hurts to miss one. We'll be back
people were
twice as
happy.
strong next week, ready to kick tires and light fires.
There we
Hell
go.
yeah.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. Next week, Let's Go Off World. We'll be back.
I'll have a bunch of stuff to show off too from the Mythic meetup today, because of course I spend a lot of money. So I'll have some good toy pickups. Yeah.
But so we were just getting into the fact we're talking about the in-stock sale next weekend, which is going to be huge.
My horseman sense was tingling. I could tell that you guys were talking about that. Yeah.
That's exactly what it was. And they're going to have quite a bit from Cosmic Legions up that they were mentioning in the post today. Ed, I got 1% on my phone here, so I'm going to cut out shortly. Can you bring up their IG with what they said about the in-stock?
Yep, the Four Horsemen.
Yes, sir. Hey, guys, I will see you back in a minute from the main computer.
All right. So how's everybody doing?
Doing good, Joe. How you doing, brother? You tired from the drive?
Good. Oh man, this morning was a little rough. I got up at 3 a.m. so that I could get there in time for the start of it. And it's only a 4-hour drive. It's not that long, but I definitely hadn't gotten enough sleep. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with Donner Summit, but it is probably the windiest road. I can't imagine them planning that out and being like, hey, let's not have any straight areas. Like, so I'm like falling asleep driving like the windiest road in the world. Yeah, that part was pretty miserable, but driving back was okay. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I've been exhausted all week. I've been working early, and I got home. Me and my buddy went out to this bar we had never tried last night, and I was home early, like 9 o'clock, like an old man, and like went right to sleep. And like I was like, I told you, honey, I'm tired. I was exhausted, and I slept till 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. That I was actually talking about that at the show with some people. It was like, you know, in my 20s, I was like, what sleep? I don't need sleep.
Right?
And then now I'm like, if I don't get out 8 hours, I'm not worth a crud. Like, it's just life is just harder when you don't sleep. Yeah. Nothing good about getting older for sure.
Nope.
But
You get to make fun of young people when they think they're old.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That is very true, actually.
It's very satisfying too.
My kids do that, you know. Like my 24-year-old will be like, "Oh, my back is sore." And I was like, "Give it 20 more years."
I didn't know I had a back at your age.
Right? Yes, sir.
You get senior discounts.
Yeah, that's not a terrible thing. You can get cheaper bad coffee from McDonald's.
That's right.
Oh.
I prefer McDonald's coffee.
You know, I actually don't mind it.
Bad.
I don't mind it. Yeah.
It's about all they have that's worth anything.
It's
not bad.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't disagree with that.
McDonald's, like their breakfast menu is about
Blake,
the only
you're on
thing
mute,
I've heard.
bud.
Yeah, I just figured that out. Yeah, a piece of news just popped up on my feed earlier about how Kroger is doing a senior day, 55 and over, get 5% off on Wednesdays. And I was like, oh, well, that's nice. And then I realized I'm 56. I'm like, fuck.
Damn it.
Then you start bitching. It's like 5% won't even cover tax.
Right. Yeah. Just like an old man.
That's right. Get off my yard, Kroger.
Right on.
Hey man, look, we got to take any savings we can get out there right now. We got to stretch that buck about as far as we can go.
Mm-hmm. Heck yeah, we got toys to buy.
Damn straight. So, go ahead, Blake.
I literally just bought the Hellboy 30th anniversary deluxe vinyl figure from Dark Horse Direct as we were talking.
Nice.
Because I didn't realize it was in stock. I was like, oh shit, that's in stock. I gotta get that.
Got to get it now while you can.
Yeah, not enough Hellboy stuff out there, man. And to go back and get like the Mezco comic stuff is so expensive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because any of the comic stuff is stuff that they put out ages ago, and
yeah, and it got, if I remember correctly, that's one of the lines that got bootlegged out of China really hard. So you don't even know if it's legit. If you're going on eBay, you don't even know if it's the right,
Well, yeah, because they'll put the pictures up of the actual one, and then like you got to wait until you get it in hand. And at this point now, you'd have to go dig up, all right, where did somebody post about how to spot the knockoff versus the actual? Like, what's the difference on the boxes and stuff like that? Because like some of the NECA knockoff stuff, man, like it's actually kind of hard to spot the knockoff.
Yeah, I mean, apparently the Mezco stuff was pretty good too. So it's like,
yeah,
I don't know what you're supposed to do at that point, but anyway,
yeah, you're kind of stuck. So talking about the in-stock sale here, for anybody who's been wondering, some of those earlier con exclusives, so the ATL non-con exclusive, the Headhunter non-con exclusive, these are the retail versions that are going to be up and available for order.
Limit one for the first 24 hours.
Right, because they want to give people a chance.
Yeah.
So I'll be buying one of the ATL 25s in the first 24, and then I'll see
praying
if I can,
that it lasts 24 hours. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Praying that they will hold out. And then for anybody who missed Ganesha, they will have a certain number of all-ins available, which is going to be really cool for those who wanted to get this, because this is the second Ganesha drop.
Yeah. They had some at the Mythic meetup today.
Yeah, which is cool. Like that, it's already hitting tables at the cons like immediate.
They had that one. They had the Ninian Soldier and the Barbarian, the legendary Barbarian.
And I heard they were still doing limits on the Barbarian.
Yeah,
smaller shows.
I did pick up a Barbarian and a Ninian, and they had quite a few Ninians though. I don't think they even sold out of those. But
well, I think
I decided to pass on the Ganesha. I already have two, and it was so new. You know what I mean? I felt like
let other people get their chance.
Other people get their chance. Yeah,
I agree. It's always a smart. Yeah, Ninian. You know, they've surfaced a couple times for sale now. You know, it's great that they're still getting them in the show. Like, you know, again, all these months later. I think these ATLs and the headhunters are going to be. I think they're going to be the ones that go kind of quick. You know,
I'll be surprised if they last 24 hours. I really will be.
Yeah, I'm focusing hard on getting the ATL. And I'll tell you what, I'm probably going to look at maybe a Ziri because she is a really, really awesome figure that, you know, is getting a little harder to find these days.
Absolutely.
So, you know, and then of course, again, the rest of this is like a lot of filler from All-Star 5. So trying to finally clear that out because I know coming up in at least another month or two, we should be hearing about All-Star 6 hitting. And All-Star 6 is where you're going to basically get the rest of Necronominus wave. So they got quite a few more skeletons to go, folks. We all know how I love playing with my boners.
We got to help them out, make room in the warehouse so they have places to put all that cool new stuff.
That's right.
Absolutely. They're going to need a lot of room for those dragons.
Right.
Well, we still got time for the dragons. We still got time, but yeah, we're going to be trying to clear out as much space as we can. And I'm going to want them to be able to ship as many of those dragons as they can as quickly as possible when they come in, because, you know, they've said that for the pickup at the warehouse, which is the method I chose, I got to wait until everybody gets theirs shipped first. So I want, you know, Cookie and Greg and the crew to get all those shipped out as quickly as possible so that I can start the road trip up to go pick up my dragon.
Cookie did say that they were going to try to do it the same day. Like if a container comes in, because they don't have to pack them. It's just labels.
Right. They're already in the shipping box, right?
Yeah, they're already in the shipping box. So they said that they're going to try not to have them stay in the warehouse at all, that they'll just label them and try to have them shipped out that same day that the containers come in. So,
well, that'll be cool. That'll be really cool. And Brandon's saying All-Star 6 was his first Legion pre-order. It'll be nice getting a box in and it's already paid for. Yeah. With this one, I didn't actually pre-order as much from the All-Star 6 as I did from the Necronominus, but I'll have to wait a little bit on some of that stuff because I pre-ordered from retailers after the fact. Because that was like right after Christmas and all like that. I didn't have it to be able to get as much. So
yeah, I got one all in. So
and
I'll be hunting for extras on the aftermarket.
Yep. Well, I know where I'm going to be placing my orders. I'm going to be going through Helidope Toys, saving what I can with code APWT,
right,
and being a channel member, getting some free shipping codes when I can. Because again, you guys support your friends, your local retailers. Don't buy from the big bad unless you really have to. I know I did recently place an order with Big Bad Toys for the first time in a while, and that was just this past week. They put up the mutated Shredder from the Turtles of Grayskull and the King Hiss from Turtles of Grayskull.
So they got canceled at Walmart,
and
for a lot of people.
And you'll get them last if you're getting them from Big Bad.
Hey, you know what? I'd rather go through and go that route than try to drive myself crazy hunting for them and never seeing them. You know, that's always my biggest problem, like lately. And I mean, I ain't been trusting I just haven't trusted Walmart's Cancel Con for several years now. So
right.
Well, that's like the Zodak and the Skeletor are used to make that phony. Both of those I ordered through Walmart at the Collector's Con or whatever. They both got canceled, and then like 2 weeks later, I was able to buy them from Walmart for retail. And it's like, well, if you have them for sale at retail price, why did you cancel the pre-order?
Because what they do is this is exactly what Walmart does. They gauge the demand by having everybody pre-order through CancelCon. And then they typically will go through and cancel all your pre-orders because they're just going to put it out in store and try to sell it. Even though you've already pre-ordered it, so technically, like, yes, you are going to buy it, they will cancel your order and put it in store because that's an immediate sale that day.
Yeah.
And Walmart's notorious for doing it. Sorry, after working for that evil empire for so long, I had no love for them. Mind you, when I say so long, I only put up with their shit for like a year and a half, and I said, fuck you. So, yeah, I gave other corporations a lot longer before I gave them the fuck you. That'll tell you how bad Walmart pissed me off.
My buddy Kelly, you've met Kelly Oz.
Mm-hmm.
Him and his wife worked there for many, many years. I never had a retail job, luckily. I did waitering jobs, but I never did retail. But Jess did, and as soon as I could get her out of that, I did. Because, damn.
Here you go. Allison will tell you the secret right here. If you use PayPal for your Walmart.com CancelCon toys, they tend not to cancel your order, so they don't have to refund you through PayPal. True. So Anryu said he was there just shy of 5 years. Look, I will give Ziggy some credit. For those of you who have met Ziggy when we go out to the cons and everything like that, I know Alan and Corey, you both have met the man. Joe, you met him as well.
I did.
We go out there, and when that boy, he put up with their shit for over 20 years.
Wow.
Yep. He says he's actually making more money there now as a shareholder because of their little employee stock program that they got. He makes more money there a year now from being a shareholder than he ever did while he was working there in a year.
That makes sense.
Because of all the employee stock purchases you got at a discount, and then they matched you, and you just kept buying it up, and now he turns that all, like, it's all part of his 401k and everything like that. So he's like looking at a healthy chunk of money when that all comes through. So Todd's asking, is somebody getting a buzz cut? That would be Alan working with one of his grinding tools.
No, that's a heat gun. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'll turn on my noise canceling.
It wasn't that louder.
It's very quiet. I wouldn't worry about it.
But take a look at this. This is, again, the AWOC armor. And I made a little oven over here with a cardboard box and a heat gun in it to warm these guys up. Because obviously the Motu bodies are thicker.
Yeah.
And then this is a Sunman that I dremeled down his legs a little bit so that the leg armor will go on. So
very cool.
Awesome.
And I'm making these guys. I'm making 10 or 12 of them. They all have different faces inside.
Awesome.
That's great.
Yeah.
So these are his guard. These are just the regular guards at Snake Mountain.
Very cool.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I've got 12 of these guys that I'm kind of working on in various stages tonight.
Awesome. Yeah, those look really cool. I bought some of those AWOC weapons packs today. I couldn't resist.
Well, for the price they're going for right now, right?
Yeah, they were like
more. Yeah,
$4. Yeah,
I was on, I think, 2 Saturdays ago, and I kind of talked myself into buying more. And it showed up, and I'm building those guys now.
It's not hard, especially when they're going for those kind of prices, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, ridiculous.
And the funny part is, like, I'm going into Attorney of Dreams the other week, and they still got them in there for like full price, and I'm like, even with shipping, I get this so much cheaper direct.
Yeah. Well, you know, and that's not. The retailers are trying to make money too, and I get it.
Well, they got to because they bought it at whatever their wholesale price is, which is still probably more expensive than what they're like right now. They're trying to clear out their distribution center because they've got a lot of big stuff coming.
Mhm.
So they've got to clear out the room for that. And speaking of other big things, man, a lot of people are now getting their Armies of Ashmore, Defenders of Eden in hand. Those things are looking beautiful. Congratulations to Matt Rod for finally getting those out, getting those into people's hands. Our good friend Skelevator, he just posted his video earlier today. Commander Sarah, I can't remember the names. I have such a hard time remembering the name until I buy the toy, and then I have it in my hand, and I can't forget it.
I got
I can't
mine.
remember any of
I
those.
got mine midweek this past week.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, still sitting in the box, sealed. I haven't opened it yet.
Yeah, I got
did-
mine.
But
I got
they did
mine, too.
arrive.
Yeah, I got Caspar and the Spectral Milwick, but I haven't had time to open them yet.
Joe's got a translucent dick neck.
Mhm. Looks freaking awesome though, in the box because I haven't got to open it yet. But I know it's gonna look just as cool when I take it out.
I'm just saying, there's this cool show that we're all on called Clubhouse where everybody gets to open up toys. So,
Mhm.
enjoy
There's
it.
something to open up later.
There you go.
So I missed the fun. This is some kind of a. This is from the King Kong Godzilla TV show, I guess. That's on now. I found this in a Walmart.
No
wow.
kidding.
Yeah, this guy is cool.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say he's actually got, really decent articulation to be able to do all that. That's what's
Yeah.
up.
$10.
Is that made by that Lennard? Is that made by Lennard still? Like all the
No,
other
if it's that one would probably be Playmates.
Well, this is from the King Kong and Godzilla TV show. Maybe that's on Apple Plus. I don't know what it's on, but
The Monarch show.
yes, yeah. And he looks very deep sea, and
Yeah, I dig it.
he's a good buddy for Merman.
Hell yeah.
Very nice.
And then there's a new figure also called One Eye. I haven't
Yeah.
seen that show yet. I don't watch a lot of TV, but I just made a custom Beastman out of One Eye.
That's right. Yeah, you were showing that. Yep.
Oh yeah, I just got them painted and finished. So
Nice.
once these, I just warmed up these leg things. So once I get these on, I'll bring him over.
So Anryu's mentioning that's the creature that Kong kills and eats in the new movie, or in the latest movie that had come out. And Rick was asking, Joe, did you drive back home safely?
I did.
He drove
and-
back
and
home. Safely is another story.
No, it was safe. Very safe. Extra
Promise
safe.
it was safe.
I got to hang out with Rick though today, and that was super cool. Also, getting to hang out, he was there at the Mythic meetup. So,
Listen, I'm really
Good
jealous.
time,
Like,
Rick.
you guys out there on the West Coast all got to meet up and hang out for a couple hours today. And then, now, like, there was also the Lehigh Valley Toy Show, and I was watching all the pictures from everybody that went up there. And of course, Wolf King was running the street team out of there.
right.
So Jesse was hanging out. Amber and Ryan were up there. I know Jonathan, he did the live last night from when they were doing setups and stuff. And he said he was going live this morning at 8 a.m. And I totally told him I would watch the live and see everything after it was all finally set up. But I got pretty stoned last night, so I didn't.
Didn't make it. It happened.
Yeah, I didn't wake up for all that nonsense.
Yeah, but just out in this area, like there's not a lot of opportunities for me to get out to see everybody, so
Right.
getting to go to this one, I hung out with Thanos Copter probably half the show. That was super cool.
That's great.
Yeah. Because I got there, nobody was there when I got there because I got there pretty early. So I went and had some breakfast. And then when I came back, Curtis and Thanos were the first two in line, So I was like, oh, this is
Nice.
perfect.
Nice.
So
Right? Like, hey, I know these guys.
yep. Yeah, and it was just a good time. Nate Barch was there. That was fun. I bought a print and had him sign it. Owen Otterling, O-Dog, the one that Sir Owain's named after.
Right.
You know, they used to work for the Horsemen. He was there, and he did a live interview with Eric Redaway.
I watched that today.
On Brick's channel, yeah. So
Yep.
that was pretty awesome. I got to chat with him a little bit towards the end. And then Blake was there, Recon Rampage, Recon Rage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Recon Rage. I hung out with Blake quite a bit. Gosh, David Williams, Brian from Carver Customs was there, you know, and he came from Ohio to go to.
I was going to say him and Stacy
Yeah.
came out, right?
I didn't see
Or no,
Stacey.
no,
I
it
think
wasn't
it was
Stacey.
just, yeah.
She
I think-
said she was staying behind this time.
right. But that was cool.
Todd said I was the guy complaining about Joe cutting to the front of the line.
Which line? I didn't cut any lines, did I?
And then he says, I kid, wasn't there.
Oh, okay. Because that happened at Legion's Con.
You didn't cut. You were just talking to people, but you'd
I was
waited the
just
whole
talking
time
to
that
people.
everybody else
Yeah.
did.
Right. I cut in line on accident. But yeah, there were just a ton of cool people there. I hope I didn't forget anybody. My brain's pretty fried, but
That's what happens when we get into these sessions. Like, you know, because you're meeting up with so many people. And again, we don't all get to see each other that often.
right.
So when we get these chances, yeah, we get overloaded, but it's one of the best things ever.
Mhm.
And like the way that this all fell together too, especially with Curtis getting a chance to actually be out there. Because how many
Yeah.
times has he taken the trip out to California?
Right.
You know.
Yeah, it just happened to be that his daughter was getting married this weekend. So
Yeah,
she
and he
lived
said, "Screw
in
that! I'm
Sacramento.
going to meet up with everybody instead."
Yeah.
I joke.
So-
But
But
we
he was
lost
only
Blake.
there for maybe an hour and a half. He wasn't there that long, but it was still really cool to get to see.
Well, he's also planning on tomorrow. They're doing not quite the big meetup that today was done. Look at that beast man. Very, very
That's cool.
concept beast man.
Right?
This is the new Masterverse armor.
Nice. Yeah, it works
So-
out perfectly.
Yeah, it all fits him good. I'm really digging this. I'm going to make a custom head. I added a beard to him.
Yeah.
I added a bit, but I'm going to do a custom head on it. But I'm real happy with that body shape for him.
I like
That's
how that
pretty
turned
awesome.
out. Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that it does bring it right back to those original concept drawings too.
Yeah.
Make sure to send a picture of that over to Adam for Battle Ram Blow.
Okay. Yeah.
He'd love to see that concept to life. Of course, now Mattel with their sketchbook series, they'll give us that in a couple of weeks.
Speaking of new Masterverse,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Got the new Shira out. Let's look at that face.
I like that shit.
Wow. Yeah.
I like everything but the face. The portrait is it looks like Charlotte Flair dead face. Like
the hair is pretty cool.
she took a couple of Xannies from Dr. Huxtable and then was made to stand there and take pictures.
I think
Flare on benzos.
Right.
I think she looks like Valeria after she comes back from the dead.
Yeah. Right. But no, I like the hair sculpt on that and the way they kind of made that shimmer and glow. That's actually really cool. I wasn't expecting that from the pictures that they showed. And the rest of her is phenomenal. Like absolutely everything else about that figure is great. It's just that portrait.
She needs a tan too, a little bit,
Yeah.
Well, you know,
a little bit.
He-Man was taking on, you know, Prince Adam was sitting in the tanning booth a little bit too long, and she didn't want to go with that phony ass bronzer.
hmm
He was like, if I don't get this tan just right, everybody's gonna figure out Prince Adam is He-Man, so you're gonna have to chill. So we had the in stock sale announcement, and again, for those of you who missed out on Ganesha the first drop, maybe we're still recovering from Dragon or whatever else it was that you were buying. Damn, My wire
And
keeps getting loose.
the older figures should still have the horseman prices, so they should be, you know, they don't have the new pricing. The older figures, I don't expect. So they'll be cheaper figures, and then they have the $10 shipping. No matter how much you buy, it's only $10. So
Right.
if you're interested
Right.
in any of those figures, this will be a really good time to grab them.
Yeah, because again, their new pricing is not that pre-order price anymore. It's now going to be their table cost, and they've raised their table cost price. They lowered the retailer's price, so that way they were even. And this way, when they do shows, people are doing more than just standing in the Four Horsemen line to get their figures. Now they're actually going to buy them from the retailers. It's a really, really cool move on their part.
I bought a Gideon today from the Horseman table, and it was $50. So it was
Right.
retail
Yeah.
price. Yep.
Yeah. Like it's the same price I paid for mine 2 weeks ago when I went into Eternity of Dreams. And
Right.
like, yeah, it was cool when you could go to the show and it was a couple bucks cheaper. But this is just showing that level of respect that they have for their retailers, where they realize,
yeah,
we're doing more shows and we're severely undercutting our retailers at these shows, and that's not fair to them. So,
you know, yeah, vendors couldn't compete. You know, like it was just a cool move on their part. So,
and again, it's different if the Horsemen were only doing a handful of shows a year, right? But like you've seen their schedule, it's busy. So that's a lot of money, lot of money that they're taking out of the retailer's hands. And that's, you know, again, they call them their business partners, right? Like these are the guys that are buying the bulk amount of the stock. As much as we all like to think that all of us fans are the ones buying like all crazy amounts of figures. Look, I cherry pick out of every wave. I have yet to buy an all in if it wasn't a figure obscura. So, you know, like I'm not the one that's buying the bulk of this stuff. It's really, really, you know, the retailers that are buying the bulk of it.
Right.
And we got Roger joining us saying, Kenzo, Oz, hello all. What's up, brother? Hey, Roger, let me know if you want the link, dude. I'll drop you the link. Come hang out with us.
Bring Roger.
Oh,
on.
that was somebody that I forgot.
I love that guy.
Faker Battle Cat was there.
Oh yeah, he was out there, huh? Yeah.
Nice. And he came up to me and he's like, "Hey, can I get a picture?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." I had no idea who it was.
Isn't that the weirdest?
You're taller than I ever thought you would be.
He didn't say that, which was weird.
Well,
because I'm used to that now. Yeah.
So there's always that feeling of the people you know and you want to get selfies with, right? But when you start to have the people you don't recognize because you haven't seen them live, when they approach you and they want a selfie with you, that is still such a very surreal freaking feeling.
Yeah,
because
well,
it's like
I feel like I know him, like we've traded figures before and stuff, but always over chats. You know, like I had no idea what he looked like. So
yeah,
when he introduced himself, I was like, "Holy cow, dude! Right on!" You know. But,
I got the chance to spend a little bit of time with him on one of Kenny's streams.
Oh,
you know, and that was cool. First time meeting him, and again, he's a guy who's very heavy Motu. That's really, really getting into the Mythic Legions and everything like that.
Yeah,
you know, he's slowly trying to help us turn Kenny into one of us.
Nope. Sorry.
Kenny's got his limits. He knows.
Yeah, I'm nope, can't do it.
The first time that happened to me was when I went to PowerCon in 23. I had, for the first time, people come up to me and be like, "Oh man, I've seen your channel," and stuff like that, or call my name from across the hall or something like that. I'm like, "How do you know who I am?" And it's like, "I've seen you on YouTube." It's like, oh cool.
It's a very surreal feeling when you have people coming up and saying, "Hey," you know.
I don't even have my own channel. I just bum around on everybody else's stuff and people recognize
Yeah,
me.
I do a lot of haunt shows, and I have another channel which is a haunted house YouTube channel, and that one has about 150,000 subscribers or so, and it's a lot of pictures and I have a catchphrase on it, and people will show me a tattoo that they got of my go make stuff that I say at the end of the videos, and it's crazy. It just by sharing, it's amazing how you affect people. You know,
It
Yeah.
gets intense.
Definitely. I see Curtis in the audience. I know Alan, you blew his mind at that show.
Curtis, check your inbox, buddy. I just pulled it up and saw your message, brother.
He was like, Alan's a superstar in that community.
I've been in that game a long time, so I'm
I
new,
said I
I'm
was-
new to making toys. You know,
Right.
I was bummed out, totally bummed out that I had to actually go ahead and miss Alan last weekend. But at that same time, I did spend my weekend doing something that really mattered to me.
Oh, yeah.
In a big way. Like I said, I can't, you know, I definitely cannot go back on those proud dad moments that I had last weekend. And even this week, I got some pictures of him out there fishing, and I was like, hell yeah.
Tony Figs.
We got Tony's Figs in the house. What's up, fam? What's going on, Tony?
hello.
All right. Now, we got somebody joining the stage. You guys may not recognize him because it's been a long time since he's been here, but I got him coming on right now. We have the man highly in dread. You guys seen him in the chat. He's joining us here live. He's got a custom he wants to show off. And also joining us all the way from the West Coast, we have the inevitable Curtis Ackerman. What is up, brother?
What's up, Curtis?
Let's give some full screen here. Ooh.
That's my Savage Hordak.
Yeah, Savage, no doubt. Was that Anti-Eternia body?
It's Anti-Eternia, the torso and the arms, the hands are Hordaks, the boots are Hordaks, Hordak's armband,
Well, that's cool.
But then giving him the Stratos backpack.
Stratos backpack, and the crossbow from Turtles of Grayskull Shredder.
Very cool. That's kick ass, man.
Little commando Hordak action. That's cool.
I dig it. Curtis, my brother, how are you feeling, sir? You're not like drop dead tired, are you?
I'm a little tired. We just got back from the wedding. My connection's pretty crappy here at the hotel, so if I drop off, that's why.
Congratulations, Curtis.
Thank you.
It's a big step today. Not only did you get her, get her out of the house, now you got her married off. Did you get a nice dowry price that you go spend at the
two chickens and a pig. So he worked out pretty well. Yeah. Made off like a bandit.
I got nothing.
You got one less headache. That's what you got, and that's reward enough.
Yeah. I got to see Joe and Thanos, so I got that.
Oh yeah.
That's what Joe was telling us. He was like, yeah, I got back after getting breakfast, and Curtis and Thanos were like first in line, so I got the cut in front of everybody. Bunch of suckers.
No, those were the only two. They weren't just the first in line. They were the only two there. So, yeah.
That's always good, because that way, you really didn't cut.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta get your priorities straight, Do you want a barbarian or do you want a coffee?
Right. I would have cut in line. I would have. There was just nobody else there. So
He'd have flipped that knife out real quick.
There's no knife. I didn't.
He almost flipped one out on Todd in the chat tonight.
All Joe has to do is show that mustache, and people just step aside anyway.
Iz Ramirez actually thanked me for bringing my mustache to the Mythic meetup. So
that's awesome. That is totally awesome.
I thought that was pretty hilarious. Yeah.
So look, like my week's feeling a little bit better. If it feels a little bit more regular now, I've got to spend time again with Joe and Curtis. Like it's not quite some off world, but you know what? We still got to do that this week. Because I was missing that last night. I was missing that.
I was too.
Yeah,
right.
It was
I'm just a watcher, but it's a Friday tradition now.
Mm-hmm. It's not very often that we don't have them, but every great once in a while, it's going to happen, I suppose. But we'll try not to let it be a regular thing for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Allison says, I'm a barbarian if I don't have my coffee. I once smacked some girl who told me Happy Monday before the caffeine kicked in. Well, you know what? I bet she appreciated you giving her that extra wake up that morning because you slapped the caffeine into her. So I did want to say,
with Kenzo looking like Paul Tutter Jr. from American Choppers.
Well, he's about to build you a really nice bike, and you're going to tell him it wasn't good enough, and then you two are going to argue, and somebody's going to throw chairs. I have to do an OCC episode of Clubhouse.
I knew my connection's not going to last long, so I had to get my Kenzo knock in while I could.
I was on mute.
Give him that clap back, Kenny.
I saw you. Yeah, I saw you call me number one. It's cool.
You're always number one in my book, Curtis. I didn't even hear what you're saying, honestly.
Hey guys, I think
I
might come back on later, but I'm gonna go.
Later, Dead Man.
I'm gonna hang out with my wife before she goes to bed.
For sure,
Right
Dead
on,
Man.
man.
We'll be
Hey, have
here
a good
until
night.
like 4 a.m.
All right. Well, you guys have a good evening. Maybe I'll see you later.
All right, brother.
Hey,
Have a
Dead
good one.
Man.
So I did want to say, Blake did send me a message. Blake, his internet had a hiccup, and that's why he had dropped off. But he said he was going to go head to bed, and said good night to everybody. And of course, we always appreciate having Blake join us. And I did want to shout out a couple other people coming in the chat here. We got Ron Hyperdelic saying, yo, 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 what's up, my dudes? We got Dre in the house. Dre the Geek Dad saying, yo, yo. And we have Dave's Dimension joining us from the Outer Dimensions. Him and Dre do that show on Friday nights. They got some familiar guests lined up coming up in the next few weeks. Had a couple of us on already. So, guys, keep an eye on that channel.
Probably a bunch of hacks coming on.
Yeah, a bunch of wannabe YouTubers that think they're hot shit. So, man, because I talk to people in group chats so much, I was trying to sit here and find the last time I'd messaged Roger using Instagram on the computer, which, by the way, if y'all are used to using Instagram on your phone, the computer really sucks. I forgot where the search function was, and I just found it. There we go.
Well, my internet connection here at the hotel is really laggy, so I'm going to log off. But you guys have a great night.
Thank you for joining us, Curtis. Good to have you.
Yeah, even Kenzo. I still love Kenzo. Bye, guys.
Later.
See you later, brother. I mean, and that's truly what it is, right? This is a brotherhood of all, like we use the term community, but it's definitely more of a brotherhood. We all rib each other. We'll bust some balls, but at the end of the day, we all love each other like family. And that's one of the reasons why we bust each other's balls so much. Cause, the moment somebody outside the fam tries to bust one of our balls, I feel sorry for that poor motherfucker.
Well, that's like we all came from that generation that like your friends ragged on you worse than an enemy did, and the minute an enemy did it, they were in for it. Like,
oh yeah. Allison says Curtis only lasted 7 minutes, but she hears that's typical. I mean, they got pills to help out.
Curtis is the type of guy that want to cuddle afterwards. So
Yeah, he would.
Probably
He would.
cries after too.
yeah.
But he certainly likes being a little spoon. That's what I heard. Every once in a while, it's nice to be the little spoon, though.
I think that's just because you're short.
I am not short, Corey. Shorter than you, yes, but I am not short. 5'11" is by no means short.
Sorry, it just came to mind. I had to say it.
True enough. And we got Madsen in the house saying nerds. Long day, free comic book day, followed by Scarborough Fair Renfest. Now taking action fig picks. Well, we're glad you're here, Madsen. Thank you for joining us.
Hold on. You were at Scarborough today?
That's
Did you
what
go
he
to
said.
the Mythical Monster Museum? That's my museum.
Hey, there you go.
Had a great day out there. Very busy day at fair. I wasn't there. I'm kind of nursing a sinus infection, so I'm not feeling 100%. But yeah, that's cool. Out at Scarborough. Great.
There you go. And K-Roll mentioned she's the short one between us siblings, and that's the truth. She is the short one out of us. She did not get the same height genes that I got. Actually, I'm the tallest one in the family now. That's, yeah. I mean, that happened years ago anyway, but my Uncle Steve, he was the next tallest one in the family, and now he's shorter than I am, as, you know, he's getting older and over 70. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty
It's just
sure
like-
I'm shrinking. I'm just still not as small as everyone thinks I am.
Again, everybody hears that you work in a mine and they just picture you're like this tall, positions of camera and everything like that. And,
Yep.
you know, that's what they get in their head. And, you know, now it's then they
I was
come meet
talking
you.
about that today. I got to get the metal helmet with the candle on the front, you know, and my pickaxe and a canary in a cage.
That'd be awesome. Just better hope the canary makes it back, though.
They're expendable.
What is that dude on the left with the hands?
That looks like Mr. Bloom.
That's actually Scarecrow.
Scarecrow from
But-
which?
I believe it's Last Night on Earth Scarecrow.
He reminds me of Mr. Bloom.
But
And then I
was
recognize the Robin from the oh, what were they calling it?
Frozen something.
Yeah. Because that was the one that had the really cool looking, like, Mr. Freeze.
But I'm gonna pair this with the Western Batman when I get it. And then
Okay.
put him like on the side.
I hear you, Matthew.
No, that totally works. Oh, so he says, if you saw the dreaded Pirate Roberts today, that was Matthew, which is badass.
Gotcha.
We all have that respect. Oh, and Carol's saying that's the only one that she needs out of the three from that. She needed that Robin.
Well, it's on sale for $13 at McFarlane.
There you go, Carol. Just got to buy direct from Todd. Todd Father will hook you up for $13. All right. So as per normal, we got to talk a little bit more about Mythic Legions because we had a big news drop this week outside of just the in-stock sale. This week we learned, if you guys tuned in on Wednesday night on the Four Horsemen channel or Mythic Customs channel, which is Jeremy Gerard's channel, he does Mythic Conversations on Wednesdays. And they teased earlier that they were going to be doing a bit of a reveal. And they announced the first con exclusives for Legions Con this year with the Tale of the Crossroads. Now, look, folks, I am not going to pretend that I can pronounce the name of these crossroads in the language from Mythos, because I'm not even sure Jeremy knew how to pronounce it when he was live. I went back and tried to watch it a couple times to get it, and I'm still not quite sure. But we did get our first look. Now, you're going to see 4 characters. Now, keep in mind, this isn't like in previous years where they did the Furious 4 and they were 2-packs, or like last year when we got 2-packs. These are single figures, but you're going to have 2 builds for each figure.
Yeah, they're a deluxe figure.
Yes. And they will come in that deluxe figure box. So, like, if you guys picked up the ones from the video game or the Aether Blade, that's what it's going to be like. Or even if more recently you have picked up the, Belulith or the Undead Legion builder, it's going to be in a box like that. All right, we got Figure Fight Club in the house saying, jumping in to say hi, fellas. What's going on, brother? Good to have you here, man. If you ever want to jump on live with us, send me a message, man. We shoot you a link. So it is said there is an ancient place in Mythos known as whatever the fuck that is, or which translated into English as the Dark Pathways, more commonly referred to as the Crossroads. This area does not appear on any map of the realm, and most believe it to be nothing more than a legend passed down since the earliest days of Mythos. The tale of the Crossroads states that finding this hidden place is only the first step of one's journey. Once you have found the dark pathways, you must select which path you will walk and which keeper you will face. So there are 4 keepers, because when you come to a crossroads, 4-way intersection, and all I know, stupid fucking roundabout in the middle of it. Okay, this is like a 4-way stop, and then you're going to pick where you're going.
So
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't there only be 3 ways since you had to come from one way?
Nah, we just airdropped you into that shit.
Okay, just making sure.
I was just going to ask for anybody that's been to Jersey, does this Crossroads have jug handles?
If it does, you got to go about 2 miles past the intersection and make 4 rights to come back around.
Back to where you wanted to be.
I was going to say, if so, you can't turn left.
Right?
Yep.
You cannot turn left because they don't know fucking how. Oh, man. So the first build that they showed off here is the Warrior. So it says, for one who seeks power, there is the way of the warrior, powerful and unforgiving. He must be bested in combat by those who hope to achieve victory in battle and enjoy the spoils of a conqueror. Lose to the warrior, and your blood will forever stain the pathway where he stands as a reminder that he who reaches for glory all too often find this road ends in the dirt. Which, mind you, having him stand on top of like that blood trail from the Mask of the Red Death might be a pretty cool look, considering that little tidbit there.
Hell yeah.
So you see he's pretty much this kind of like big, bulkier knight. And Todd says, look like he's about to break dance. Which, yeah, he's got them feet. He's about to go into a dance, maybe a
About
little
to break dance on your ass.
That's right. There are 3 ways, and they get messy. Ooh, they do. Because next up, after the warrior... Oh, no. I thought we got introduced to the nymph. But they probably, you know what, I think they posted.
No, on the post they did, because this is one figure.
Right.
So they did them.
Both the builds.
Yeah, like the warrior and the revenant are the same figure, so they did a post of them together, and then the other 2. So.
Got it. So here it says, the darkest of path leads to the revenant. Any who are foolish enough to wish for immortality must face this dreaded apparition. No one knows what horrors await those who tread upon the revenant's road, for it is said that one who escapes this spirit finds that the immortality they seek is not a gift, but a curse. There is no defeating the revenant, for death can never be bested. So again, we get a little bit more of that skeleton. Again, all of these are strictly reused parts. None of these are any new parts or anything. Jeremy has said over and over again that these con exclusive figures like this, one of the rules they have is that it has to come from the existing tooled library, because otherwise they might not be able to have the figure in time for the con. Yeah. So All of the exclusives are all existing parts.
Yeah, that figure looks like it's straight out of Dark Souls.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it comes with an extra torso, which is cool. That's pretty uncommon, you know.
Okay, yeah. So here it is. I'm sorry. Like when I
Breakdown,
thought this was after the 2 figure builds were shown. This is everything you're going to get in the Warrior / Revenant pack.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see we got the bigger Greaves here. This is from, who did they say this was from, Joe? You remember better than me.
Now is not the time to be asking me to remember stuff.
There we go. Joe told you guys he can't fucking remember.
I can't remember. It was one of the newer ones. That's a new set. Had to be from something that just come out. I'd have to go look.
Right, one of the more recent ones, because a lot of this is parts from more recent figures. So you get everything here. You're going to get a zombie head and a zombie neck piece, but it's painted up in the scaphoid colors.
Yeah, you know, that was something I was actually really happy about because each of these figures comes with a head color match to scaphoid, and I have 2 extra scaphoids. So
right, so now
I'm going to have a mini scaphoid army of official stuff. So
yeah, I agree. Cool. But I mean, they give you all the parts to build either figure, and it's telling you here the faceplate is only going to be available in the Legions Con edition.
Right.
So that's important to know because, again, when it's a con exclusive like this, that means there are exclusive parts that are not going to be available in the regular edition. They're still going to give you everything you need to make both builds, but this is going to be like an additional piece. And it's this faceplate. The one that's coming with it here that you see is going to be available from my understanding.
Yeah, that's the standard one.
Yeah. It's and just this one here is the
that plate that goes in the helm that came this for Aldrich. Yeah, it goes in there. And it's color matched to the figure that's in the in-stock sale, Lady Averona. It's color matched to Averona, so it'll be like her brother.
Lady Averona.
So this is pretty sick, and I definitely want at least 2, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
That very heavily weathered armor just looks amazing. Like it looks really, really good. These parts here that are on the Barbarian too just look really, really good. You know, for the pauldrons for it with the like broken chainmail kind of hanging down underneath. Yeah, outstanding builds, great looking figures. So then we get into the female character. Again, this is going to be a single figure with 2 different builds that you can do. So for this one, it says, for those whose hearts are softer and who seek the love of another, the path of the nymph should be chosen. Solve her riddles without going mad, and the boon she will grant can win the heart of any you so desire. Fail to escape from the nymph's challenges, however, and you will forever be in her thrall as one of her mindless, besotted followers. Transformed into a mouse, you will trail in the nymph's shadow forever, hoping for a glimpse of that which you love, but can never have.
So I feel like that kind of works out. I'm already mostly mindless, so
I would be angry if someone turned me into a mouse. I'd be very upset.
Yeah.
Full of mouse rage.
Teeny tiny mouse rage. So again, this is really cool here. You're going to recognize some parts we've already seen. This is using the most parts from the Ghost of Christmas Past. Of course, the torso-wise, Jeremy could not remember whether this was Alithia or whether it was Bastet. Yeah, he was having trouble remembering which of those the torso came from, but it's got that kind of wrapped look to it. And again, you can see here for the head and everything like that, like, boom, on to the next. Her sister. Opposite of the nymph is her terrible sister, the Shirelle. This creature does not promise love, but retribution, and those who seek vengeance must walk in her footsteps. Like her sister, to best the Shirelle, one must master the puzzles she presents. Those who fail do not give their heart to her, but rather their flesh. The Shirelle consumes those she defeats, their souls forever tethered to the unending pain of this monster's existence, while she carries their head in her cage as a warning to others who choose the road of revenge. So again, great parts. We see some reuse here automatically from Belulith, which is great. Again, goes to Christmas Past with the head and the swappable hairs. So this is everything that's going to come in this pack for you to get these two builds. And again, it's going to be totally another one that I want to get two of. So the nymph comes with these fairy wings, these wings have not been available for a while.
Right.
You can see all the alternate heads. So you got the Queen Urxa head, which hasn't been available since that figure. It was the last time this head was available. As well as we got that Ziri head, but again, painted up differently, just like we saw with those head packs that just recently released. So just repainting that amazing head sculpt. You got some extra spell effect here. You can pop this part of the staff off to pop this part on, so that way it can carry the cage, or it can be like that spellcaster. But then you got this piece here, and this was with Bryophytus, if I remember correctly. I think Bryophytus has this one.
Yeah, he does. He does. It's come with a few different characters.
Yeah. That's just the one that I got it with. That's how I know it.
Right.
But the top portion of this here, you could put a head on that. Mm-hmm. And they're able to put that inside this cage that, again, was from Belula. And you could pop the zombie head right on top of that. And again, this zombie head is painted up to match the scaphoid colors.
Yep.
So that is, again, something that's going to be really, really awesome. And they don't show it pictured here, but she will also be coming with the mouse that is currently with Ganesha. That's weird. I thought it was.
That is really strange, because I thought it was in that picture.
I know it's in one of the pictures, or I thought it was. So you can see, no, it's not in any of these pictures. Okay.
Yeah, that is kind of weird. I could have sworn.
I thought it was when he had the stream on.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Right? Okay. Joe, I'm glad you're here, because otherwise I would have thought I was going mad about that.
Yeah. No, because I remember I was joking with somebody. That guy, I can't remember his name, but I was like, yeah, it's the second official mouse from Four Horsemen.
Right?
You know?
So for anybody who's wondering, I'll pop that guy out of the plastic here in just a moment. There's just so much stuff that comes.
So what's the articulation like on that mouse?
There is none.
There is none. It's a static piece.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oz, you said that head was from another figure. Which one was it?
Which head?
Because there's all of them been available since, and I couldn't hear who you said.
Queen Urxa. That's this head right here at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Some of this looks really familiar to a figure just got, and I don't remember her name, but she's like kind of zombie-ish, and I think she's like purple. Like her clothes are like purple, and I want to say she's like a witch or something.
That's Grace Taylor.
Yes.
Which the skin tone of this figure is meant to match. Okay. Also, the white hair.
Okay.
I don't think either one of these hairs are hers.
Got it. I guess
but
it looked familiar, and I was like,
yep.
That's what it reminded me of. And then you said it hadn't been available since. I couldn't hear who you said, so.
All right, so the mouse is in Trevor's lifestyle shot, so it might not be included with the actual release. Jeremy definitely said they will be packing the mouse in, because the original thing that he wanted to go in the cage was the mouse.
The mouse, yeah.
And it wouldn't fit because of the tail, so they were able to repurpose and do the chain. But for those that wanted to see the mouse, truthfully, it's more of a rat than a mouse.
Yeah.
It's definitely far too big to be a mouse. But again, it's really cool. Comes in the Ganesha set, and again, if you're able to get this set, this is not going to be an exclusive piece. I don't believe. I think only I forget what the Urxa head. I think he mentioned was going to be one of the exclusive ones. I don't know. Let me see, because they did announce. Oh, hit the wrong button here. Okay, so the Ziri head is going to be exclusive to Legion's Con, and the Urxa head are going to be exclusive to Legion's Con.
Which those look amazing. I want to put those with my vampires.
I agree.
Yeah.
And here you see that head of that staff inside the cage with the zombie head mounted on it. Because again, it just looks really good. Looks like it fits. This is another one where I want to get at least 2 to do the individual builds, but I wouldn't mind doing a couple more because I'm loving the black eyes and black hair.
Yeah, the announcement of this set negatively affected my budget for Legion's Con. So,
right, because you realize you got to spend a bunch just to get.
Yeah, because I want 4 of them so that way I have all 4 builds.
And you kind of see the wings on the nymph here a little bit better. Outstanding, though. These are going to be really cool. And again, these are just the first exclusives that they announced because they're going to be doing more. They will announce more as time goes on. So, yeah, absolutely great to see that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for the scaphoid heads.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
All right, now apparently I've lost us all. Hold on.
Oh, we're in the void.
There we go. It's where we all belong anyway.
Yeah, because the scaphoid is a character, but the green skeletons are magic users, spellcasters.
Right, that died.
That died in Necronominous Rays. That the magic is still like inundating their skeletons. So it's not just a character. There's actually I'm looking forward to having some extra official heads on that.
So I did want to shout out, of course, as we have more people coming. Oh, impotent rage, just like a rat in a cage. There you go. Smashing Pumpkins reference, folks. We got SCS Dog saying aloha, all late check-in style. Well, brother, we're glad you're here, no matter when you show up. Adam, if you got time and you want to join us, man, feel free to hop on. We miss you, brother. We got Master Versal Toy Hunter Eldor joining us in the chat saying, good evening there, sir, and all. Good to see you, brother. He's been making some good progress on a couple customs he's been doing.
Hell yeah. But all right, fellas, I'm out of gas. So I think I'm gonna have to call it a night. I gotta get some sleep. Oh, right when
Hey,
Cobb
Joe.
shows up too. I swear I'm not running away from you, Cobb.
Yeah, you smelt me coming.
I was like, oh, that guy's coming. I got to get out of here. No, I'm kidding. I'm exhausted just all the driving and stuff today. But thanks for having me on. As always, super cool hanging out with you guys. And you guys have a good night.
See you, Joe.
Have a great night, brother. Cobb, good to have you joining us, my brother. Thank you for being here tonight.
Yeah. Just came from the movie theater, saw a Thunderbolt movie. No spoilers. Pretty good.
Man, Brick came on earlier, not to make us jealous that he was going to see Thunderbolts. He was seeing it for the second time because, there was a little Clubhouse in-person get-together yesterday where him and Thanos went to go see it together.
Oh, yeah.
Like, man, they're just leaving all the rest of us out of everything.
Right? Came and drive down here and get me.
Right? Hey, they did offer for you to be, to join them. I told you last week I got you a spot on Thanos' cousin's couch. Totally
right. Yeah, it was decent.
I'm excited for it, and the more I keep hearing from everybody else, the more I want to see it. So
I kept seeing everything. The hype though is the best movie since Endgame. This and that, and I was like, it was good.
Right.
There hasn't been a lot good since Endgame, though. I mean, the Strange one was pretty good.
I don't know. I mean, I think everything's got its own place to tell a little bit more and a little bit more of the story as it builds, and that's what I like about it. This one I just feel slower.
Spider-Man,
I'm
No Way
pretty good as
Home
long
was
as my
pretty
kids
good.
enjoy it, then because I go with them to go see it. But I only can play with Love and Thunder. Love and Thunder, I was rolling my eyes the whole movie.
Yeah.
You know, I like Todd's saying right here, who needs the Thunderbolts when you got the Clubhouse, right? Like, who needs to go see the? Who needs to
He's
go
got
see
the
the
asterisk,
big?
the asterisk too.
Right. We got the Clubhouse here, folks. You know, that's where the real show is.
I got both of best of both worlds, I guess.
Yeah, and it's a way cheaper budget.
Definitely. I mean, I'm free, but I accept super chats. Oh, so yeah, again, I was talking a little bit before we went live about it. And actually, yeah, it was before we went live. So last week I announced that I was going to be starting channel memberships, only to find out that I can't fucking do channel memberships because I do not have a channel membership tab in my earn section on my YouTube. I followed everything they had in their little help article about how to set up your channel memberships. I meet all the requirements and eligibility. I just don't have a fucking channel membership tab. So unfortunately, folks,
That's weird.
I can't do the channel memberships. I do have the Patreon if you guys want to sign up for that. That is $3 a month. I've got free memberships, but the free memberships doesn't get you the invite to the group chat and now like that. But I do have a couple of free members. And really, I need to get back to paying more attention to that and doing more with it. Just to try to help, you know, again, do anytime I do anything with Ken, I definitely throw up the early access as soon as he tells me I can. See what I did there? I throw up early access to the Patreons for our projects together because, you know, he allows me to do that, which is always a cool perk. But I do need to get more involved in that. But Alan, he sent me an email about a workshop coming up for channel membership, so I'm going to get on that. And I just did my registration tonight while we were going live. And this way, hopefully, when I do that workshop, I can bring up the fact that, hey, I don't have no fucking channel member button. It doesn't exist. It's not there for me, even though it should be. Yeah, well, because like that's the weird thing. I meet all the requirements, right? Like everything. Got the subscribers, got the more. I've had a surplus of those watch hours to the point where I was telling everybody for like a month straight to go watch everything from Kenny's channel and still didn't dip under the amount of watch hours needed to do all of that. So I don't know what's going on, guys. But
and I'm sure you would have found it if it was there. I mean, if I was able to set mine all up, I don't know nothing about nothing.
I did screen share with Ken last week while we were while we were offline. You know, we're doing the backstage, just kind of hanging out, talking after the show. I was sharing screen with him and showing, and it just wasn't there. And on the app, it ain't there. Like, I don't have a channel membership tab under
Kenzo? With Ken?
Kenny. Or, well,
okay,
Kenzo and Ken. They were both here.
Okay, because I was going to say, it should be fresh in Kenzo's head because he just did it.
Yeah, he just did it. And they were both telling me, yeah, you got to go to the Earn tab and then go to, the channel membership. And I'm like, what channel membership? There isn't one.
Because I was trying to help Tony, but that was back like right after I got all my stuff and I was telling him how to do it. And then once he got his, he was reaching out to me. I was like, man, I don't even remember no more. I was like, reach out to Kenzo now because he just did it.
Yeah, it just doesn't exist for me. So
that's strange. Yeah, it didn't give you the update.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out for the night. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out with me. And
always, Alan.
Wore this for you, Alan.
What's that?
So I wore this
oh,
for
you got a Beast Man on. Nice. Yeah, I got one too.
Everybody rocking that Beast Man love.
Beast Man.
All right. See y'all later.
Take care, Alan. Have a good night, brother. Thank you for joining us. As a matter of fact, had a request from our good friend Brian, Endless Fables, wanting to jump on. He's got some customizing questions. Well, we got some very talented customizers on screen here. And I know Bud hopped off. Bud might be jumping back.
Oh, Ken's was up here. I didn't even see Ken's.
That's because he was off screen before. It's all right.
Oh, okay. Because I kind of did like a little look around. I was like, oh, did you ask Kenzo? What's up, Kenzo?
What up, dog?
What up, dog?
And if you guys are missing out on the late night Insomniac chats on Fridays, what are you doing with yourselves?
That's fun.
I like jumping on when I can. It's just I'm not always up at that point because, you know, a lot of times it's after a long week of work. And then I've just gotten done doing a live show and I fall asleep before Insomniac comes on. Or my show runs into it and then I'm just like, I pop into the chat and say hey. Pop over to Jonathan's stream. Random diorama. Thank you.
Last night crafting show.
Yep. Well, a lot of times I'll go onto that because the smooth jazz music, like I won't even say that I'm in the chat, but I'll put that on in between his voice and the smooth jazz music. I'll just end up, you know, passing out. Like it's soothing. It's very soothing. I get on to Kenny's stream with the Insomniac. I'll be up all night because I'll get all riled up.
I'm all over the place.
But that's part of the fun, right?
I'm all up at that time. Yeah, watch out. Kenzo don't get sick of me on Fridays.
Heck no, man. I mean, that's kind of how it started, right? It was like that weekend that I was like having a hard time and stuff. And I was like, I don't want to be in this house in my own head all night. So started doing that and shit.
That's the way it
Kind of
goes.
seemed like everybody's like, you doing Friday? And I was like, yeah, sure. So that's the way it goes.
But that's how these friendships form. You know, it's how it keeps going. Because, like with me, you know, I started doing this thing as like a solo show on Monday nights, and then hey Brian, check your DMs. I just sent you the link, brother. But
Into a very inappropriate picture. No, I didn't. Just kidding.
Hey, look, all right. There's only one person who I like it when they send dick pics to my inbox, and that's John Emerald Knight Photos. He sends the best dick pics, man. Gets it with that nice wide brim hat, that wide headed yellow hat at the top, little dimples,
Big chin.
Get the big square chin, the prune face, looking like a whole bunch of wrinkly balls. He's got all the Mezco Dick Tracy figures, and whenever he takes his shots and all like that, and he sends it to different groups. I'm like, man, John sends the best dick pics ever. I never get tired of getting random dick pics from John in my inbox. Now that I've said that, any motherfuckers that think about sending me dick pics to my inbox, be warned.
I'm already on
Be warned. I will send you some shit.
Well, thank you, Alan. I appreciate it, sir.
That's right. Kenzo is a joy on Friday nights, and Brad Nam has a great show. Absolutely, man. I always
You know, with so much negativity, even though I'm wired from freaking end to end, at least I try to push a positive message. So,
all right. So we got Noob Guru here asking, do you think you could fight a dolphin in water? They got home court advantage there. Look, man, you don't want to fuck with dolphins in the water. You know that they actually...
They're smart.
I wouldn't fuck with one online.
Yeah, they are extremely
smart. Dolphin.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop the dolphin from fucking you. And I do mean that. Fucking
I watched
you.
one of those National Geographic things where they come up and they're like forcing the fish onto the shore so that when the water brings them back, they just kind of all eat them. Like that's like they're those some smart ass animals.
I wanted to show my dick on stream.
There you go. You got that dick. You got that dick in them short shorts.
Right?
John Stockton.
But
that's a sports reference,
did you send
guy.
the link to Brian Oz?
Yeah, I did. I totally sent it to him. You should have.
I just making sure.
You can send it to him again too, just to make sure. I know I sent it to him. I made sure it was him before I sent it.
Don't be sending no prolapse people that link, dude.
No prolapse. Brian's good. Endless Fables, he's awesome, man.
Yeah, Brian's a good guy.
One of the tribe. Actually, one of the hardest pushers outside of Brick and Adam for the AWOC. Just saying. But yeah, dolphins are known to rape people for fun. Yeah, that's a thing that they do. All right, he's trying to log on to the computer. There you go. Cobb's flexing some AWOC goodness. Yeah.
Everybody was going off. That's your first one?
Open it. Open it.
It's actually been opened.
Open it again.
Threw him back in the box because he was a place to put him.
Just trying to figure out where to fit him in. Tell you where to
Gets
fit
in
him
where
in.
he fits in, bro. It's right in the middle of Masterverse.
He fit right.
All my origins are in Ziploc bags individually, and they're all in totes. So I'm like, now I got room to just probably do master. Oh yeah, this whole tote, all freaking a couple of these just full of origins.
Yeah, I was just saying I earlier that, you know, for the first time in a long time, I just did a pre-order from BBTS for King Hiss, Turtles of Grayskull, and the oh yeah, we're getting some hard flexes with Cartoon Collection here. Both Kenny and Corey. Go ahead, hold it back up again, because Corey's even got the buzz off too. He's flexing.
Yeah, those are old. Just kidding.
Yeah.
All right.
Here.
Next week, Kenzo's going to get rid of all of his Masters Universe stuff and start exclusively collecting
Transformers. Hold on, Corey. All right, go ahead, match. Just kidding.
Oh, yeah. Benzo Charlotte Flair.
Actually, this is the real flex right there.
Yeah,
that Ninja is cool.
That Ninja is so good. And then again, like the way they gave him that Oni mask and thinking of like teaming him up with that new Eternia Jitsu that they gave that mask to. So good. Yeah, actually,
red eyes.
Hold on a second here. We'll do both. Got that one out, and then bam. Origins and Masterverse.
Wait till I come out with a Masterverse Samurai.
Right? Yeah, that Masterverse Samurai, they're probably going to take parts from Jitsu and parts from Ninja there. Put it out.
Well, that's
and then we got this sweet.
Oh.
Yeah, I wanted to get that exclusive BBTS Manhunter because he's gray, black, and red. I was like, oh man, I just want to go some kind of Hordak out of it.
And it looks gorgeous.
It does.
Yeah.
Don't paint it though, because then it won't be creative.
That's right. That's right. You're not allowed to paint customs. Just a pop and swap. Right. Drago Man.
Yeah, that was a good file. That was
wait,
Alien
what's the tail
sequel.
on that one? Show that tail on that one again. That's slick looking.
Mm-hmm.
I actually kind of like that tail more than I like the one that came with Leatherhead.
Well, and it's like a kit, so I mean it's all connected, so it's not
right.
no
articulation to it, but I still kind of like the look of it.
He did really good. He did a Masterverse kit also, but he actually sent me that as a gift. That was cool. Well, I've been plugging the hell out of his armor and stuff, and I was getting credit for it. So he kind of was like, "Here you go. Here's a gift." I was like, "Hell yeah!"
Well, Yurko was just showing, and you guys were showing earlier. I think Kenny, you posted it too. Yurko's got the. Just set up.
Printed that thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, the whole Doom Tower, man. That's insane. Like as much as that Crystal Palace had to take like different prints, that Doom Tower is.
I put that in the theater, man.
I put that file on all of the software that I have, and it's too huge on every. You got to do an FDM, of course, but it's just you've got to have a gigantic printer to. With FDM, because you can't do resin on that thing. It's just too big.
Insane. Yeah, we'll definitely have, oh man. Like it looks good. It looks really good. You gotta love the world's smallest stuff, man. That's how you can get Skeletor to play with himself.
First two.
Those were my first two
too. Free ones. Got me a couple of He-Man free ones from Halloween. They're giving them at a comic store.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah, I was shocked.
I got those two from Skelly, and then he also sent me a Bumblebee and a Roadblock.
Yeah, they were on sale. I had to get pieces for this custom I'm working on, and they were on sale on Big Bad Toy Store for like $5 or something like that. And so
Hard to beat.
I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll grab them. So yeah, I probably won't
Feels
take
like a sore dick. You can't beat it.
small and I'll lose them, but
And they got the accessories in there too, which is
Yeah.
the other crazy part. They're like in the little bag in there.
Yeah.
And it's like I'd really be beating myself up if I lost the accessories to those.
right. So I'm just gonna keep. I took them out of this, but I'm gonna keep them in this.
Right.
And now that I got places to actually show stuff off.
Looks good, man. Looks good. It's nice when you get to see the parts of the collection behind you.
Right.
Night on Ryu.
Honor you. Have a good night. Happy belated birthday, brother.
All right. What else we got?
Yep. Like how we all ran out of stuff to talk about. I'm actually gonna switch it up and go mobile here. It's not that we ran out of stuff to talk about. Like, I'm trying to remember because there was at least 3 announcements that I wanted to talk about, and now I can't remember what the other one was.
The Legions sale. That's what I was.
Yeah. We talked about the in-stock
figured
sale.
that. I'm trying to figure out shoulder pad wise. I took some off my brophytus. I don't know how to say his name, but the fuzzy loincloth and the shoulder pads.
Yep.
Thought it was looking all right, but I don't know. I want some different.
Pretty slick.
And I used a little AI and it threw on fuzz on the boots and shoulder pads on it, and it looks so freaking cool. I'm definitely gonna put some fuzz down here on the top of the boots, but I want some shoulder pads that kind of look more like that on maybe like more leathery or something. I think these look a little too night-like, but I like the color on it.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
That brass.
The fuzzy loincloth in the front now. So little by little. So I'm looking up pauldrons right now.
Right. Yeah, and you can find a lot of good pieces online. Plus, just look at what's going to be available in the in-stock sale and see if there's any figures on there.
I want to get a closer look at Swigs, actually. I think he kind of had leathery looking ones, I thought, but I was half awake last night or this morning when I was looking at him.
I don't know that they have Swig available anymore. He would still be in stock now.
No, it's the other goblin.
Snag, right? The one with the blue hood and the long nose. He might be available during the in-stock sale, but he goes quick.
Maybe that's what I saw. Yeah, like I said, I was half asleep. Actually, I was asleep. I woke up and just started scrolling on my phone. I was looking for shoulder pads.
All you got to do is just, first off, take a time machine, go back to the late 80s, going into the 90s. Shoulder pads were everywhere.
Right.
But, as far as that goes, like, if you want to get in on something like a Snag or like one of these ones that always goes super quick, like, you got to be fast and on top of it, because I had Snag in my cart, was in the process of checking out, trying to get it shipped to Bud. And as I was checking out, removed from cart and done. And that's when I did that messed up thing and was sending my order to the wrong address. Was sending it to Bud's address because I didn't change the address back to mine. And like the last time they did the in-stock sale, I was getting my whole order shipped to Bud.
Oh no!
And fortunately, I was able to write them an email, and that Diego got back to me real quick, got it all switched out, everything was good to go. But man, that messed me up. All right, hold on a second here.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember when we went to last time we went to Eternia, you and I, and we saw the animated Skeletor, and we were talking about the one with the Scully or whatever that has the interchangeable faces, and you're saying the regular one does too. They just glued on. Well, this one comes with
the faceplate.
With the translucent interchangeable faces. It's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. I know I need to bust out that V Friends. Have you done that already?
That's the one. Yep, that's the V Friends. That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because that one has it. But he was telling me because he has a friend that heated up the regular one, and it's done the same way. They just glue it on, and it's like, oh, well, that's kind of
yeah. That's what I thought. It looked size wise like the regular cartoon one.
Yeah, it is. But I don't like that this helmet does not stay on. This invisibility helmet, it like doesn't.
Oh, I know. It's so weird. It looks
just
goofy
sits
already.
on top. It doesn't like clip on at all.
I tried cramming it on there too, and then I put them in a bag and just popped right off. I was like, "Ah, hell with it."
Yeah.
What's up,
This
Adam?
is just gonna go in here with the other face so I don't lose it.
Adam joining us. What is up, brother? It's been a while since we've seen you here. It's good to have you back.
It's been a while. Yeah, I was. My wife. This is like the first Saturday night where I haven't actually had a whole lot going on, and my wife was like, "Hey, how come you're not on Oz?" And I was like, I guess I should probably jump on. It's been a while.
Look,
I
attendance
dropped in
is
and out
never
in chat,
required.
but
Right.
yeah, it's been busy. Cobb Swig has leather pauldrons. The other one, a good option because it's a good builder, is the brown leather armory knight.
Oh yeah, he's still available now too. It all depends on how much you want to spend for the figure.
True.
The more popular one, so higher priced.
They're $45.
Yeah, they're 45, but you get a lot of cool parts from them too, though. It all depends on how much you want to invest into the
It's
swap.
right there on the
pop
thing.
swap.
So the brown leather armory knight.
Yeah. For me, that brown leather armory knight, that's a great just parts kit. Like, it's a good figure to buy because it's not a named figure, named character, or whatever. You just buy it because you want the pauldrons, because you want the chest armor and the skirting and all the like.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of brown leather parts in there that you don't see many other places. So
yeah,
yeah,
I like those leather parts a lot more than some of the metal armor, just because of I like Xylona's flock. I like the more kind of earthen sort of looking thing. So the leather parts really work. So
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Adam. I'm the same way because I do value those little leather pieces a little bit more than some of the other ones. That, you just see them over and over and over again, and it kind of, it can get a little old. So it's nice when you got the options. And yeah, I was just pulling it up. So you got these. I think the Undead of Vikingfell came with them too. Now that I think about it,
yeah, there's a few recent ones that have had it, but those are. I was looking on when you said that, Cobb, I was just looking on the shelf to see where I could see. I know that I had some, so.
Well, when you're digging through, Oz, have you seen any that the brown kind of matches up with the brown with that barbarian? That's what kind of I'm going for. That's why I was like that Brofighters matches up pretty good.
Yeah, my only problem is I don't know if it's something that I plan on using with one of the other figures.
Oh no, I mean just if you see something that way, I can see it visually. I'll still look for it on my own.
Well, I was going to say that, I just dropped it back in here and I can't find it now.
Especially even from the gunmetal. I don't know. I like the way this brown looks on them.
Well, this is a copper bronze one that's a little more rounded and less spiky. I think that might be what you got in your hand right there too.
Yeah, that's what I had on him right now. Yeah.
All right,
You've got the Brofighters one, Cobb. I think Oz, you've got the what is it? The Dwarf Legion Builder one.
It might be a Dwarf Legion Builder.
Darker, it's browner. Brofighters has more of a bronze one.
I have that.
Right.
I have a Dwarf Legion Builder. I'm not sure the same one.
Well, it's also tough for me to figure out because I know I got a bunch of parts from Jesse and Sean early on. Okay, so this one is brown. Somebody with controls and big and
yeah. That color matches, but I don't like the way it looked.
So Alan says he can send you the shoulder pads for Swig, Cobb.
There you go.
Oh, all right, Alan. I'll get with you. Let me check out some pictures of them and see what they look like exactly, and then I'll.
And we got Brian joining us here. Second time on the clubhouse. What is up, brother?
We got a lot of stuff because of Alan lately. I picked up that Mandarin Spawn for some parts. Got those weapons he was talking about. I forgot what else I was talking about the other night. I was like, man, Alan got me doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's because Alan's always shopping for parts. And like, even if he doesn't know what he wants to do with it yet, he'll buy it because he's like, there's potential in its future. Let me try to see if I can slide.
I do the same thing. Agreed.
Which, Corey, by the way, you and I still got to meet up soon so I can give you all these vintage,
right. Those vintage
He-Man stuff because all the where's the T? Like, dude, I'm telling you, it's like bags and bags of vintage stuff. Some of the stuff's already like in bags together to make the where's the T characters.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And then there's just like other bags that are just like extra parts and stuff like that.
Nice.
So yeah, you can see where Curtis was, going to build them. And like one of the more difficult ones, it's like the head with the Prince Adam or He-Man head with the goatee already on it.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So that way you don't even have to worry about making the goatee or adding one to it. It's already there.
Very cool. Yeah, I've been wanting to do that even in like as Origins figures. I just haven't gotten around to it because I have all the parts. Like,
Did you say Swig was sold out? It looks like he's here.
Well, I know they were starting to run low. Like they only have a few left because of all the hyping we've been doing since last year on the Swig.
Got 1,000 people trying to grab one.
Hey, even if the Horsemen run out, you can still pick one up at your local retailer pretty cheap too. So, Brian, you had some questions about customizing. Well, we got some of the best customizers in the business here.
All right. I wanting to remove hair off of King Kong. I've got the 14-inch King Kong. I think that's the one it is. It's this one.
So you're trying to remove hair from it?
Yeah, I'm trying to remove hair from the legs and the arms and the back.
What's that made out of?
Yeah, lint roller.
Is that blow molded?
Yes, but it's very thick.
can you embiggen me real quick?
Sandpaper's your friend.
I was just getting ready to say that. Yes.
Okay.
So this head that I literally just did it now while we were on Clubhouse. This is a Jitsu head that has hair, normally has hair and all that.
Yeah, I can't even recognize them.
With an X-Acto knife and sandpaper.
Okay.
I just made him bald. Literally.
I don't think he's going to be able to cut the Kong though. It's definitely going to need sandpaper because of the plastic.
You're going to want a sander, like not just hand sanding it will take you forever. Get like a palm sander or something like that.
Yeah.
And do good. You're gonna have good town. I wouldn't go like maybe 60 grit, but at least 150, and go to town. But just be careful of how hard you press it because that plastic's not going to be real thick. But once you get it all the way sanded, you can get one of these like little craft torches or whatever. You'll be able to, if you want the shine to come back a little bit, you can heat polish it. Yeah. Don't do it too much because you'll burn it. But you I think you can do the same thing probably with the heat gun. I don't know. I've never done it that way. But I've done it with this to just bring the natural color back to it and get the sanding off of it without applying.
A heat gun will do the same thing as long as you do it right.
Yeah. So that's the way. If I was going to do it, that's how I would do it.
All right. I didn't know if I could use some green stuff on it too or not.
Some what?
Green stuff. I think it's what it's called.
Oh, I've never used that. But if you wanted to sculpt over it, yeah, you could totally do that and fill in the stuff. some green stuff would probably work, or some like epoxy putty. Like I use Milliput because it gives you like
but
3 or 4
shit,
hours to
you're talking
do
an
it.
18-inch King Kong, full
Yeah,
arms and legs,
that'll
man.
take
That's going
you
to take
forever.
a lot of fucking sculpting.
I think you'd be better off sanding. Well,
either one's going to take a long time. But.
It is, but I feel like I feel like the sanding would be the quicker way.
Yeah.
But the putty would be adding the putty or whatever, you're going to add a lot of mass to the figure. So he's going to be heavier. But then you don't have to worry about sanding through it. So it's kind of one of those things that, like, honestly, like a mix of both might not even be a bad idea. Like sanding it down, and then you might have some places where you have to fill in with putty or something like that. Or
you could sand off at least like the high points, the little fur ends and stuff, and get the pointy parts down, so you can, at least when you're puttying, it's not a 1/4 inch thick, 1/8 inch thick. It's just
okay.
Yeah, so maybe a combination of the two. But yeah, I mean that would work, but I would sand it down first.
When I do something big, I do something big.
There's nothing wrong with that. I know I have a little thing about this big of that green stuff, and I think I've cracked the bottle once, and I think I don't even remember which figure I did it, but I think I used it for one thing, and I'm like, you know what? This takes too long. I'd rather do I think I did super glue and baby powder because I just needed something done quick. Yeah, epoxy sculpt. That's the same thing as like Milliput, isn't it, Kenzo?
I like the consistency better with this one. I used to do Milliput before, like the yellow, and yeah, I just once I started doing the epoxy sculpt, it's just a lot easier to work with, and I just like how you can. I don't know. I just like it better. It's just a personal preference,
Right. I've never used that one.
I think that green stuff for me was a little too sticky. Like it was a little sticky for me.
Okay.
So, yep.
Hopefully that helps. Where's the best place for epoxy sculpt, or where can I get it at?
I get the Milliput on Amazon. I don't know.
I order mine on Amazon as well. Yeah, it's a 2-parter. Yeah, you get the 2. Plus, the Milliput comes in those sticks or whatever, and I know these come in those nice tubs, so you get a little bit more out of it too. So,
okay.
And it does same thing. It gives you about a day or so a few hours at least, to where you can shape it and mold it and all that stuff, and then within a day it'll be nice and solid.
Yeah. This usually.
I used to get that at Hobby Lobby. I used to get that Milliput at Hobby Lobby.
Oh, really? I've never gotten it. I've always only gotten it on Amazon. It's like $10.
Okay.
But like it gives you it's like I want to say it's like a 2-hour work time or whatever, and you can thin it out with water or alcohol.
Yeah.
And it cures in like 4 hours. And then
if you add water, it kind of gives you a little bit more work time and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's nice. It's good stuff.
But like for what you want to do, actually, once you got it sanded down a little bit, you could probably thin it out with like some water or alcohol, and you would get into those cracks a little easier. I don't know if you can do that with. I'm sure you can probably do that with the epoxy sculpt.
And then if it's too big, you sand it down. I mean, I connect all my 3D printed stuff. Like if I need to connect a bigger piece to another one, like that whole Crystal Castle, I used the epoxy sculpt across the parts that I needed to connect, and then I just sanded down the extra, and it connected real nicely. It just, like I said, it's a personal preference. It's not I don't think one's better than the other. I think both of them are pretty accurate as far as real similar as far as what they do.
Yeah.
So, yep. I'm not going to tell you that that's the best way to do it or that's the correct way to do it, because I'm a firm believer that there's not a right way. There's just different ways.
I understand.
Of course, anyone who watches me knows I end up pulling something weird out of my ass and it's like, I'll do this.
Well, if you're pulling weird things out of your ass, you're definitely on the right show.
Right?
We're known for prolapses and judgment.
Right?
All right. And you know what? Matthew is mentioning May the 4th be with you officially. As I said earlier tonight, if everything goes well tomorrow, there will be a special Ostradamus Toys live stream heading over to a friend's house where we are going to do an unboxing of his Razor Crest that has been sitting in its cardboard prison since it released. That's been a couple of years now. It's about time it gets out.
I was going to say Razor Crest. I was like, oh, I'm thinking the Ghost, which came out 3 or 4 months ago.
That's what
Crest
I said
is like
earlier.
3 years ago.
He kept saying that.
You want to join us, Adam? Be like open late early in the day.
That's on brand for me.
We've got the Thedos Copter joining us, saying, "Hey, everybody, what's going on, Thedos?
Thanos.
Hey, buddy, if you get it to work on us." I'm actually just surprised at how many people who were at the Mythic meetup today were able to jump on, considering I know that can be a pretty exhausting thing. And for a couple of the folks, they had a long drive afterwards. Me and Corey are from a relatively small state in Maryland. So like when we do a day trip or somewhere, we drive to another state. It could be like 2-3 hours back. 2-3 hours is not as bad. You could drive 2-3 hours in any direction in California and not even be out of the state.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's from where we're from, 2 hours in any direction, we're out of the state or in the ocean. I guess from one end to the other would take probably about 4.
To travel from the furthest tip of Maryland to the eastern shore, yeah.
West would probably be 4 hours, maybe
Be
5.
4 or 5 hours, depending on what part of the eastern shore, but yeah. And again, yeah, you go about 2.5 hours
8 hours
west, you're in the mountains. 3 hours to the east, you're in the ocean. So, like, we got a pretty awesome overall state to live in if you like change of scenery, because you can change it up a couple of different ways depending on where you're located at.
Absolutely.
I have to drive 4 hours west at about 100 miles an hour. No, that's not true. It's not 100 miles an hour. Where's it? 1.6? At about 80 miles an hour to get to the ocean. And I have to drive the equivalent in the other direction to get to the other side of the province. But if I go north, you can drive for like 2 days before you get to the border of Yukon, which is equivalently like Alaska.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're hitting Alaska territory at that point.
I totally forget that you're from Canada, and you're like, you said the Providence. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's over British Columbia, so like he's got Sasquatch country all around him.
When I fly into for Joe Fest, I fly to Atlanta and then drive for 2 hours to Augusta, Georgia.
Yeah.
And that's such an easy drive for me, because that's like, there's nothing like 2 hours for me to drive is pretty standard to get to anything.
Right.
We drove an hour today in each direction to a con in the next closest city.
Well, that's about like for me for driving for like if we were going to go to the Lehigh Valley show, I think that would have been like 3 or 4 hours.
Where was that at?
It would have been
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I think that's like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Is this what Carol was asking about?
I hate it when I go mobile, because the phone now, for some reason, when I'm bringing up StreamYard, doesn't always register that I'm doing something, and it'll take me off. But yeah, like it's funny. It actually would take me longer to get to the Lehigh Valley Toy Show than it would have for me to just drive up to Legion's Con.
Right.
Which is crazy how that works. But Pennsylvania's a big state. So K-Roll is asking, what's that green guy behind Adam? So talk about that sweet mealy figure that you have, Adam?
Have I not been on since I got this?
You showed it off a couple weeks
No,
ago, but I don't
I
think
think
Earl
you
was
did
here.
get it the last time you were on.
This is.
I don't know that you'd opened it yet.
Well, I didn't open it. It wasn't packaged.
Right.
This is a Defenders of Eden, Armies of Ashmore, Ghost Milwick test shot prototype, sort of first kind of press type thing. Now, anybody that has Spectrum Milwick knows that he is in fact blue.
Yeah.
But this was the first printed version of it that the factory sent to Matt Rodriguez, and it's very green. It's not the blue that it was supposed to be. So this is a 1 of 1. Like just it's fully functional. Like this is production figure. Glows in the dark. Does everything that it's supposed to do, except it's the wrong color. So.
And it's really freaking awesome. Love that green.
And this thing glows like a nightlight. It's so big and dense
that it.
When this thing's fully charged up, it'll glow for like a couple hours.
That's great. We got the Briscoe joining us in the chat, and Bud has rejoined us on screen, which means he is absolutely toasted, especially since we know we're seeing Bud's face.
On an adventure. So, like, I was switching from my phone to my PC. So I got off of the stream. But in between those thoughts, I was like, ooh, I should watch an episode of this show. I ended up watching 2 episodes of that.
What show?
Might have the newer MacGyver show.
Oh, that's a good show.
Which is actually pretty good. Like, I am a diehard for the, 80s version. But I'm surprised that this newer take is actually good.
Yeah, I got turned on to that by my buddy Corey. The guy who plays Havoc plays MacGyver in that one. Really good.
Yeah. But I got lost there. Then I wanted a snack, but I didn't want to get up. So I literally wheeled my chair from my computer to the dining room, to the kitchen, to the fridge, grabbed a snack, and then wheeled back in.
It just seems like it was so much more work to do that than
Oh
to get
my
up
god,
and
my legs were on fire from scooting my chair that's on wheels like a foot and a half every my sister turned around, she's like, really, Bud? And I had just showed her the bowl of food and she's like, good god.
I love that we're talking about the distance we have to travel to get places, and Bud's like, I gotta check in with these guys. I got something I need to talk about. It took him 6 hours to do that. That was
offer some deli potato
Gold
salad
cuts?
and coleslaw.
You guys got out of the state, eh? I got out of the room.
But not out of my chair.
Right?
Beat
You
that.
guys remember how I said this was going to be that real talk episode? Here's the real talk.
Hey, we got big problems to solve in this thing today. Like, how do you get from one room to another?
Right. Well, actually, speaking of that, because now you mentioned cold cuts, and I just remembered while I was at my buddy's house, I ordered a cold cut. I ordered a buffalo chicken salad, and I ordered a cold cut, and I ate the salad, and I put the freaking cold cut in the fridge, because normally what I'll do, the place I normally order from, I order them both. I'll at least eat half the cold cut and the whole salad, and then I'll put the other half of the cold cut in the fridge till the next day. I put that whole cold cut in this fridge and forgot to grab it with me when I left.
Oh, damn.
Now I know I got a whole cold cut sitting over there, and I'm going to have to get over there. Well, I'm off Monday, too, so now I have an excuse to go back over there on Monday. Just be like, yeah, I need to get my cold cut. My uncle went to a church today, and they were doing I guess some money fundraising stuff, and it was like $15. He got a serving of spaghetti in some kind of to-go container with a couple of meatballs and a salad. And you know what? I might have to eat that because I ate earlier today at the buffet. The ongoing war with the sushi guy is still at hand. Totally fucked his day up. And then You know, after that, like I don't eat for several hours, but we were there a little bit earlier today than most days. So like I was getting hungry before we went live, but then once we start going live, I'm not thinking about it. Now that I'm thinking about food again, now I'm like, shit. Bud got me hungry. He started talking about getting some cold cuts. Now I'm fucking hungry.
It's all Bud's fault.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And got some Doritos and cheese balls.
Oh, Jesus, Bud. Jesus. What the food? That's all right. When I go back inside, I'm gonna have some spaghetti and meatballs. Hands down, my favorite Hordak figure.
I actually put the PowerCon head on him.
Yeah. Yeah. I put the well, everybody knows what I did. I basically made a cartoon version without having to get the cartoon version. I put the cartoon colors on my regular one, and then I took the original or the more vintage looking one and just threw the wings on that one with the silver boots and the silver belt and made them look like a spacesuit Hordak. Which is still a cool look. So, Kenny, I know, Kenny, I think it was you that posted earlier that picture of the Ninjor Masterverse, but with the dragon head from Turtles of Grayskull.
Why, yes, I did.
Man, just diluting the line.
I just had a actually somebody on my YouTube channel asked if I would do that, and so I obliged. Let's see, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, right in front of my face.
I think there was somebody. Oh yeah, no, that was actually earlier when I mentioned putting the Terror Claw's new Eternia head on top of the new Adventures body, but that'll be another day. Yeah, it looks good like that. I'm not gonna lie, it actually looks really good for
dragon head.
like a Draco, man.
That's perfect, man. Yeah, and I mean, if I didn't really, I mean, that head though, the mask that it comes with is just so damn good for me. I'm like, it's great, but I'll do it to the second one if I get another one, you know.
Right.
Like at one point, I put that dragon head on the movie Skeletor. He looks pretty cool too, like an emperor.
Oh yeah, like an emperor dragon kind of
Yeah, I
thing.
did.
Ooh.
Down here, yeah, you were telling me how good it looks. I think I posted it.
I think you did it on here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I was on here. Yeah,
it wouldn't
remember I was
surprise
telling me it looked freaking cool.
There's his red eyes.
Such a good figure, man.
Yeah, I was surprised Entertainment Earth came through so quick. Sorry, I'm trying to. There we go. So there's with the mask.
I know, and I didn't even pre-order there because they were out of She-Ra, I think, first, or maybe it was him. They didn't have all three of them. Pre-order was sold out, so I was like, oh, I'll just.
I did the one with the whole, like basically the set of 4, and then I got an extra Skeletor with it because they just send it to you. It's cheaper because they don't have to open the boxes. They just send it to you in that Entertainment Earth shipper box.
Yeah.
And it was like 100 and some, but I ordered all 3. Of course, I do the same trick. I order Big Bad Toy Store, Amazon, and Entertainment Earth, and then whichever one comes through, cancel the rest, and you know, that way I know. But Entertainment Earth.
My only problem is that I forget to cancel.
Right, the cartoon collection one I did forget, so I have a couple sets of the cartoon collection.
I just went on somewhere because I was checking all my orders everywhere. I was like, oh shit, I already have those. I need to.
Yeah, cancel that pre-order before it comes in.
I canceled all my G.I. Joe pre-orders just because I'm kind of like, I can't do that anymore, man. I can't.
You spread the funds around too much. It's one of the reasons why I started focusing my collection mostly on 4 Horsemen. They're a bit pricier, but I'm enjoying more what I'm getting from them than I am from what I'm getting from other toys.
Yeah.
So that's why I focus my money there. It's not that I don't like the other toys anymore.
Trader.
You know,
I mean, what?
Hey, in the case of Motu, I just had.
Bud, he's a trader. Bud, he's a
part of what I enjoyed about it was being able to go into a store and pick it up. And once I couldn't go into a store and pick it up anymore, that took a lot of the fun out of it.
You see my videos. My Walmart is full of toys.
Not ours.
They're
Yeah,
all
but-
mowed too.
I was
You
gonna
just
say
have home
over here,
arcade
I'm not
close to
driving all the
you,
way to the
and he
Walmart
takes
with kids.
everything.
that's what it is. Mr. Hobart
Yeah.
Gates driving down into Maryland, stealing them all.
I think I'm gonna get this whole rack. Here we go.
That's not even close to the truth because honestly, they just stopped carrying them at my
Yeah.
my
Dude, I love
Walmarts and
home arcade,
Targets,
man.
which is a shame. It is a real shame that they stopped carrying them at most of mine because, like, even like with all of the ones that I have around, like if there were just one within reasonable driving distance, it wouldn't be that bad. But none of them are carrying them.
Yeah, that's a drag.
Yeah, it sucks. It really
And it's
does
crazy
suck.
for me being in a small town, or my city's not that big, and I mean it's what the third largest in the state, and for them to have so much, not just the Ross but the Walmart. I mean, I'm blessed. I'm not gonna hold on,
Yeah.
knock on wood real quick, but it is like the selection's crazy, man. Where I'm at.
Yeah, for you it's been good. Like if I had that kind of options out here, I probably wouldn't have stopped.
Yeah.
But like, around the Snake Men when those were coming out and that being my favorite faction, it became such a chore to get all the Snake Men that I was just like, I'm done.
That's
I
why I
can't.
feel bad for those, the people like Eldor and them, like trying to get stuff over there. Speaking of, there he is on the bottom, but it's like he's got to go through so many different hoops to get,
Just
man.
tried to get him a Moss Man, and it traveled up through China and then came down and then went back up to China and then back down. Like it came back to the US. Like it's madness. It's madness. I feel for anybody,
I
A lot of
think
people struggling.
I
to
think
get
the
'em.
last full physical wave that we had in my area was the Sorcerer's Jitsu
Wow.
wave.
Wave 7. The infamous Wave 7.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
in mine,
insane.
I just went to Walmart and they had the Snake Man Clamp Champ, like that wave, which is just
Mhm.
what the wave before the last one, or actually no, it's the last
That was the
one,
last
right?
Turtles of Grayskull
Yeah,
wave.
because
Yeah.
that's what I actually got an extra one of him for the Ninja Dragon because I knew I was going to want to use that head on something else.
Yeah.
Just didn't know that fast.
Yeah, and mind you, I saw a bunch of those while I was at Eternia Dreams last week, and definitely could have picked them up, but they were, I was just kind of like at that point where I'm like, yeah, I don't know, because again, Alan's got to make his profit.
Right.
He's not getting bulk orders from Mattel, so like he's basically buying at retail price and reselling, so he's got to make his amount of markup, and that's nothing against him. Like I don't, begrudge him that at all. Like that, you got to do what you got to do. And it is easier.
But as a
like at that
consumer,
point, it's
we get the best deal we can. So
right. And like if I'm ordering from him, then I'm literally just paying a convenience fee, which I did think about for the Necroconda. But the problem is, I can still go on BBTS and order Necroconda, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to cost me retail plus $4 shipping to get it in my pile of loot. So
yeah, that $4 shipping is always nice.
Yeah.
That $4 shipping is crazy, and I think it's like, when people I've seen recently where like Big Bad Toy Store kind of raised some of their sale prices back up a little bit, and like they've adjusted a couple things, and people are like, angry about that or whatever. Meanwhile, like we haven't seen any tariff stuff kick in, and I'm thinking like, man, if you got to pay another $1 for a clearance figure so that they can offset the tariff cost, like that doesn't seem like people are kind of like vilifying them for something like that. But it's like they got to make money. Like they still got to pay their bills. They still got to buy their eggs and pay
They
for
got to
their
pay their
gas,
employees,
like,
and with the price of everything else going up, that's just the way of
brutal.
it.
These people
It
have to be
sucks,
so
man.
unhappy, Adam. I
true.
just don't
I
get
know.
it.
It's like because that's clearance figures too. Like if you didn't have them yet, like
Right? Like you didn't
why
buy
are you
full
upset
retail.
anyway?
You're still getting it cheaper than what it was at retail.
Yeah.
But
You know?
to your point, Kenzo, like consumers, and I make this point all the time when I'm talking to, I guess co-workers when it's Jason, but like other sort of companies and other like people. At the end of the day, I think it gets forgotten that consumers don't care. They don't care about a tariff. They don't care about the well-being of your company or
Right.
your employees or anything like that. They don't care. And they don't have to. Like, it's not a criticism. It's just like,
No.
you
Well,
know,
but for them to be so vocal sometimes, dude, it's like, if you don't, that's great. But it's so bad that you just have to see it so much. It's like the number one thing you see is people complaining, crying,
Yes.
bitching about everything, and it's like, good Lord, man,
It gets old.
It just shows me how unhappy they really have to fucking be, man.
Yeah, it gets old. It's just,
right.
I'm like, man, it sucks, but roll with it, fuck.
Yeah.
Well, like earlier tonight, we started talking about tariffs a bit and everything like that, and I hadn't seen the news yet, but somebody brought it up that 3POA had mentioned that Super 7 is raising the cost of in-stock items that are already here for tariff pricing. And, like that kind of sucks because that stuff's already here. So they're not paying any extra to get it into this country.
And they
But
are
again,
for sure here 100%. Like,
if
they know they're here.
Yeah, because it's stuff that's in stock on their
It's
website.
in stock. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So like in stock stuff that's already here. Like it's already gotten into the country.
Gotcha.
So, but if raising the price on in stock stuff a couple of bucks, and again, I'm certainly no Super 7. First off, if anybody wants me to call me a shill, the closest thing I'm a shill to is Four Horsemen. And I don't get free shit, which is typically you get a reward. A shill is rewarded
Delta
for their
17,
pushing
you're
of
a shill for
product.
Delta 17 then.
I'm not even a shill for that, really.
Whatever, dude. You got one before everybody else. I don't want to hear it.
I did get them early, but that was because I had already worked out that deal with Ken. But yeah. In any case, though, I'm a shill for Delta 17 because Steve bought me a dragon.
Dude, Steve's awesome.
I did get a perk for that. He helped me get my dragon. I mean, I'm paying him back, but
Steve's still
I'm
awesome.
on a bi-weekly payment plan for that. So
I just like sitting down and having chats with him, getting the wisdom.
yeah. So the thing with that is like, I can see if they're gonna raise in-stock items a couple bucks now, right? But we're talking like when you're talking about a tariff that's 140%. Do you imagine them raising the price 140% for what we're buying? So if they raise the price a couple of dollars now, and then the stuff that they bring in later, like Adam was saying, if it helps offset the cost of stuff they're bringing in later, then you know what? Yeah, that ain't too bad. Like, I'd much rather do that than have to pay 140% extra on an item later that I might really, really want. And again, if it's on a clearance item, so something that was already discounted and I'm paying $1 or $2 more for it now, it just sucks. Like, it sucks both ways. These companies, first off, all of these companies want our money, right? I mean, that's why they do this. They've got to do what's right by them to be able to make that money. And at the same point in time, try to keep us happy. And as we've all heard, sometimes we don't make that easy. We really do not make that easy on these guys.
Customers suck.
You're right. Yeah. Well, I've worked in customer service for years. Yeah. Like it's one of the worst jobs ever. And that's because people suck. Like when people wonder why I say I hate people, it's mostly because of working in customer service. Like, because the nonsensical shit that people would just come in with, like it was my fault. It's like, no. There you go. Get some Super 7 love. Open up on turtles. Which pack is that, Adam?
This is one that I've been sitting on forever. This is the Big Bad Toy Store exclusive Undercover Raphael. It's in a box still. It's not really that exciting.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Super 7 thing is interesting because again, it's like it's similar to what Big Bad Toy Store is doing, and I can understand why, people would get their back up over that kind of thing.
Right.
It seems like it's like such a sinister move. from a company that, as far as I understand, those guys don't really like anyway. So it's an easy way to kind of vilify them or whatever.
Right.
But like you said, I mean, raising prices 8% on in stock as well as incoming things is better than raising 145% on things that haven't arrived. So it kind of softens the blow. And if you didn't order something before then, do you really have is that opinion really valid, right? Like, are you going to order that thing anyway? Were you waiting for a payday? What held you back from ordering a figure that came out 6 months ago, from ordering it then? And why are you angry now that it's 8% more expensive? Like what's the foundation of the argument if you're going to sort of criticize that, right? That, like, to me, that's a better move. And saying anything that you buy going forward is going to have a little bit of we can see you now, Cobb.
There you go. We got you.
8% on everything that you buy going forward is a lot easier, and they're sort of using their in-stock assets to sort of soften the blow of sort of the bigger picture, right? Like, I don't know, it's not every company has assets that they can sort of
exactly
break that cost down over it. Like, it just, I don't know. It's whatever. People can bitch and complain about whatever they want. I just scratch my head sometimes. I'm like, is that really like a huge?
I mean, for me, one of the big things is it's easier for a company like Super 7 to offset that cost more.
Oh, yeah.
By doing that raising of the price a little bit, because again, I can walk into any big box retailer and pick up a Super 7 toy. Well, except maybe Walmart, but I can walk into like any Target if I wanted to and pick up Super 7. I can pick up NECA, right? These more boutique brands or whatever. They've got sections in retail. I can't go into those stores and pick up Spiro toys. I can't walk into those stores and pick up a Mythic Legions. I can't go into those stores and pick up a Delta 17, and these are all companies that I'm passionate and I have friends that work in, and it's like, I want to see these companies be able to survive and succeed past this BS. And if that means I got to shell out a couple extra bucks here and there to keep seeing these toys come, then you know what? That's a worthy sacrifice to me, more so than paying one for, necessarily a bigger company like Mattel and such. They're going to be able to offset that cost easier, right? Ooh, Cobb, Brick threw it down. You told him to check his DMs. He said this, buddy. He was like, make me, brah, make me.
I can't.
So I take it Brick is just getting back from seeing Thunderbolts again, especially since he's singing, "We can build this thing together, standing strong forever." Nothing, ever since that little scene from whatever movie it was with Kristen Wiig and Bill Hader doing that as a duet, lip syncing. Like, that's all I can see whenever I hear the song now. It used to be Mannequin, but no, now it's them Mannequin. Too. Hey, I love Mannequin. I love Mannequin 1 and 2. My sister and I used to watch those movies repeatedly. They're great movies. Fantastic movies. That's where I got my big crush on Kim Cattrall. I actually watched Sex and the City because of her and Sarah Jessica Parker. And some people hit me on that whole Sarah Jessica Parker thing. Hey, I love it. I heard there was real talk going on. We've been skipping in and out of the real talk all night, Terrence. One of the things was, and I mentioned it earlier, I don't know if Jeff's still in the chat now watching, but Jeff come on last week. He was talking about some real shit, and it got kind of dark, and people had messaged me about that. And I said, you know what, though? Like, I'm glad he felt that this was a safe space, that he could come in here and talk about that kind of stuff and be supported by us and listen to what he had to say, because it's not always easy to discuss that stuff. So he felt safe enough to be able to talk about that here. And you know what? I really value that, and I appreciate him doing that.
Him and I talked a little bit afterwards as well, because it was like, once we hit on the whole prison thing, how he kind of both seen some pretty messed up stuff in the prison system. So it was kind of one of those where it was good. It was a good kind of, like you say, you got to get it out sometimes, especially when you do something like that and you grow up the way we grew up, rub some dirt on it, get back in the game kind of thing. And sometimes it builds up so much that letting it out works wonders for sure. So
it does. And again, like, best to do it here where you're in even if you don't realize this is a safe environment. I know not everybody feels comfortable coming live and doing this. Hylian, I know you for quite a while weren't exactly feeling the most comfortable doing a live stream and all like that, and you came on here and joined us ages ago, it seemed. But I know you didn't feel comfortable at all, and you started live streaming with me so many years ago now. Cobb, same with you. You weren't sure about doing this whole YouTube thing and didn't exactly feel comfortable. Hey, I appreciate that you guys do feel like we're in this comfortable enough setting that you can come hang out and enjoy hanging out with us each week, because I enjoy hanging out with all you guys.
Yeah, hop on here. I was ready to. I just needed my son that first night. I had no idea how to hop on.
It gets dicey for all of us. I owe a lot to Skelevator, and I sure as hell owe a lot to Mega J for those guys kind of taking me under their wing and figuring this whole thing out. Because without them, I probably would have never got my start on doing this. And you know what? It's great. I did want to bring this up here. Thanos mentioned, "Hey Cobb, I showed Brick your nipples over breakfast today."
Yeah, that's what Brick just told me.
And then Brick's reminding him context. I think it's best if we just leave the context off and just imagine that Cobb sent you some nipple pics, and Thanos just flashing those around for everybody at breakfast.
I want to leave it like that.
I'll tell you what, when I get up in the morning and I want my breakfast, the first thing I think about is Cobb's nipples.
I got a bag of nipples.
Got them bag of nips. Some little snow caps. Here we go. Hold on. I get you. There you go, Cobb.
Oh, I thought it was.
I think there's a little bit of delay on my phone, so if it's not popping you up right away, that might be it. Hold them up again. Get all them nips. Nippy nips. There you go. Yeah, they're going to look great on him. That guy definitely needs nips. And Terrence hits it right here. We're all real people. We've had some real problems and traumas, but we are united here. And that's it, right? Because we're all in the same field, right? We're all in the same playing field. Uh-oh. We got somebody trying to jump on, and I got too many people because I left my other profile backstage.
I can jump off for a bit.
Sleep. So you guys have a good night. See y'all.
All right. Take care. Take care, Corey.
Later, Corey.
And Jeff's mentioning, want to go back a step. It's not that we want to see a small business fail, but we don't want to see a megacorp, Hasbro, Mattel use the tariff as an excuse to hike prices when damn, and then I cut it off. So I'm thinking there's another message here that I got to say. Damn well that they could absorb that hit and be fine. They definitely could, right? They definitely could. Oh, we got the man in the house. Hold on. Let's see it here real quick. I know I got this one here.
Woohoo! If you didn't do that, I would have tried to find it just to do my own entrance in true narcissistic passion style.
Well, you're one of the big shots on the show, right? You gotta come in with that.
I would be like the substitute big shot when Lawrence isn't here. So, it's like you have Shawn Michaels and then you have like Bret Hart. That's
but he's never here, so that doesn't matter.
That's true. So let's wave that Canadian flag.
You are always the most consistent biggest channel that shows up on here, right? Because we've had Mega J come on. We have people with large channels, but you are the biggest, most consistent guest that we have on the show.
Yes, until somebody makes a viral video and shoots way past me. But yes, for now, I will wear Lawrence's crown for myself.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ken, but I'm really putting the application in right now, so hopefully that'll be me.
It'll be you that will do that big viral channel. I don't want to see Delta 17. Where did this come from?
We've been talking a little bit about tariffs tonight, and that's what it's talking about. Like, you know, the struggling of the smaller companies with having to deal with the tariff bullshit, because we certainly want to see all of our friends succeed. And we, you know, I know as part of this community, I'm more willing to pay more money for the more privately owned companies. Again, Spiro, Four Horsemen, Delta 17. I'd much rather pay a little bit extra to you guys to help make sure those tariff costs are covered than paying one of the bigger corps like Mattel and Hasbro.
Well, that's reassuring because yesterday I may have lost one of our retailers who was being a little too demanding. So I was, hence my mood earlier today when I messaged you, Oz.
Yeah,
it's not easy doing business with people you think are your friends, and then anyway, maybe it's not worth a discussion here. But our stuff will. Oh, look who's here! Yeah, Steve, I might be cutting that guy off, and I know you're okay with it. So. As far as we know, though, I mean, stuff's gonna get there for Joe Fest. Like we will get our stuff there.
There we go, and that's you know what we like. That's where we're at. We want to continue to support all of you guys. Have you join us? I'd rather give small company my money in this situation. 100%, totally. Like I say, I want to see my friends' businesses succeed. And again, Mattel, Hasbro, those guys are going to be fine without my money. Period. Because we got Carol says I have no problem spending my money at Spiro.
Most of us don't. Yeah. Oops, sorry, we
I was
keep
bringing it up at the same time. You go ahead, Ken. Please.
Okay, no, it's fine.
It's easier for you to do it than me to do it with my phone.
That's true. It's sitting there. It's waiting to go. We're just waiting for the tariff situation to sort out. Thankfully, the tariffs is on the manufacturing, not the retail price. So it's not. Well, it's bad. It's not like bad. Does that make sense? I don't know if adding two bads or taking away two bads is
too bad.
Too bad, like the Motu guy that punches himself in the head. Yes, so it's
stop hitting yourself.
Yeah, there you go. But it will get there, and we'll have the announcement on that exclusive later this month.
Excellent, can't wait for it. And Jeff, again, you are welcome to join us, brother. If you want to jump on and hang out, you know you are always welcome. Everybody should know you're welcome on the Clubhouse. Like seriously, I think I've permabanned one person from ever joining us live.
Yeah, and
that person's completely wrote off and blocked anyway. So,
yeah. Hey, check out the Dino Riders book I just got from.
You got some sweet Dino Rider goodness for us.
Dino Riders.
Something else to make me jelly.
It's even got the Smithsonian stuff and the Cadillacs and dinosaurs stuff in here.
Yeah,
freaking awesome, absolutely freaking awesome. So, yeah, got the variants and everything in here. So, what an expensive line to get into, though. Like, it's a tough one, you know. Yeah.
All right, we got an interesting comment here from Motu Princess. I can do ramen toys. I already eat their noodles. Love those Masterverse heads. Can't wait.
I just got the van.
There you go. Actually, speaking of the Dino Riders, Creative Bee Studios were just flexing pretty hard with their Smilodon and Rider packaging. And if that does not bring back some fun nostalgia of opening up some Dino Riders, seeing that, man, that looked good. That looked good all boxed up.
Yeah. Oh. It's interesting with Dino Riders because they said that for the Smithsonian stuff that they took the leftover Dino Rider stuff that didn't sell and they repackaged it into Smithsonian. But that doesn't make sense because some of the paint apps and colors were different. So
from what we had, yeah.
Like you'd have to do like I'd understand if they added paint apps, but like the the sloth, they actually took the stripes away. Like you wouldn't just wipe the stripes off of that. That would take more effort. So they would have had to do another production run.
Maybe it was mid-production run, and they were like, "Yeah, just don't worry about those paint apps. Whatever, we're gonna box up what we got and go."
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that is possible. But also depends. The Smithsonian stuff I don't think came out right away. Like I don't think that came out right in 1990. So anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Steve wants to know where did you get that book?
It was downtheridersworld.com.
There you go. That's what's his name? Because we were talking about trying to, converse with him when we were doing the history of.
Ted, you mean like the guy who runs it?
Yeah.
I tried to invite him on here before. He didn't really reply, and the next time we talked was because I wanted to buy some of the books. So he's all right.
There you go.
Ted's all right though.
Oh. And Brick's mentioning to Kenny that he met Faker Battlecat. I think Kenny was here when you brought that up earlier when you were on with us. I don't know. You've had a whirlwind day, Brick. So, yep. Steve agrees. Probably mid-production run. So that makes sense, right? Like you're not going to apply an additional paint app for the stripes. Just be like, okay, whatever it's painted up as is good enough. Send it out.
Yeah, that's true. So they might have realized, okay, the Smithsonian is going to need these for the rest of your run. Don't bother with the paint stripes on that one for the ground sloth.
Right. We just want to offload what we got.
Yeah, because that was in 1990. Now, the one that puzzles me a bit is some of the earlier ones, like the Stegosaurus. That's from '89. That by then you don't know the Smithsonian nonsense. So I've got some research to do. Let's put it that way. Because that one you wouldn't stop mid-run. You would start a new run for the Smithsonian. But again, I'm splitting hairs because I'm in research mode. Right.
Right, but it's important that we get that research because that's the kind of information we want to know, or at least some of us are interested in.
Well, if half my commenters are true, I just spread misinformation anyway. So,
Oh yeah, that's what you're in the habit of doing. It's what we like to do: spread lies.
Yeah.
So how's your week otherwise, Ken? You been all right, brother?
Okay, sorry. There was some minimal tooling done. Okay, there it is. So there it is. All right. Sorry. Just read the next paragraph, Ken. Yeah. Other than the, one retailer that kind of pissed me off very badly last night. It's been.
What do you think on the prices? The Purplor and the Chronon. The Trapjaw dude's missing the alternate head, and then the Purplor is missing his shield. 117 for both of them.
No, I don't know. I mean, I know the Chrono is probably worth a little bit more than the Purplor, but I've seen each of those for around the $60 price mark. So 120, but that's like complete, right?
Yeah. Now all the complete ones I'm looking at right now are like $100 and something bucks for that for the Chronon.
Yeah. I know I've seen those at like relatively fair pricing. It's kind of why I miss Random Treasures being around. I think they had them both at like $60. Not too well. They didn't have the Chrono at 60, but I know they had the Purplor at 60. I just didn't have the money.
For them.
There you go, Carol. Yeah, K-Roll saying she paid $65 for complete.
Yeah, I know. She was telling me to grab it, and she got it.
Honestly, just ask us. We can look around. We know people. And if you're in the Cabal, message in the Cabal because there are people in there that are looking to sell that normally will give you a pretty fair shake, And there you go. Brick something says, shoot, really? And I don't know whether we're talking about the pricing for those or whether it's, the fact that Joe and Thanos ran into Faker Battlecat as well. Everybody's just trying to rub it in, Kenny, that you didn't come off of your mountain to go do the Mythic meetup today. That's what it is.
My mountain?
Well, you're in Colorado. You're in a mountain.
That's like a 12-hour drive. I ain't doing that shit.
Right? You're at a higher elevation than the rest of us. So just get on your hang glider and jump and see if you can make it all the way to Sacramento.
Oh yeah, Brick. Yeah, Faker Battlecat's a good dude, man. He's awesome.
That's what
Jacob has more
made
than
it go. I was
enough
like, well, I
figs.
guess we got enough figures now. So weird when I just had like the 4 Motu.
You know, that's like a really loose rule because when I joined the Cabal, all I had was the Headless Horseman, which was technically not a Mythic Legions figure. It was a figure obscura. They're really not that choosy.
You guys hear that buzz? That like humming?
A little bit of a
Like,
buzz.
sounds like crickets.
That's why I ducked out for a second. I was like, reset everything. I was like, maybe it's just something in my system
was
that's like
crickets
not
outside the
working.
box.
I just muted.
Everybody
so it's not
hit
me.
mute once, and we'll go one at a time to see if it stops.
It wasn't me. I was just muted for the last 2 minutes. So
I was going to say I just muted myself and it wasn't me. Hold on a sec, Brian. Let me try something real quick.
No, it's coming from my computer.
Oh, okay. It's Ed. Ed's got the crickets.
And you know how funny he was just
And
sitting
you
there
knew
staying
that this
quiet
whole
about
time
it.
and you didn't say anything?
I was waiting for everybody to shut up so I could listen.
Ed. God,
What? It doesn't even make sense.
Oh, look, it's peaceful.
Ed's
now.
just trolling us. That's all.
I was worried I had like something going on in my brain. Maybe that was.
There's something in my laptop that makes that noise come through once in a while. I don't know what the hell it is.
It might
Doesn't
be
happen
like
all
a.
the time.
Is your headset hooked up through your headset or mic hooked up through like a regular old audio or coaxial cable?
It's in the audio cord. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is then.
Yeah.
Those typical problems.
Yeah.
It goes through the tape deck boombox, and then
This guy is rad, but the reason that it took me so long to get it, and the reason it took me so long to open it, is because this should have been Donatello.
Right.
And I'm still angry that they've done the rest of that series. We got Samurai Leo, we got Sewer Surfer Raph, we got Sewer Surfer Michelangelo, we got Space Cadet Raph, but still no Undercover Donatello, which to me is like, why? Like there's enough waves of these figures now that there's absolutely no reason that they wouldn't have done it. And there's no excuse because they did the other 3 turtles. So
yeah,
you can't say, oh, it was just in, their argument that they've made for some other of the vintage stuff was like, oh, well, the license doesn't cover this very specific rule or something. So that's my gripe with Super 7. Give me Undercover Donatello already.
And those
that Sexy Rat King. Give me Undercover Donatello.
That's a good reason to be upset at something, not this other stuff. See, at least you got a good reason.
But the reason I'm upset with the company is because I want to buy more figures.
Yeah, exactly.
And they won't make them and sell them to me. But yeah, I don't know. This was a Big Bad Toy Store exclusive, I think. So maybe that's why they did Raphael, because he's red. So that's kind of Big Bad's color palette that they like to do. But I don't know. Seems weird. Seems like a weird choice.
And again, the fact that we still haven't gotten the Donatello of that wave, which was the only one that was dressed like that in that wave, because the other guys all had different looks.
And yes, the suitcase does open, and I put all the accessories in there that I possibly could. The hands won't fit because Super 7 comes with... This is a little bit of an older figure, so this one comes with like 5 extra sets of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4 extra sets of hands.
Yeah, 4 Horsemen's hitting that territory nowadays.
You could definitely... It would be a weird thing to put weed in because it's a tiny suitcase. I don't know. Maybe depends on...
You could put a single nug in there.
Yeah, and it depends on sort of like how you like to get high, but having like a miniature suitcase like would make your bud look like the scale of it would be incredible. So maybe it would be a cool thing. I don't know.
And then once you're high, you could like laugh about it. And
that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah.
I'd want to run that luggage through the airport security.
The other thing I opened today, but nobody asked, so I didn't say anything. I finally got the Icarus. I was holding out for more sort of comic book accurate Eternals, which at this point I'm not sure we're gonna get. But this came out after the movie, so I guess there's
still a chance.
I like New Gods, but I'm not a DC guy, so I lean more towards the Eternals, and I actually have like of the 25 issues that the Eternals ran. I think I have like 21 of them or something like that.
Nice.
It's a cool book, man. And I read it so long ago I can't even remember the characters' names. But I would love to get like comic accurate Marvel Legends Eternals.
Hey man,
Someday.
I'm just excited that they did give us some Rom love and we finally got Rom. I'm not
I
expecting
just got him
a
yesterday. I
dialogue.
haven't opened him yet, but
Oh, you should open him. He's so good.
I
I want
will.
that figure bad.
I will. It's cool. It's a cool looking figure. I bought it because it kind of crosses over into other lines. So
It does. Like I said, my first introduction to Rom was finding the X-Men crossover comics that he did for his line. Like him popping up with like Kitty Pryde and like the old X uniforms and stuff like that. That was my introduction to Rom. And then finding more of his comics at yard sales for like dirt cheap because nobody cared about who this character was. So I'm like getting multiple issues for like a quarter. And it was awesome. Like I just started grabbing up his books everywhere I could. Frankie says he just got his Rom.
I have never read a Rom comic. I have no
They were
rom
good.
coms for me.
No rom-coms.
And I just fully read Brick's comment there about the NECA doing a giant undercover Raphael. I think undercover Raphael, yeah, it's because of the movie.
The quarter
but he
scale,
also,
'cause that was the movie.
Raph goes undercover in the comics too, so I guess maybe that's where it's like the crossover.
That's true. Yeah.
But all the turtles go undercover in the comics, and we don't have any other versions, undercover versions of the other guys. So
Well, and that was the thing. Like, I think I remember later in the toys when they were doing the toon versions of the Turtles. Each of the toon versions of the Turtles got the undercover look because they came with the human mask too. I think.
NECA did the cartoon accurate where they have the rubber masks. I have that set, Turtles Undercover,
Yeah.
I think they call it or whatever.
We lost Ed.
And those are good, those are good figures. But I got them so that I could get all 4 turtles at once from NECA.
Right. I still wouldn't mind fighting the 4-pack of the updated Turtles that came out at like what Walmart last year. I
The
would
comic
like that.
book one?
Not the comic book one. It was like a 4-pack of the updated, like the Origins version of the Playmates Turtles. The one that nobody liked because the pimply looking texture of the skin. No. Oh.
You don't want those.
I'm just getting back into the Playmates ones. I picked up a soft head Leo yesterday. It felt good because that's the one that I had as a kid. It was a soft head Leo. So yeah.
The updated ones. I would say if you want to get some turtles that are kind of vintagey, get the reissue ones, like the and I think they're not too hard to find, but don't get the updated ones.
What about those 40th anniversary ones? Which ones were those? They were in single packs, but I remember
I think
getting
those are
2
the
of
ones I'm
each.
talking about too.
Yeah, I got 2 of each of those but they're not in the 4-pack. They're actually by themselves.
They're by themselves. These are by themselves too. I think these the ones you're talking about, the weird pimple skinned ones.
Yeah, those are the ones I'm talking about, and I saw them like in
do
a
not get
4-pack. No, you don't like those ones? Like, don't they have the updated articulation? I'm sorry.
No, the articulation is like, it makes me angry because it's 20.
Because it goes in
These
an
came out in
angle,
like
right?
2024, and like knowing what we know about articulation, you'll just be angry with this figure. It does, like, in my opinion, they added articulation and it doesn't really move better than the 5 POA turtle does.
Well, yeah, if that's the case, then there's no point in
Or there's
getting.
5 POA. How many points of articulation in an old?
It was more than 5 because they had like the arm swivel.
The bicep or the forearm.
Yeah, it was a forearm swivel.
They added articulation that doesn't add any posability.
Right.
Like the way it's not gonna translate on camera very well, but like the way they did the hip sucks. It's a swivel, but the swivel is like in that direction. Like it's not a ball joint where it kind of spins. Like it can kick forward, but he can't kick out. Like the leg doesn't go out from there.
Which is crazy, right?
It doesn't
like,
make any sense. The ankle has rotation, but it's not. It doesn't have any rocker. It's not on a ball joint or anything. It just literally will rotate 360 degrees. And when you rotate it, it breaks up the sculpt of the ankle.
So he can break his ankle.
So you can literally break his ankle, but it doesn't add any articulation, like any performance in terms of the articulation, if you want to call it that. But it just, they add articulation points that don't add any articulation is the best way I can describe it.
Right. And yeah,
It's
the Target
dumb.
Classic ones, if I could ever find a full set of like those original re-release of the vintage, I do want those because I always love those. But by the time I was actively working and had funds that I could buy that myself, they had already moved on to the storage cell ones, which I was never a fan of as a kid. Like, I just wanted my straight set of turtles.
I thought are those hard to find now?
I found those sketch ones at Target for like $5 each.
Nah,
with the
like I
wonky
can't
heads that
find
look like peanuts.
But that 4-pack's hard to find now. I don't know. I picked it up a couple years ago, but I know why you're saying 4-pack, because you could buy them as all 4 at once.
Right, and that's kind of what I wanted to do.
They were individually packed on card, but they were sold often as a set from like online retailers. I know the ones. You mean. Yeah,
I much rather want those because those were, oh man, like growing up, I got into the turtles. I think I had Raphael and Leonardo as like the original turtles. But then, like, when I was telling my mom and dad that I wanted turtles, they wanted to go out and buy them, and all they had was like the wacky feature ones.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got stuck with the wacky gimmick ones that I just wanted like the regular core turtles and couldn't get. Kind of like, again, my story with the Ghostbusters. Wanted the core set of the original 4, but by the time they were getting them for me, the only ones you could find were the ones with all the wacky features, so I can never get like the core set of 4. And that's all I've like ever wanted was just to have a core set of the 4. And then of course,
just get the Super 7 ones.
You know, I should at this point, right?
They're the like
they're
honestly, if you
now.
just want 4 turtles and you want like that's why I got into the Super 7 turtles. Because for me, like the turtles, the toys were probably more significant to me than like the cartoon was or than the comic book or whatever. So the Super 7 turtles themselves are like the best kind of representation of the vintage with better articulation and better accessories and better paint and all that kind of stuff. And the scale is a little bit bigger, so they make more sense. And I mean, by the time you pay aftermarket price for the Target ones at this point, you're probably getting close if you can find those Super 7 ones at a bit of a price break. But actually, you know what? The Super 7 ones, I have Donatello and Leonardo. I have spares in box of the Super 7.
Okay.
So basically, you need Raph and Mikey.
That's cool. All right, guys, I'm going to switch back up to the computer.
Glue on one of the heads for Donatello. I can't remember which one. Leo, I ended up with an extra because somebody bought me one kind of right when I had bought myself one.
Or if you do want those specific ones with the weird legs and stuff, I have an extra 4. If you want to just pay retail, I'll sell them to you.
Okay. Well, yeah, we might be able to do that. Honestly, it wouldn't hurt to have more than one set. All right, guys, I'm switching off the phone now. Hop back on the laptop.
And I got, you know what I ended up finding was the NECA movie ones. When Walmart, for some reason, they were doing something with their inventory and they brought them out. They were $15 for the 2-packs. And I ended up buying a bunch of them because they were so cheap. And then it was weird because like 3 or 4 months later, they came back out with the same ones and they were regular price again. So I was like, holy crap. So it was a good deal.
So fun story related to customer service and being customers. I'm not a big fan of NECA. I've said that multiple times before, so this should come as no surprise to anybody. But this is essentially why. When those movie turtles got re-released on a Black Friday, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that, they got released as an in-stock, re-release. They were like, NECA was like, we got them. You can order them on the Black Friday, and we'll ship them out. I ordered them on the Black Friday. I was excited. I was like, I'm gonna get these turtles and be very happy, and I'm gonna feel differently about NECA because I was still kind of,
a little burnt.
No, I didn't have any NECA stuff. You hear about how frail they are or whatever, and I was like, I'll give them a shot. Those, if I can get those at retail price, whatever. So I ordered them in stock sale. I'd ordered in stock sale from like Four Horsemen, so I knew that like in stock didn't mean they shipped today. It meant like soon enough.
Right, within a week or so, typically, depending on where you're at.
Or you hear something, right? Like you hear an update that says like, "Hey, we're this far into shipping or whatever." It was mid-December, and I was like, "What is going on?" Like no shipping notice, no nothing, no update. And I was like, "Okay, at this point, I want to know when I'm going to get these because other people had gotten them and whatever. I thought maybe it's as a Canadian customer, maybe I'm at the back of the queue or something like that. So I sent like numerous emails, didn't hear anything back. Facebook message, Instagram message, like any way that I could like reach out to NECA, didn't hear anything back. Just got frustrated. Figured out NECA's telephone number, which is, believe me, it's not easy. And a lot of people are like, they don't even have a telephone number. And I'm like, well, they do. You just have to like
gotta dig for
be
it.
Really
like
good
else.
at what you do. And what I do is find things for people. Not like a detective, but I'm good at finding things.
Yeah.
I'm not going to solve murder cases, but I can tell you what NECA's telephone number is. So I called them, and the number that I found was like the corporate, front desk. And I phoned NECA, and I was like, "Hey, I have a question about an online order that I placed on Black Friday." She's like, "That has nothing to do with me or this desk or this office." She's like, "I can put you through to." She wasn't mean about it. She wasn't like rude. I kind of, it
right.
came across as rude. She was pleasant. She was like, "Oh, okay, that's not like this is the office for the corporation." I said, do you have a telephone number? Can you put me through to somebody who might be able to help me? Like it's because catch more flies with honey. I was very polite. I was very Canadian. I was not, I didn't accuse her of doing anything nefarious.
It wasn't the Grego rage
no.
that we all experienced.
I was like, do you know a phone number? This is the only one I could find. And I reached out via email and messaging and all that kind of stuff. And I just don't know what to do. And I don't know how to cancel this order or whatever. And so she actually ended up connecting me on the phone to somebody who could help me. And I was like, if this phone number exists, why can't anybody find it? And I know why. But I ended up getting a refund. They canceled the order. I got my refund, and I was just sort of like, if that's how this works, I'm not interested. I don't need their product badly enough.
Yeah.
So. Meanwhile, sorry, just to wrap that story up. Meanwhile, Super 7 that everybody hates, besides Brick and me.
I like them.
And Kenzo, yeah.
I've got no real problems with them. They just didn't have anything that I really, really needed to have.
Yeah, and that's fair,
it, so.
right? Like that's
Super
7. I got a figure that had some glue from like where they put two pieces together. It looks like it was just too much glue on a head. And I emailed and I said, "Hey, there's glue on this," and they said, "Okay, we'll get you sorted out." It took about 3 months, but they didn't send me a head. They sent me an extra action figure in the mail for free. They didn't like it, no hassle, no like, well, what did you do to it? Like whatever.
Right.
It was super easy and nice. And it's just like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I'll buy more of your stuff. So I just buy Ninja Turtles from Super 7. Not even Playmates. Screw Playmates. They put weird joints on their figures.
Yeah. Broken ankles,
Yeah, they ruined Turtles for me.
Look,
No,
I'm
I'd buy
much
their
more
Mutant
likely to
Mayhem
roll
stuff.
my ankle than
I'd be lying if I said I didn't buy Turtles from Playmates.
right. So Frankie says NECA pisses him off. Got a shipping notification for the Beetlejuice playset on March 6th, and FedEx is still waiting on the item. You may want to look into that a little bit if you can, because
Frankie,
I don't know.
if you look up NECA corporate, you'll be able to find the phone number. I'm just saying, the phone number's out there. You just have to do a little bit more legwork.
So you can get the corporate number, and then the front desk at the corporate office
Yeah,
will
that poor
transfer
lady.
you to their customer service.
I feel so bad
because
for
they
her.
hide the shit out of that line.
Yeah.
They probably stopped posting it publicly when people were getting all their figures way back, and they were just snapping right out of the box.
Man, the irony is that they will dog you if you got an extra layer, but they will not answer if you have a problem with something that they have done.
No.
Not done or whatever. It's just, yeah,
When
I don't know.
it's on the other foot, it's a whole different story on how they approach it.
I just think customer service is kind of one of those things where you can do it well or you can do it really badly. And
Mondo's great.
Well, they better be for those prices.
Yeah, you're spending a little bit.
Hire Adam, toy detective. He's just,
I'll find it. You know what? I have a policy at work where I work, and I work in retail, and I sell bicycles, but I never limit myself to just bicycles. I have sold a lot of things to people that we've never had in the store or have no business like being asked, hey, can you get this?
Right.
And my policy is I can find anything you want as long as you're willing to pay for it.
There you
Everything in this day and age, everything is out there. Everything is available. You can find anything. So when people are like, I don't know how to buy this thing, I'm like, if it exists, I will find it for you.
I don't know where to find an 8-ball. Oh wait.
Hey,
I can
look,
find that too, I'm sure.
I'm not gonna lie. I was at Ocean City.
They
and
ship you one in the mail.
I totally sniffed out some back in the day. Look, here we go. Thanos, hire Adam to find your armies of Ashmore. He'll sort you out. We've said that before here. If you need help with
I can get your armies of Ashmore. That's an easy one.
That's actually something within his realm that he could easily do. So there we go.
That's not even detective work. I can just fire up a website that I can log
Thanos
into.
mentions he sent the email, which just means Adam's still catching up. That's all.
No, I'm not. I don't. The emails don't go through me, but I can.
That's why.
Yeah. I don't even know where those emails go. That's not because they don't go anywhere, but just because that's not the.
That's a question for Matt Rod, which if you want to ask, legend has it that the next episode of The Frenzy, we are trying to get Matt Rod on to come hang out with us and talk about how things have been going since the launch. Because, honestly, Matt Rod's a good friend of Skelly since before I knew him, and absolutely love the guy. He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of things the way that I told him not to do. But but that's you know what, it's how he wants to do it, and it's he's making his way through all the orders. Thanos, message me to remind me, and I'll get it sorted.
There you go.
Because like I said, I can sort of push that through.
We got a connection. We got that hookup, Thanos. So, I was just thinking as I'm watching my bandana ride up my bolt. Let's give everybody the Skullet update.
Skullet.
In the dark, it doesn't look different.
No, it really doesn't. But so, yep, there it goes. It's coming in.
Ooh, man.
Yeah. Earlier this week, I actually had messed up bedhead.
Wow.
That's
How long
something
has
I'm
that
not.
been? That's progress.
Yeah.
That's progress.
I woke up and there was hair flattened up and sticking up, and I'm like, "What is this? I don't get this anymore. This doesn't happen." So the skullet's coming in along nicely. I'm glad that I can make a fool out of myself for children, because that's kind of fun.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Stick to your guns. Attaboy.
Oh, I'm gonna stick to it, man. I'm stuck with this shit until March of next year.
I probably will be bald before you, Oz.
Oh, really? You're gonna end up shaving
I'm getting
everything?
to that point again where I'm looking in the mirror going, dude, I gotta stop fighting nature, man. I'm gonna have to just shave it all.
That's why I started it to begin with. Well, like the very first time I did it was not because of that, but then later when I tried to grow it back and it wasn't coming back, that's when I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm just gonna keep it bald, because I always told myself that's what I was gonna do. I knew my genetics. I'd seen my dad. I'd seen family members on my mom's side. I knew the males over there didn't have any hair on their head either. I was like, I'm screwed from both sides of the family. I know I'm going bald. So once it starts going, I'm just going to keep it off. This, I'm glad I was able to find something, because Jeff shaved his head on the Toys for Tots stream. He was able to do that. I can't really say that because I never have long enough hair to shave on a stream. But yes, so this was something I was able to do. I could say I can grow my hair out. And Thanos is making me feel also warm knowing that it works for me, right? Like I could rock it. Like you guys could see me. I'd be like that fat, cool teacher in the classroom, you know, with a
short sleeve shirt and a tie.
Yep.
Short sleeve button up with a tie.
Down short sleeve shirt.
Yeah.
With the tie and the suspenders, no belt, suspenders.
Oh yeah. Having no hair gives you a good reason though to wear a ball cap or a beanie all the time. Right?
And I do that anyway.
It does. And like literally, I'm not wearing a bandana to cover my bald. I've never been ashamed of the fact that I'm bald. I have a really good looking head to be a bald person. There are people out there who are way less fortunate than me. I've never worn the bandanas or the beanies to hide the bald. I wear the bandanas during the summer because I sweat. I'm a fat guy and I hate having the sweat pour down into my eyes with nothing to stop it. The bandanas catch the sweat. In the winter, my head's freezing, so I like to put the beanie over top because it keeps my head warm. So, you know, it's important that I do that.
And I wear hats because sports. Sorry.
There you go. Hey, man, I've rocked quite a few sports teams' hats over the years. I've rocked my Ravens championship hat, ball cap, for quite a while after their last Super Bowl win. To the
Adam,
point
did you
where
see my Nuggets beat the shit out of the Clippers tonight?
No, it was at Game 7.
Yeah. We were up by like 33 for a while in the third quarter. We beat them by 20.
I genuinely have zero interest in this year's NBA playoffs.
Dude, come on, watch my Nuggets. They do it the right way. They're a good team. There's no showboating, and Jokic is the most pure player you could. Come on.
Yeah, but he's so just chubby. I don't know. Just
dude, MVP, man.
It's weird to watch him play as well as he does, and
That's why it's
then
such
just
a
kind of like
marvel. It's like
Sasquatch down the court.
You're watching history, man.
More Sasquatch talk from the British.
I'll be perfectly transparent. I was late tuning in because I was watching hockey.
You're watching my Avs choke. They were up
Avs versus
choked.
Avs.
So I am a Dallas Stars fan.
Ugh, get out of here.
Because wait. I'm gonna explain why.
Don't give me this Madonna shit either.
Mike Madonna?
No, I don't give a shit about Mike Madonna.
Okay.
Jamie Benn lived at my parents' house for years while he played in Kelowna.
Oh, no kidding. That's kind of
so I really just want to see him win a Stanley Cup because he's a really great guy. He just had a kid this week. I want him to win a cup so he can retire, spend all his time with his baby.
But you know what though, for an Avs fan, and I'm sorry, Kenzo, it is insult to injury tonight because of who scored the hat trick tonight.
No, it's awesome.
Yeah,
because that puts him in the record books with like other players that have done that to the previous team.
So for those who don't watch hockey, Mikko Rantanen was traded mid-season.
Rantanen, get his name right. Jesus,
whatever.
I'm Canadian. You should know how to. It's a Finnish name, but still.
Yeah, whatever. Right? Like anyway. So he was. You're now into the. Just go to my comment section if you want to correct me. Okay.
Wayne
like everybody else.
Gretzky.
Just go to my comment
Nico
section if you want
Rantanen.
to. If you want to correct me, go to my comment section like everyone else, like all the other.
I have
neckbeards.
troll accounts.
Oh, so that's
File
who it
the
is.
proper forms.
He was traded to the Stars mid-season, and he gets a hat trick tonight to put his old team
to eliminate
his old team. Rantanen, Mikko Rantanen, not Mikko Rantanen. Gretzky. Okay.
That they may pronounce it that way in Texas. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I don't know.
Yeah, neither of you guys have a good enough Southern draw to pronounce it the way they do in Texas. I can't even do that accent well. Get Tony in here. Tony's from Texas.
No, he's from Arizona, actually.
Arizona.
I'm
yeah,
from
that's
Texas.
right. There we go. See, yeah, now Hylian's going to correct all of us.
Hey, Kenzo, check the Clubhouse chat on Instagram.
Okay. Did you post another dick pic?
You bet I did. It's big.
As we all jump to the Clubhouse chat to go see the dick pic.
No, that's just it literally just was in my feed, and so just a picture.
It's a pretty Stanley good Cup analogy.
It is actually. There's no way. It goes the opposite way, dude.
For you,
if you look at overall ratings and stuff, it's the other way around.
I'm in the same
hold
boat.
on.
You gotta remember they're Canadian though, so that's
I just
how
realized I could share my screen, so I could for
totally
any non-sports person, you're like, what the? Welcome to the
Seeing what
Clubhouse.
we're all doing here.
Yeah, that's right, K-Dog.
Let's add that to the screen here. Oh,
yeah.
Can you hit a control plus on that? I don't know how many people can see it. If you guys are especially familiar with ever watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, if you're not, I recommend you should.
Yeah, that's hockey playoffs are just like different. Like, and if you don't like hockey, you don't like hockey. That's fine.
I like when my team is
so much regular season hockey, but as soon as Stanley Cup playoffs kick in, hockey is like a different sport. It is.
So is the NBA.
No, it's
exactly
not.
the same thing.
No, it's not.
I love both sports. You don't like basketball.
Fans.
I love basketball. I'm a huge Portland
You're
Trailblazers
not watching
fan.
any of the playoffs. You can't say you like it, love it if you're
I'm
not going to watch
interested
it.
because the teams that are in there, I'm just not interested in
But
right now.
but if you're a fan of basketball, you'll still watch it for the love of the game.
Basketball's changed though, and I don't mean like, oh, the fouls are different and stuff like
Dude,
that.
you had three or four series go to game 7. Like, that's excitement.
It's not though.
Oh
It's
my
not.
goodness. You're crazy.
You know what? The Knicks Pistons series was okay.
And the Denver Clippers series was phenomenal. Did you see Gordon dunk the ball with 0.01 on the clock?
Yeah,
to win the game?
you know what? I don't know that should have been counted.
It did.
I know that it was counted, and I know that they won the game as a result of that basket. I just think in regular season, I don't know that basket would have been counted.
That was the one you sent me the reel of, right, Kenzo?
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah, but don't they have instant replay for that though?
Yeah, they went down to the microsecond, man. It was in.
Because in hockey, they would check if it crossed the red line. They look for the white for the white ice between the puck and the red line.
Yeah.
Right. So you would do the same thing for basketball.
Yeah, it had to be out of his hand.
It has to be what?
Out of his hand. The hand can't be on the ball at the buzzer. Doesn't matter where the ball's at. It just matters where your hand's on it.
Okay, so that's a real rule. That's not just when I played NBA Jam.
No, but it has
when I
to
played
be,
NBA Jam, it was like
it has to be below the rim though too, and
No,
it was not.
No, it just had to be out of his hand. Because if you shoot a 3-pointer, it's not below the rim either. As long as it's out of your hand, it's out of your hand.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like the ball.
That's how
comes
NBA
in,
Jam
and
worked. I just assumed
like,
that's real basketball.
I don't know what the inverse of goaltending is, but it was like I was not convinced.
Oh
that,
no, it was way over the rim. He caught it. It was an air ball, total air ball. It was outside the cylinder when he caught it to dunk it.
Yeah. Oh, was it? Okay, I didn't look that closely at it, but
it always matters where your hand is on your balls.
Absolutely.
Isn't that basically like an alley-oop, what he did? Kind of?
No, it's called a rim job.
It was an incidental. Yeah, he didn't mean to, but
I don't know. When I get 45, I might be able to alley-oop my balls.
Maybe. Wait till you're 47.
You know, we'll see.
No, but I think that what's interesting in the NBA, and I think this keeps getting kind of worse and worse, in my opinion, it's not like play calling or like how the plays are called and like how traveling is called and how fouls are called and all those things to me are important, and clearly not important to the NBA, but it's more that like teams are becoming these like weird stacked powerhouse teams where
whoever's got the budget.
Well, I mean, there's still salary cap and all that kind of stuff, but like players are sort of complicit in it. When you hear the players from like, previous generations talk, they're like, I would never switch teams to play with the guy that beat me the previous season. I would go back to the gym and I would work harder so that next season when we played them in the playoffs again, I would have a competitive edge.
And that's why I love my team.
The Denver Nuggets, don't get me wrong, like they're not one of those teams. Like they're not just pulling in every superstar and saying like we'll just build, a franchise.
They're not
team.
the Lakers. That's what you're saying.
They got a 40.
But it's not just the Lakers.
Draft.
It's not just the Lakers. People dump on the Lakers all the time, and
they're just the easy low hanging fruit because they're
the easy low hanging fruit. The Lakers are the Lakers to be honest. Like if you're a basketball player, the Lakers are the team that you want to play for. Like they have such a storied history that it's a good place to play. Well, I'm not going to fault anybody for going to the Lakers and wanting to sign with and play for the Lakers. The Lakers should be a terrible team right now. They kind of defied expectations and got Luka somehow. It doesn't make any sense, but that's what happened.
Rating.
But yeah, the NBA is like, when you look at the bracket, the playoff bracket right now, at least on the East Coast, because the West, I think, was that the last series on the West?
No, actually, the Rockets and the Warriors have Game 7 tomorrow.
Oh,
okay. But on the East Coast, like the top 8 go through. Well, the top 7 and then a qualifying team, but they qualify as 8. And then in the second round, it's teams 1, 2, 3, and 4. So there was no surprises who made it through, even if it goes 7 games or whatever. I haven't looked that closely. Like I said, I haven't been paying attention, but like basketball feels much more predictable in this sort of iteration, this era of basketball. It seems more predictable.
Well, the Warriors will probably win, and they're a 7 seed. The Nuggets won. They were supposed to. Well, actually, no, they were the higher seed, but everybody had picked the Clippers to win in 6. Go figure. Oklahoma City was supposed to kill Ja Morant, and then the Wolves beat the shit out of the Lakers. So, and they were the 5, 6 seed. So the 6 seed and the 7 seed are most likely going to go forward in the West. And the West is kind of the powerhouse anyway.
The West is more competitive, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I do want to bring up this conversation that's been going on in the chat here.
I do like it.
Talk because this by far I love. Rob Zamora, El Spooky Zorro, has said all sports are the same. Bunch of guys getting paid an ungodly amount of money to run back and forth on a field while people watching them like they're also getting paid that money. Especially with the way some of us scream at the TVs as the games are watching, like the players can hear us.
I disagree, though, because while there are sports like that, and the major American sports do tend to go that route, hockey does not go that route. They get paid a stupid amount of money, but it's nowhere near what some of the other sports do.
Not even close.
Then I will double down on that statement, and I will say, what about other sports that people are super passionate about where there's virtually zero money involved? Like
mixed martial arts.
No, there's a bunch of money in that.
It depends. If you're in the UFC, you're going to get paid an ungodly amount of money. If you're on the lower circuits of fighting, not so much.
It depends how high on the card you are.
If you are on the best Gaelic football team, you're making $0 and
right.
putting your life on the line every time you play a match.
And for those people who are wondering, that's actual football, not American football.
Gaelic football is the weirdest sport, second only to hurling.
I was going to say hurling is still kind of up there, but yeah. All right, so then that was followed up with because Kenny has completely won Brick over here. Rob, don't you dare talk poorly about my sports. Which we had the instant reply back from the El Spooky Zorro. Meh.
Meh.
And they're not as entertaining as sports movies. Well, of course not. They're only going to make movies about the most interesting games anyway. They're not
Happy
interesting
Gilmore
seasons,
and Tin Cup and
you know what though,
Slapshot.
So I'm super excited about this because again, you want to talk about sports where people don't make money. They're making what's his name, Teller, who was in Top Gun. Anyone? Teller? The kid's name's Teller. He's a young guy. He was in Top Gun. He was also in that jazz movie that I can't remember the name of.
Top Gun?
The new Top Gun. He's like the new
jazz movie. Ryan Gosling from La La Land?
No. Come on, music guy.
Miles
Teller. There
Teller.
you go. A music guy figured it out. Rob Zamora says Miles Teller. Miles Teller is doing a sports movie. Now, this sports movie is not like any sports movie that I think I've ever sort of heard get a green light for. Miles Teller will be playing Leo, what's his name? Bartoli. His nickname was the Eternal Second. He was a professional Italian road cyclist, pre-Second World War and then post-Second World War. I think what the movie is going to be is what he did during the Second World War, where while he would be training, he was so famous as a cyclist that while he was training, the Italian resistance and the French resistance would like put messages and things in the frames of his bicycle, and he would ride them across borders. So he was effectively a spy on a bicycle. So there you go. There's a sports movie from a sport where they don't make hardly any money.
Just going to tell you right now.
That's my second favorite sport in the world, professional road cycling.
I'm just going to say this right now. There is not many other movies out there about spy biking across Europe. And that's pretty badass.
I'm pretty sure there's none, but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to.
Up till date, I don't think there is. Look, I don't even remember seeing a documentary about spy biking other than that. So
did they make a Spy Hunter movie?
They did make a very poor Spy Hunter movie. It was not even nearly as cool as that frustrating video game. Like they barely even used the soundtrack too. You guys know. All right, so Brick comes back with, if it weren't for sports, I would have nothing. Sports is life, followed by a bunch of sports balls. See, this is all Kenny's influence on Brick.
Yay.
He's totally converted Brick over to the sports ball. Even to the point where Rob says music is life, and Brick follows it with music sucks, sports rules. Now that is something. And I read that all out loud because Brick also said, I'm disappointed that Kenzo isn't reading the chat.
I love you, Brick.
But
I don't know if Rob Zamora Google searched Gino Bartoli or whether he knew that. But yeah, Gino Bartoli. I don't like Gino Bartoli. I'm much more of a fan of the person that beat him for about 10 years. But
bandwagoner. God. Pick the guy who wins. Whatever, Adam. Jeez.
No, he's way more elegant. Gino Bartoli looks like a boxer.
Here it is. Spy Cycle. That just needs to be the name of the movie right there. Spy Cycle.
I think it should be spelled that way.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that works for
Bicycle.
me. Spycicle. I'm digging this either way.
I'm excited for it. Like it
sounds cool as shit to me. I'm not even gonna lie. That sounds freaking awesome. I mean, I'm a sucker for a good World War II movie anyway.
He was, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of his. like cycling wise, but he was well known like and sort of after the fact, like after the Second World War. It was a pretty well known fact, I think, that like he was a good dude, and he was like, yeah, pretty interesting.
Well, as an Italian American, I can say I really liked it. No, just joking.
You've never even heard of him.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, so this ties in with the real talk. Shortly after I decided on what tonight's title was going to be for tonight's stream, mentioning about real talk, creating kind of a safe space where people feel safe to be able to share things, no matter how difficult they are. I found something that really encapsulated basically how I feel about Clubhouse and what I love about this. And I'm going to share it here because it also has to deal with one of my other favorite things, the Muppets, which is also cool. So here it is. This just popped up in my feed. I don't even follow this page. It popped up in my feed as something suggested.
I've seen this.
Right? It says, be a Kermit the Frog. Have a creative vision and no ego. Recognize the unique talents of those around you. Attract weirdos. Manage chaos. Show kindness. Be sincere. And if that does not describe exactly what I've been going for here, or what this has turned into over time, not even really what. First off, let's face it. I've never had a plan of really what I was fully intending to do with this channel. It's just that this is what it has become. I honestly could not think of a better way to describe this show and essentially what I do. And I've never, ever once thought of myself as Kermit the Frog. But yeah. Steve asks, so we're the weirdos? Fuck yeah.
In a good way.
I was going to say, and I'm fully proud of that. And yes, Brick something saying that describes Jim Henson without a doubt, 100%, who's always been like a hero of mine. I've loved Muppets ever since I was a little kid. And that's right. Be good with that, because that's what we are. That's what I embrace it every freaking day of my life. And yes, Brick the Green Heart, because y'all know how I feel about green.
I think I checked most of those boxes. Show kindness is one that I'm a little bit reluctant to show. I don't know that I would check that box, but
you're never kind, Adam. You're never kind.
Hey, nobody's perfect, you know?
The angriest Canadian I've ever seen. But I gotta say, yeah, without a doubt, that's what I feel here. Like, you know, attract weirdos. Like, that's 100%. With the fact that we have as many people as we do watching this stream from beginning to end every Saturday, like, pat yourself on the back for being one of those weirdos. Manage chaos. Yeah, I've had to manage some chaos, or I definitely try my best. Fortunately, most of the talent that comes on here, you know, most of the unique individuals that come on here, everybody is pretty good and pretty respectful overall. So that's never really too hard. Being sincere, but I don't think there's many shows out there where you get it about as real as it gets on here, because all of us tend to be genuine and put it out there. Like, there's nothing we wouldn't say on here that we wouldn't say to somebody's face or in public anywhere. It's just how we are. And no egos. Well, one of us has an ego, but he's not here because his ego's gotten too big and he just doesn't show up anymore. His ego's twice his own height, so
that's not much.
It's not much, but it's enough. And even then, we still love him. Ish. Enough that we're promoting his May the Power of the Fourth event across several amazing channels. Now Brick's being real. He says confession. He wasn't being sincere about sports. And that's why we still appreciate it.
I got a news flash, Brick. We knew that.
Yeah, we
breaking news.
What really gave it away, Brick, was the music sucks. Like you overplayed your hand at that point, sir. Like as much as we might have believed it, when you said music sucks, now that threw any credibility of that being a true statement out the window. Ooh, here we go. This is for Hylian right here. We got
yeah, that's what I see against the Titans. Yeah, pretty.
Is that a Joker?
Face sculpt on that Joker from Mortal Kombat.
Actually, looks kind of like you, Cobb.
Right?
He's got that face. Like,
yeah.
There we go.
Shit, he was cheap here. I got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, how much he was? Like $11. Wasn't too bad.
You gotta love it when you pay $11 and you get like a ton of crap with a figure. Yeah, it just feels like such a steal because we all know how much we spend on some of these figures, and like we get like an extra set of hands, maybe an extra.
I wanted a Joker because I had a Harley Quinn. I was like, oh, maybe it'll go good with her, but they don't. I don't know. They look off together.
Yeah, they're not quite the same scale.
Speaking of McFarlane, that tumbler's still $25.
Oh yeah, for those who didn't know, that was a Amazon deal. Or no, that was on McFarlane's website. It was an Amazon deal. The tumbler right now, mind you, this is the tan colored one, not the black one.
Yeah, who was just talking about it? They said they wanted that. I think for Joe's or something.
Yeah, so like $25 for that tumbler, and it's the big scale, like the big one, but it's that tan color. So if you want the black version, you got to paint it yourself, like that.
I thought you guys were talking about a Stanley Cup.
That would have been much cooler.
Not the Stanley Cup, but a Stanley Cup.
Well, you can get
like the cup that Stanley drinks out of when he comes live with us. That cup. He
You can
rocks
get
his
the-
mullet, flares in the wind.
You can get the black version, but it's from the Amazon Global UK store.
Oh, there you go. So you might have to pay a tariff on that one.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
You can't tell if that's actual price hike from the tariff or not because Bezos backed down from showing those. Just to throw that jab in there again. We'll see how stuff goes. Well, has anybody got anything else we want to talk about tonight? Actually, you know what, Brian? You've been pretty quiet all night. What is this?
This is the best thing McFarlane's ever. Trying to get used to this camera, but
Is that from Avatar?
yeah,
Yeah,
this
it
is
is.
from Avatar.
I
love
did the same
crossing
thing,
it over
Brian.
with- I got two of these free at PowerCon
2023.
Yeah, my wife loved getting free stuff for me. She's like, "Well, what do you want this time around?" And I was like, "Well, get me another one of those Avatar." But this one really shines with.
Yeah, that's the one that I got, and I saw your picture of that the other day.
Yeah, I just I plan to do some more picture of these since it's summertime and I can get out there. And I don't know how I'm going to hike and take them with me, but I'll figure it out. So,
Right? Yeah, because they are big. So tell me, since you got both of those, and you're saying your wife was going to get you some free stuff in there, how many of the Black Adam busts did you get and just leave at other vendors' tables at PowerCon 2023?
I don't leave anything. I just brought it along and I gave it to some kids here locally and stuff. So I try to help everybody out.
Well, it's funny because we were talking about Matt Rod earlier, right? So like when we were going up and getting the free stuff and all like that, I got the one that's the UV reactive that you had, but also got I forget which one of us it was that got the My Hero Academia. Now we lucked out; we didn't have to carry that stuff around. We could drop it off at. We had our good friend Travis and his Hexas stack table to store stuff under. And then like we managed and convinced the guys at Helidope Toys to take everything and box it up and ship it to us after the con. So all we had to do was just pay them for the shipping, which was fine. But so we were walking around. A couple of us has got the My Hero Academia figure that they were putting out, I believe it was. And Matt Rod said his kid like kind of wanted that, and we were like, oh really? Oh yeah, that's fine. We got extras because none of us cared. So like we made sure to walk back to the table and go grab it because like he couldn't leave his Armies of Ashmore booth. It was, he had to sit there and work the table. But we definitely just pulled them, pulled that and helped hook them up. Just because why not, right? Like they were giving away for free. Honestly, we probably could have just walked around and grabbed one that somebody set down. Like so many people were getting all that free stuff, and you could tell it was the stuff that nobody wanted because you saw it all over the floor. They were probably so pissed at McFarlane by the end of that. Like, we could clean up all this extra crap that nobody wanted and just left everywhere.
Well, when I got there, I was like, "Is McFarlane in that booth?" Because that line was so long. I was like, "I'd like to meet him, but I'll take free stuff." So
right.
but
those creatures are awesome.
Yeah, they're perfect for AWOC and any sci-fi fantasy kind of diorama you're doing or something. So
I got it so I could do the mount for Merman. It was supposed to be the aquatic one. It had the UV reactive light, so I was like, yeah, that's a Merman mount right there for me. And I put them on there a couple of times.
They work anywhere from like a 4.5, 5-inch figure up to like a 7-inch figure. Technically, they're designed for like a 6-inch scale, but those Avatar figures are like 7 inches tall, I think, and then the humans in that scale are not. So like,
well, it's because the Avatar creatures were
all over the place.
Yeah. I can't even think what they're called. The tall giant Smurf people, the blue people, the Na'vi. Thank you. They were so huge compared to the humans. Like it's just so weird and off. And then having creatures that they could ride that then like the humans could also like look. Yeah, it was just weird. And then they had like all the toys that came with like the aquarium decor. Like it was literally just straight aquarium decor. They were like, let's put it with action figures, I thought it was kind of cool. I was like, oh, I wouldn't mind picking up a bunch of these. And I think it was Bud pointed it out to me. He goes, it's actually cheaper to just go buy the aquarium decor than it was to buy the toys. I was like, good point. Enough said.
That's for sure. I think those were $30 when they came out. So.
Yeah, the ones with the pieces of terrain. They were like stupid expensive. And I didn't even want the figures that came with them. I just wanted the terrain pieces. And Bud's like, yeah, just go buy the aquarium stuff and you'll be better off. And I was like, okay. That's what I did.
At the same time they were making McFarlane was making these, he was making those dragon statues. And I was like, why don't you make the dragons like the avatars? I'm like, you would sell, those would sell like crazy,
Yeah.
So, but he does what he does. So.
Yeah. And Steve ain't lying here. Aquarium decor can sometimes be pretty pricey. It can. But for the kind of stuff that they were packaging with the toys, like that kind of looking stuff, that stuff is like that real bottom of the barrel, like cheaply priced. You go pick it up at Walmart for like $1 or $2. Not like the really nice aquarium stuff that's like, again, $30 or $40 for it, because I wouldn't necessarily spend that much.
And when you're buying aquarium diorama pieces, make sure that it's going to stand up, because I ordered some on Amazon and I had to wire it all up because all the leaves were falling down because I didn't have it in water. So.
Yeah, I was going to say it's meant to be in water, and when it's not in water, that stuff just doesn't hold up under its own weight. It falls over. So, all right, guys. Well, you know what? I think we might cut it a little shorter tonight than usual. Yeah, we're barely hitting the 5-hour mark here, but again, I've got another live stream I got to do tomorrow. So after I get off of here tonight, I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to do it tomorrow morning. I'm going to have to go through and unhook everything, which I haven't done for quite some time. But I'm definitely going to have to pack everything away tomorrow morning and then go head over to our friend's house and see about how I can set everything up again to film. It's something I haven't tried to do before. Like I've wanted to, but never really had the opportunity to. So we'll see how I can get this rigged up tomorrow over there. And we're going to be opening up Razor Crest. So you may have seen it already open before, but honestly, I'm excited for this because I'm going to be there in person. So that's going to be great. As Steve's mentioned, he's always tempted by the SpongeBob aquarium sculpts, but they're pricey. I don't need the fish, just the weird SpongeBob stuff. That I could believe would be expensive. All right, guys, let's get on the round table here and go through everything. Kenzo, what you got coming up this week? Just the usual?
Yeah, just the usual. Wednesday, 7 o'clock Mountain, so 6 on the West Coast and 9 on the East Coast. And then Friday night Insomniac at 11:30. Same thing.
I've started listing Mountain Time as Kenny Time.
Yeah.
It's just Kenny Time. So
Nobody else has that time, right?
That nobody else is claiming Mountain Time, so it's yours, buddy. It's all yours.
Yes.
You know, when you catch Clubhouse, it's 10 p.m. for the Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Kenny Time.
Right in the middle there.
That's right. That's right.
It is the weird stepchild freaking time, I guess. But
it's because it's got like the smallest amount of states I think are in or considered in Mountain Time. That you know, we just make it Kenny Time, and that's all good.
Sweet.
Hylian, you got anything coming up on the channel? I don't know. You haven't putting that much content lately, bud.
Not on the channel. I'm gonna put some photos on my Instagram.
Well, that's cool. We'll definitely be checking that out. At Hylian Dread on IG, folks. Make sure you check them out. Adam, what you got coming up for us?
Yeah, I'm gonna be talking about Star Wars tomorrow on the channel. I'm actually thinking that I might do a couple Wednesday night open late videos to open up some Star Wars stuff that, again, I've been sitting on for a long time. And then nothing. I'm gonna do nothing after that. I got no plans, so I'm kind of taking a bit of a step back, taking a bit of a breather, kind of reformatting and sort of rejigging things. So, but Star Wars is, you know, I've gotten sort of reinvigorated as far as Star Wars goes after going to Disneyland. So,
very cool. That's always cool. It's fun to refine that passion in something. So,
hey, did anybody did anybody talking about Free Comic Book Day? Did any of you guys hit up Free Comic Book Day?
We talked about it very briefly with Blake because it seems like most of us just kind of didn't worry about it. And then I remembered retroactively that there was a free Conan comic that I was trying to pick up today and totally missed. So I don't know.
Today?
Yeah, it was Free Comic Book Day today. I don't know.
Son.
I was gonna say maybe I can convince.
He's got 1 minute left.
There we go. Convince tomorrow.
Yeah, and then as far as you know, you mentioned that you're gonna go and open a Razor Crest. I still have to set up a time and a day. A friend of mine has an Eternia that he's waiting for me to go and open with him. When I was like, "Don't put that on me. Like, you haven't found the time to open it." But
right, you find the time, I'll make the time.
I was like, you tell me the day that you want me to come down, and I'll come down and we'll open it up and hang out. So
yeah, well, I mean that's the reality of it. Like we have a channel, we know when we go live and when we do things, and you know, certain people like they're gonna want to, you know, they wouldn't mind doing something or trying something and it'd be cool content for your channel, but they necessarily don't have a channel or they know how to do it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, yeah, but if you don't already factor, like, again, we all know pretty much anywhere between 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. I'm going to go live on a Saturday night, and then we're going to hang out all night until we eventually just stop. Like, if that's not already factored into your schedule, like something like that, you've got to make time, and life is busy.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, but that's typically how it goes with stuff like that. You know, make the time, and I will make the time in my schedule to come do it.
Yeah. Side note: I got him he's a big D&D guy. I got him one of the D20s from Legion's Con. I still have it. I haven't seen him since November. So
that tells you how long this has been in the works.
Yeah, exactly.
Brian, you are muted. I know it looked like you were trying to say something there for a sec.
Oh, it's okay. I was just trying to tell you wasn't missing much on that Conan book. So.
Hey man, I like.
No,
Conan
you can
stuff.
have mine, Oz. I'll bring it to Joe Fest.
That'll work. That'll work. Because that'll be coming up in a couple weeks now. Jeez, man, that's coming up fast. Like it's in May already. Woof. Fortunately, I got that time off already approved. And even though Ziggy's not going to be coming with me, I'm still working on the transportation, but I'm bunking with John Emerald Knight. Like, that's all taken care of. I literally just have to get from Maryland to Augusta, which that's one of the longer trips on this side. You know, it's several hours, like 10 hours, I think, 9-10 hours. I think it's longer there than it was to get to Ohio. So we'll see. I've heard Joe Ricondo might have some space for me, but that's all pending whether his wife goes or not. So, yeah, I'll figure it out either way. I'll be able to hitch a ride with somebody who's coming north to south that's driving. Somebody's got to be coming through Maryland that can grab me. But Brian, anything coming up with the tribe?
I'm just working on photos right now, just doing some different stuff. I may do a YouTube video here soon, so be my first adventure into that kind of stuff. So
You're already talking to a lot of really talented content creators that would be happy to help. I mean,
well,
except for me, I hit go live. Don't ask me to help with anything like editing. That's these other guys. They all do that stuff. I just hit go live.
Whoa. Pump the brakes. I don't edit anything.
So, but I'll be doing that, and I've done some A1 photos as always. So.
Excellent. I definitely love seeing them pictures popping up on my feed, man. And Steve says he missed Free Comic Book Day, but the owner put some stuff in my box. That's always what's up, right? We got to love those long boxes. Cobb, last, certainly not least on this list. What you got coming up, my friend?
Nothing really in the works. He's working on a short right now. Probably put a short out later. That's about it. If I get my car fixed so I could see how much toy money I got left. Not exactly
life
sure.
be life, and
I know it's kind of open. I forgot to mention Steve right now, Delta. I was like, man, we were talking last night about cars. I wanted to ask him a few more things. He sounded like he knew what was wrong with my car. So.
Oh yeah, the radiator thing.
Yeah, or thermostat.
Thermostat.
There you go.
Yeah, Steve, you're still watching. If you got any way to message me, feel free to DM me somewhere.
You can message him at Delta17 Toys on IG.
Instagram.
The IG.
Yeah, I'm sure I follow him already.
I really hope you do. If you've been friends with Ken this long and you haven't followed Delta17 Toys, I'm disappointed. Disappointed.
I'm sure I do.
Well, that'll be falling in line because everybody already gave him grief for getting his first AWOC just recently.
There you go.
Like, what? Your first one?
Steve says he didn't change it himself, but he's got a guy to do it. He had a guy to do it for him. But, you know, you bug a friend of a friend to get some pointers or help, or just pull up YouTube videos because YouTube University.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Steve says exactly that. I'd look it up on YouTube. Sometimes it's real easy to do. I had to do that today. My buddy.
I just wanted to just asking me a couple more. Just you said it sounded like that's what it was, but just wanted to run a couple things by and make sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I was coming back from he knows already. I was coming back from picking up my kids, and man, it was just like overheating like crazy.
Oh, it definitely sounds like thermostat. Your engine's just heating up.
Yeah, my fan just keeps. It's like when I'm idle, when my car stopped, my fan. I don't know if it's running right, but then after I stop and I turn off my car, my fan keeps running for another 5, almost 10 minutes sometimes. So
yeah, because it sounds like it's still trying to cool down. Like it's still trying to do its job, even though you turned off.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure if fans or what. I don't know enough about cars, so. But he said it sounded like thermostat, and I was like, well, I'd like to know before I go to the mechanic, know what's wrong, and then they
get an idea in your head. Yeah.
Yeah, then they charge me for all the diagnostics and all that.
Yeah. So, yeah, just earlier today when I was over again my buddy's house, like something spilled and he's got like one of those Samsung fridges, and like it, the glass shelves in a fridge, right? Well, this Samsung fridge is weird. Like it got underneath the glass, and there was all this crap like stuck on like the supports underneath. So we're trying to look. They were trying to empty out the fridge and pull everything out and get that bottom shelf off. But the problem is, like, that's also where it's got like the water filter and everything else all hooked up through it. So they couldn't actually just pull it out. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Who designs a shelf like that? And I went in there and I was like lifting it up, trying to pull it out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's legit. Can't just pull this out. I'm looking, there's like 20 different screws on the back. And I'm like, that can't be how this has to come out. And I was like looking all over it, and I saw what looked like these 2 tabs that you had to push in. But I go to push them in, and they wouldn't push in to like unclip the shelf from it. And I'm like, well, that's weird. So finally, like, they hand me the manual, so I just take the model number and Google a video. How do I remove the bottom shelf of a Samsung fridge? And you know what? Like I got to, how do you remove the bottom shelf from Sam? And then like it just automatically gave me the next choice underneath that was Samsung fridge. And I was like, clearly I'm not the only person who's had this issue. So I went ahead and hit the tab, and it was like, you got to like the 2 things that look like you would push your fingers into, those 2 tabs. No, those are just the things protecting the little tabs underneath that you got to jam a flathead screwdriver into each side to unpop and then lift the shelf off. And what a piece of junk. Why do you got to make it that complicated? Like, I get the idea of like the way they have the support set up and everything like that, but you could do that without having to need those tabs to lock it all in like that.
They're in cahoots with the refrigerator repairman.
That's what it is. They want you to buy one of them fucking service plans and pay extra for it, so they can come out and just do something that should be stupid easy.
$75 minimum charge just for showing up.
Right. So Steve mentions he did a throttle body himself. Was super easy. They wanted 600 to install. Took him 20 minutes to do, thanks to YouTube, and that's a thermostat for sure. He's had that happen. And he mentioned Samsung fridges are from hell. I've taken 2 apart and they're awful. Hey, I like their phones, but yeah, fuck them fridges.
It's your fridge's check engine light.
Yep. Steve's talking exactly what I was talking about. They got these hidden little plastic clips, hidden things, and you try to unclip the tabs and they break. And that's exactly what happened. I broke one because all right, I'll admit, I'm a little stronger than your average bear. And like when I was putting in one of those screwdrivers, I don't know how much pressure to apply exactly, and I couldn't really feel how much. But next thing I know, I definitely broke one of those tabs with the screwdriver. But yeah, cheap garbage that they charge you tons of money for, and he's had to repair his multiple times. So glad it's gone now. Went through 2 of them. Horrible.
Yeah, but thanks, Steve. I'll check into that thermostat first. And I did just follow you on IG. I don't know how I wasn't following you already. I'm bad about that. But yeah,
okay, that's enough, Cobb. Those are the only 2 things you get to do. No, I'm joking. The AWOC and now this. Oh.
Third strike him out?
Nah.
No, enough sports talk.
Nah. Hey, I do appreciate you guys allowing that. That was pretty nice.
Man, I'm always down for some sports talk. I jokingly said before we could turn this into like some whole kind of like wacky weekend report crap,
Wacky sports.
I told Brick we need to have a sports show.
Sports, weather, traffic. We got traffic going on this late. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, sometimes the bars are letting out. But yeah, guys, definitely check us out. Like I said, I'm going to be doing a live tomorrow. So please keep your eyes for that notification pop, because I haven't gotten anything scheduled yet because I'm not exactly sure what time we're going to be going live. I don't even have a thumbnail ready for it, but yeah, we will definitely get that going, and catch us here next week, and catch me on the Frenzy and Let's Go Off-World in the near future. Bye, everybody. Remember,